Chapter 541, Flowers in the Eyes, Stars in the Heart, Part 2. The first thing Master Seventh did was take Xu Qing to offer formal greetings to Sir Bloodsmelter. Sir Bloodsmelter smiled from ear to ear. Clearly, this was one of the highlights of his life. After that, Master Seventh exchanged greetings with the others present. Xu Qing couldn't just leave. He was no longer a mere Dao child. Everyone knew that he was the future governor, so he would stick close to Master Seventh and start getting acquainted with the types of situations he would deal with in the future throughout Sealing County. The formalities lasted for about 2 hours. After that, the president respectfully saw them off, whereupon Master Seventh and Xu Qing went with Sir Bloodsmelter back to the Seven Blood Eyes headquarters. The 1,000 sword sages also joined them. They would stay in Seven Blood Eyes for the time being. Qingqin, meanwhile, remained hidden in the clouds, where he gazed in the direction of South Phoenix, thinking, I wonder if I should pay a visit to eldest brother. Plumdark watched them go. She knew that they had many matters to attend to having just returned, and that it wouldn't be appropriate to intrude. But she felt happy. As she turned to head back to the Dark Serenity sect, she glanced at the president and saw his complex facial expression. Laughing softly, she flew off. Though she hadn't said a word, her soft laughter left no doubt as to her attitude. The president stood there silently, that laughter ringing in his ears. It created a powerful pressure that made his mixed emotions surge even more powerfully. Eventually, he closed his eyes for a time. When he opened them, his gaze was once again soft and gentle. He would maintain that visage. From the very beginning, he had never shown any outright hostility toward Xu Qing or Seven Blood Eyes. Staying calm and gentle was his baseline behavior. It was also just his personality. Many people had ugliness inside them, but they kept it hidden. The only question was whether the world would give them the chance to reveal it. Some people would keep it inside for years. Some people would keep it inside for a lifetime, even until they died. The only question was how long the president of the 8-sect coalition could keep it inside. In Seven Blood Eyes, Xu Qing was serving tea to Sir Bloodsmelter. Sir Bloodsmelter still hadn't recovered completely from the injuries he'd sustained in the war. He was obviously in a wonderful mood, though he occasionally coughed. That said, the excitement of this day was something he hadn't experienced for a very long time. That's more than enough, Sir Bloodsmelter said, taking the cup of tea. He drank the entire cup without spilling a drop. Eyes shining with admiration and praise, he continued. Little Seventh, you need to take care of this apprentice of yours. Without him, you'd never be the lieutenant governor. In fact, you're simply borrowing glory from him. Master Seventh stood there looking extremely proud. And that's why I still think you should expel all of your other apprentices. All you need is 4th Sib and 2nd Sib. They're more than enough. Big Sib and 3rd Sib are both useless and annoying to the core. Xu Qing didn't respond to Sir Bloodsmelter's words. He'd heard this kind of talk before. What you say makes sense, Patriarch, Master Seventh said, nodding. I'll definitely put some thought into your advice. By the way, sir, have you put any thought into that matter I mentioned earlier? I'm not going, but I fully endorse your idea of moving Seven Blood Eyes to the county capital. Sir Bloodsmelter put down his teacup and looked at Master Seventh with gratitude in his eyes. It wasn't an easy thing to bring Seven Blood Eyes this far, but over the years, I've seen both castles built and mountains crumble. We need to prepare for future storms and be vigilant in peacetime. The continent of South Phoenix is our first foundation. We can rest at ease with your lovely little apprentice there to watch out for things. Emperor Receiving Prefecture is Seven Blood Eyes' second foundation. We can't just leave it undefended. The two of you can establish our third foundation in the county capital. That way, if things ever go wrong, we can fall back to Emperor Receiving Prefecture, and if necessary, to South Phoenix. That's the only way to ensure that our work with Seven Blood Eyes will stand the test of time. M. Given Sir Bloodsmelter's years and experience, he was always concerned with how to provide a solid foundation to deal with problems. Master Seventh agreed with him in some ways, but disagreed in others. Seeing that the two of them were going to discuss the matter at length, Xu Qing bid farewell. As he walked the familiar paths in the sect, he ran into fellow disciples he knew. All of them were very excited to see him and would clasp hands and bow, even if they were a great distance away. At a certain point, Xu Qing looked over his shoulder and saw the mute about 300 meters behind him. As usual, the mute was there keeping an eye on him, standing guard. Xu Qing nodded at him. Then he went to Master Sixth's grave. When he stood in front of the gravestone, he could almost hear Master Sixth's voice. He took out a flagon of alcohol and poured it over the grave. "Master Sixth, Night Dove is dead," Xu Qing whispered. "Sadly, his head was ripped to shreds, so I couldn't bring it back with me. I think that's fine, though. I'll make sure to take good care of the Crown Prince's head. I'll bring it to you in one piece." He sat in front of Master Sixth's grave for a long time. Eventually, the little white snake in his sleeve slithered out, crawled up to his neck, and nuzzled his cheek. When dusk approached, he stood and left. While walking down the stairs, he saw someone familiar. It was a young woman in her 20s. She wore a yellow Taoist robe and was extremely pretty. The aroma of medicinal pills surrounded her, except she seemed lonely, as though she had too much on her mind. When she caught sight of Xu Qing, she suddenly looked ill at ease. "Xu, elder brother Xu Qing." Smiling, Xu Qing said, "Junior sister Gu, long time no see." This young woman was Gu Muking. She seemed a bit stunned and couldn't think of what to say to Xu Qing. Xu Qing was a bit surprised to see her acting so awkwardly. A moment passed, and he left. When he was gone, she bowed her head and berated herself for not saying all the things she'd wanted to say for so long. Linger stuck her head out of Xu Qing's sleeve and looked curiously back at Gu Muking. "Big bro Xu Qing, that girl seemed really nervous, like she wanted to tell you something. What's her deal? Should we go back and ask what she wanted to say?" Xu Qing shook his head. "I doubt it's anything serious. I'll ask Master about it later." Linger nodded. "Okay, if she's in trouble, big bro Xu Qing, maybe you and I could help her." This was Xu Qing's first time coming to realize how willing Linger was to help others. Smiling in agreement, he continued on his way and eventually left the sect. After Xu Qing was gone, a sigh could be heard near Gu Muking. It was Gu Muking's master, who was almost like a mother to her. Stepping over, she wrapped her arms around Gu Muking. "Master," Gu Muking said, her eyes welling with tears. There was little Gu Muking's master could do but comfort her. "You foolish girl, you still have a chance. Keep trying." Gu Muking nodded, and her eyes shone with determination. 1. After Xu Qing was out of the sect, he took out his transmission jade slip and sent a message to Zhang San. 2. Zhang San had been waiting for the message to come in, and he replied instantly. "Ha ha ha, Xu Qing, I'm in our harbor." Smiling, Xu Qing put the jade slip away and raced over to their harbor. It didn't take him long to find Zhang San. Zhang San already had 3 life flames. In the 2 years since Xu Qing had last seen him, he'd put on some weight. Clearly, things had been going well for him. He even had a few girls from the second peak with him. It was hard to say how he did it, but all the girls with him seemed to get along. He seemed very excited to see Xu Qing. Rushing forward, he embraced him and laughed heartily. Zhang San was very pleased. In fact, he was so pleased that it wasn't possible to describe with words. Nowadays, he found himself smiling even when he was in the middle of meditation. As it turned out, his investment from years ago had paid off many times over. Who could ever have guessed that a puny constable from the Violent Crimes Division in South Phoenix would eventually end up as the future governor of all of Sealing County? Going forward, Zhang San would have quick access to the highest authorities in the county. Xu Qing could sense Zhang San's excitement, and it made him smile. It felt wonderful to be back in Seven Blood Eyes, seeing all his old friends. All the weariness and exhaustion that had been building up in the county capital was melting away. Taking out his dharmaship, he handed it to Zhang San. "Elder brother Zhang, is there any chance you could upgrade my dharmaship?" After experiencing his first heaven fate tribulation, Xu Qing's cultivation base had reached the nascent soul level, and the dharmaship hadn't been a good fit anymore. He needed something faster and stronger. He needed what was called a spirit cruiser. Boat, skiff, ship, cruiser. Those were the 4 main categories of Dharma boats in 7 Blood Eyes. After the cruisers were the dreadnoughts, the likes of Master Seventh's. Of course, Master Seventh's dreadnought was on a much higher level than the ordinary variety. 3. Thumping his chest, Zhang San said, "No problem at all. My cultivation base is a bit low, but we've got plenty of money on hand. I'll just ask some 6th peak elders to come over. I'll tell them what to do, and they'll handle the particulars. I'll definitely make you a spirit cruiser like no other. In fact, this Dharma ship of yours is basically useless. Instead of upgrading it, I'll just make you something brand new." Seeing that Zhang San wasn't taking the Dharma ship, Xu Qing put it away and clasped hands in thanks. "By the way, Xu Qing, all of your share of our harbor profits are with Ding Zhu. She's keeping them safe for you. That girl just doesn't trust me. Every time she comes to collect your share, she counts everything, 1 spirit coin at a time. And if even 1 spirit coin is missing, she gives me the hardest time." Zhang San and Xu Qing chatted for a while until it got late. Finally, Xu Qing bid farewell. Zhang San was determined to make the perfect spirit cruiser, so instead of going to sleep, he started working. Xu Qing strolled through the port district. It was night, and the moon's reflection danced in the rippling water. The sound of the waves took him back to his old life in 7 Blood Eyes. Eventually, he reached his old berth, where he set down his Dharma ship and boarded it. The rocking sensation of the boat made him feel incredibly at peace. Sticking her head out of Xu Qing's sleeve, Linger said, "Big bro Xu Qing, I get the feeling you're preparing to go somewhere. Are you planning to go to the Imperial University in the Imperial capital?" Xu Qing shook his head. Based on what his master had told him, going to the Imperial University wouldn't help much considering the level of his cultivation base. "I'm wondering how eldest brother's research into the Moonright region is going," Xu Qing whispered. "Moonright region? Well, big bro Xu Qing, wherever you end up going, I'll come along. Once I can take human form, I'm going to be really impressive." Xu Qing smiled. He was used to being alone most of the time, but having Linger along was nice. He was about to say something in response to her when his divine sense detected someone approaching. He looked up. After about 10 breaths of time, he heard Ding Zhu's lovely voice. "What are you up to, big bro Xu Qing?" 4. 1. Xu Qing was introduced by name in Chapter 94. We last saw her in Chapter 383, when we were told she'd been assigned back to South Phoenix. So, will she appear again in the story, or is this goodbye forever? 2. Zhang San. We last saw him in the same chapter Xu Qing was mentioned in 383. 3. The Dharma boat categories were first explained in Chapter 53. 4. Ding Zhu was also mentioned in 383. Her last on-screen appearance was in 381. Chapter 542. 3 Women, 1 Snake, 1 Man, Part 1. Ding Zhu's voice was soft and charming, like a fine rain that entered the Dharma ship to be heard by both Xu Qing and Linger. Linger's eyes widened, and she looked suspiciously outside. Xu Qing's expression didn't change as he waved his hand, opening the Dharma ship's defenses. Ding Zhu approached through the moonlight. She had long hair and violet garments. Her hair was bound with a golden ribbon, which glittered resplendently. Strapped to her back was an ancient bronze sword that made her seem very valiant. That said, she also seemed somewhat flirtatious, with bewitching eyes and a cute smile. She was still young, but in the 2 years that had passed, she had transformed from a girl into a seductive young woman. As the moonlight shone down on her, she seemed incredibly attractive, but at the same time, charmingly shy. Surprised, Xu Qing instinctively looked in the direction of the shore. "What are you looking at little old me like that for, big bro Xu Qing?" Ding Zhu asked, looking a bit bashful as she stepped onto the deck. "I'm not looking at you," Xu Qing replied truthfully. "I'm looking for Zhao Jingheng." Ding Zhu's ample chest rose and fell. Although Xu Qing's unromantic words were potentially lethal, they didn't do much to her. Difficulties existed to be overcome, right? Eyes glittering beautifully, she approached Xu Qing. Upon seeing his captivating face, her heart skipped a beat, and she swallowed. As she struggled to maintain control, She sighed inwardly with regret at the thought of failing to win him over back during the Merfolk Isles days. 1. It's all the fault of that Zhao Zhengheng. HMPH, but that's fine. With effort, one can achieve anything. As Ding Zhu tried to pump herself up mentally, she took out a stack of spirit notes and offered it to Xu Qing. She made sure to reveal some of her snow-white forearm as she did. Big bro Xu Qing, this is your share of the profits from Harbor 176. Thanks to Zhang San's skill and my attentive care, there isn't a single spirit coin missing. Xu Qing nodded. He had already learned from Zhang San that Ding Zhu had been taking care of his share of the profits for the past 2 years. He was very grateful for her warm-heartedness. That was especially true when he thought about how, thanks to her love of knowledge, she had given him a lot of spirit stones back when he was very poor. Because of that, he'd always had a good impression of Ding Zhu. Smiling, he took the spirit notes. Pulling out a few, he handed them back to Ding Zhu. Here, take these. Ding Zhu blinked a few times and refrained from taking the spirit notes. Then, she stood there for a moment fiddling with the hem of her sleeve, looking like she wanted to say something. After a few breaths of time passed, she was mentally ready. Taking out a white bottle from her bag of holding, she placed it in front of her. Big bro Xu Qing, this is some osmanthus-flavored lotus seed soup that I personally prepared. I'm planning to give it to my aunt and uncle, but I'm hoping you can try it and give me some feedback. Xu Qing hesitated briefly. However, there didn't seem to be any reason to refuse, so he took the bottle and sampled it. He frowned. It's a bit sweet. An embarrassed flush crept up Ding Zhu's neck to her face. Big bro Xu Qing, you. Anyway, okay, I get it. Xu Qing wasn't sure what she meant by that and was about to inquire. Before he could, Ding Zhu stood. I need to go, big bro Xu Qing. I know you just got back and need to rest. I'll come back tomorrow. By the way, thanks for the pocket money. Still blushing, Ding Zhu took the spirit notes and hurried away. Once outside the Dharma ship and on the shore, a pleased smile appeared on her face. It turns out the methods my aunt taught me really do work. I just need to set myself up as his household administrator. If I want to win big bro Xu Qing, I can't rush things. I have to make sure things go smoothly. That way he doesn't get his guard up. Then, slowly but surely, I'll melt his heart. I also need to be sure to not be too assertive. I need to make myself seem like helpless prey. Anne explained that that's how she won over Uncle years ago. With such thoughts on her mind, Ding Zhu started planning out her next steps in finer detail. Back on the Dharma ship, Xu Qing frowned as he tried to figure out what exactly Ding Zhu meant by the things she said. There were obviously multiple interpretations. Big bro Xu Qing, Linger said from his sleeve. You need to be careful about her. I picked up some hidden aggression in her eyes when she was looking at you. She must have some specific thing she's trying to accomplish. My papa once told me that there are some people who are always trying to get things out of other people. I think she's that type of person. She's bad news, big bro Xu Qing. Xu Qing felt his guard go up. But then he realized it wasn't likely that Ding Zhu meant him any harm. That said, it probably wouldn't hurt to keep his guard up, at least a little bit. Linger felt very happy to see Xu Qing taking her advice seriously. Aren't I pretty amazing, big bro Xu Qing? Especially when it comes to getting a read on people. With me around, you'll have a much easier time figuring out who the bad people are. Xu Qing smiled and was about to start meditating when he once again looked toward the shore. Before long, he heard the rather high-pitched voice of an excited young woman. You're finally back, big bro Xu Qing. A young woman appeared outside. She was dressed in all black, and she was carrying a very large earthenware jug on her shoulder. The jug was so much larger than her petite frame that it created a very discordant image. However, that just made her seem more unique. She had fair skin and eyebrows like willow leaves, as well as eyes that, though not unusually large, seemed capable of revealing her heart to the world. Her facial expression seemed to be one of infatuation, passion, and also morbid obsession. There were a lot of scars visible on the skin of her forearm, all of which had been put there by her own fingernails. Her lips and nose were very distinctive, as was her pretty ponytail. All of these things together created a very unique image. Yanyan. She leaped into the air and right toward the Dharma ship's defenses. Of course, Xu Qing's dharmaship had gold core power, and since Yanyan was only in Foundation establishment, she could be seriously injured if she slammed right into the defenses. She didn't seem to care. Knowing Yanyan well, Xu Qing lowered the defenses so she could easily land on the deck. She looked a bit disappointed, as if she'd been ready to be seriously injured and had been looking forward to it. But then she thought about what was to come, and she brightened up. She put the earthenware jug down with a thump, then dumped a pile of torture instruments off to the side. There were needles, blades, pincers, saws, and more. Many of them were black with blood, thanks to their heavy usage over the past 2 years. A good number of them were also stained with the baleful aura of resentful souls, which spread out into the dharmaship. Big bro Xu Qing, let's get started, okay? Her nose flared and she started breathing heavily as she slapped the jug. The jug shattered, and streams of smoke billowed out. Unexpectedly, they were smoke whites. Although the smoke whites had been heavily sanctioned after the lieutenant governor's coup, some of the more clever ones had fled before any action was taken. And of course, there were others that had been away before everything went down. Some were top experts, others were more ordinary individuals. The ones that tumbled out of the jug were the latter. There were quite a few of them, but most emitted Foundation establishment fluctuations. The handful that were in gold core were extremely weak. Big bro Xu Qing, my grandma helped me capture these smoke whites. Sadly, we couldn't find the big one, just these shrimps. But we can still have some fun with them. After you left, I was all alone, and it was just so boring. Icom. Eyes glittering with excitement, she grabbed one of the smoke whites. As it struggled in her hand, numerous blades flew up and circled around her like a tempest. They slashed through the smoke, but no screams could be heard. That was because no matter how you slashed up a smoke white, they could form back together almost instantly, and it didn't inflict any pain. Despite that, Yanyan seemed entranced with the concept of slicing up the smoke white. Trembling almost uncontrollably, she looked over at Xu Qing. She was about to say something when she noticed that his facial expression was somewhat aloof. Stunned, she hesitated for a moment and then said, "You don't like this, big bro Xu Qing." She looked deeply apprehensive, even despairing, and she even started to wilt physically. She obviously cared a lot about Xu Qing's opinion, and whatever he said next could affect her entire world. Xu Qing looked at her and realized that there was something unusual about Yanyan. She had been a morbid person 2 years ago, but she hadn't been as crazed as this. What was more, he could tell that many of the scars on her arm were fresh. The look in her eyes was the same as you would expect to see in a drowning person who was pleading for help. Her illness had gotten worse. It wasn't that she treated others sadistically. She treated herself sadistically. And it was only in that state of twisted pain that she felt she could breathe and be happy. As Xu Qing's eyes glittered with profound light, he heard an aged voice speaking from outside. It was none other than Guru Eastnether, Yanyan's grandmother. "I only have this one grandchild, Xu Qing," she said bitterly. "Can you help her? Ever since she was little, she's had no mutagen in her, and as a result, she has a problem with inner devils. Her personality has become more and more cruel over the years. I've tried many times to purify her, but her problem combined with her personality makes it impossible to cleanse her of wicked thoughts. Things got really bad when she tried to reach gold core but failed. She very nearly collapsed mentally. I can keep her safe physically, but she has too much mental pressure to deal with. She either has to torture others or torture herself, and that just makes her more antisocial and eccentric. I have no other options here, but I do trust you." Xu Qing looked at Yanyan. He could see the despair in her eyes and the way she seemed to be wilting. It was as if her sea of consciousness was riddled with damage thanks to all of her pent-up frustrations. "So immature," Xu Qing suddenly said. Yanyan looked up at him. 1. The Merfolk Isles arc with Xu Qing, Ding Zhu, and Zhao Zhengheng was in chapters 166-168. Chapter 542. 3 Women, 1 Snake, 1 Man, Part 2. Face expressionless, Xu Qing made a grasping gesture with his right hand, causing one of the smoke whites to fly over to him. As soon as it was in his hand, he sent a stream of frigid energy out, which surrounded the smoke white and solidified into an ice cube around it. Xu Qing waved his hand, and one of Yanyan's needles flew over to him. Bolstering the needle with his cultivation base, he stabbed it through the ice into the struggling smoke white. An agonized shriek rang out from the ice cube. Next, a flying dagger sliced into the smoke white through the ice. Because of being frozen, the smoke white couldn't form anew. Before long, it had been sliced into a dozen pieces, which Xu Qing lay out on the ground in front of him so that none were touching. It was clear that the sensation of being chopped apart, but unable to form anew, brought extreme mental anguish. The screams grew more intense. Meanwhile, Yanyan's eyes shone brightly, and she was breathing heavily. She was shivering and seemed to be getting excited once again. Throwing the pieces of ice to Yanyan, he made another grasping gesture, causing a second smoke white to fly over to him. This time, he didn't use ice. He used poison. When the poison spread into the smoke white, it started corroding not just its body of smoke, but its soul. Howls of grief filled the Dharma ship. Yanyan was getting even more excited. Apparently, the howls of agony were like soothing sounds of nature. However, Xu Qing wasn't done yet. "Rip off some cloth from your garment," he said coldly. Looking very obedient, Yanyan immediately ripped off a section of her garment, which revealed more scarred flesh beneath. She didn't even notice that. Crawling over to Xu Qing almost like a puppy, she handed him the cloth. Xu Qing took it, then waved his hand, which soaked the fabric and added a sealing power to it. Next, Xu Qing put the third smoke white onto the cloth. The cloth turned dark as the smoke white was sucked into the fabric. Xu Qing tossed the fabric to Yanyan. "That way it has no freedom, either of body or soul," Xu Qing said calmly. "Pursuing physical cruelty, whether towards others or towards oneself, is a means to an end, not the end itself. And when you use it, the results are childish. Mental torment is something much different." Yanyan shivered. The more Xu Qing berated her, the happier she felt. Eyes burning with infatuation, she put her finger into her mouth, bit it, and then offered it to Xu Qing. His eyes turned cold. Bowing her head, she pulled her hand back and sucked it in her mouth. The strange energy in her sea of consciousness was dissipating, and her cultivation base fluctuations were growing stronger. Apparently, her first heavenly palace was almost materialized. It wasn't quite there yet, though. Seeing that, Xu Qing sighed and lifted his index finger. The moment he did, Yanyan crawled over, bit his finger, and sucked deeply. Her eyes narrowed as if in ecstasy, and she looked more content than she had ever looked before. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. In that moment, her heavenly palace materialized. Her mind then started spinning so dramatically she passed out. After that, Guru Eastnether sighed from outside the Dharma ship. "Many thanks." Yanyan vanished, having been taken away by Guru Eastnether. The ship was silent. Shortly after, Linger poked her head out and looked at Xu Qing, then the spot where Yanyan had disappeared. Xu Qing looked a bit embarrassed and was about to offer an explanation when Linger suddenly inhaled sharply. "She's a monster, big bro Xu Qing. She's even worse than the one before. I can't believe she actually bit your finger. You really have to be careful around her." Before Xu Qing could respond, gentle laughter echoed in the Dharma ship. "What a cute young lady." When Xu Qing heard that voice, he went stiff. When Ding Zhu showed up, he could brush her off. When Yanyan showed up, he could put her in her place. But there was one woman in the 8-sect coalition who Xu Qing had always felt flustered around. Whether it was their first meeting when she lifted his chin, or her changeable personality when they traveled up the river, or the times their gazes met in the county capital, or that time he took his robe off in front of her. 1. She understands more than you, and there are things she understands that you're clueless about. She's seen everything you've seen, and many other things you've never seen. She knows what you're thinking, and even knows some things you don't understand how to think about. She's impeccable. As her voice reached Xu Qing, and he felt himself unable to move, a consummate beauty stepped out of thin air. She wore a white dress embroidered with lavender-colored roses. Her belt matched the flowers and was decorated with moons. Her black hair was rolled into a bun and bound with a pearl hairpin with tassels that hung down the front. 2 RCO. Her beautiful face had eyebrows like something from a painting, and her eyes glittered like stars. The faint smile on her face was the type that could tug at the hearts of anyone who saw it, but at the same time, she seemed elegant and refined, like a hibiscus flower floating on the water, free from all impurities. There was also something enigmatic about the way she smiled at Xu Qing, as if her smile contained hidden bitterness as well as a bit of sorrow. She was, of course, the unmatched and peerless arch-immortal Plumdark. Linger's eyes went wide, and she instinctively shrank back into hiding. Inhaling deeply, Xu Qing got to his feet and bowed. "Greetings, arch-immortal." Plumdark smiled as she walked up to him. Reaching out, she brushed some dust off his shoulder, as if to ensure that there was nothing present to contaminate him. She smoothed out some of the wrinkles in his garment. Then she looked deeply into his eyes. "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters," she said simply. Her words contained concern, caring, worry, thoughtfulness, and all of those things came across in the words she spoke. Warmth filled Xu Qing, and he shivered as it spread through him, softening his heart. He no longer felt rigid, but instead relaxed. He let arch-immortal Plumdark take his hand as she sat next to him. He could smell her familiar perfume and noted how the tassel of her hairpin swayed as she sat. The mere sight seemed enough to sway one's thoughts. Xu Qing felt a bit dazed, and thus a bit cautious. As Plumdark gazed at him, she said, "I know what you want to do and where you want to go. I won't stop you. But I want to tell you something. If I had known what was going on, I would have stood with you. As you know, I don't tell lies. I'm a decisive person, and when I make a decision about something, I don't change my mind. It doesn't matter who tries to change my mind, I won't do it, not even if heaven falls and the earth is crushed." Plumdark's voice caused ripples of emotion to spread through Xu Qing's heart. He understood. He didn't remember everything he'd seen in that temple forbidden by the immortal, but he remembered the lamp, and he remembered that person who looked exactly like Plumdark. Now, as Plumdark spoke, he suddenly felt an image rising up in his mind. Though he couldn't make out the details of it, it brought with it a familiar feeling. She was right. She was the type of person who wouldn't change her mind no matter what anyone said. A long moment passed, and then Xu Qing quietly said, "I know." Her smile grew more radiant. "Your master invited me to bring the Dark Serenity sect to the county capital along with a portion of 7 Blood Eyes. He suggested that we combine the sects and form a new sect. I agreed. He said I should pick the new name for the sect. That's why I'm here. What would you think if we called it the Green Dark Sect?" 3. Xu Qing hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Her tender gaze dropped from his face to his sleeve. She laughed softly. Then she went on to talk a bit about what the future would hold for the Green Dark Sect. She kept the conversation on official business, but her voice was so lovely that it was easy to lose track of time just listening to her speak. Xu Qing gradually grew even more relaxed. It was late in the night when Plumdark said, "There's another reason I came. I want to paint a defensive totem on you. Remove your robe." Xu Qing suddenly went from being relaxed to being as stiff as a board again. Plumdark laughed. Eyes glittering playfully, she stood and left. As she walked out, she said, "See you back in the county capital, Ah Qing." The ship went quiet again. After a long moment, Xu Qing exhaled and instinctively looked down at his sleeve. Linger poked her head out and looked at him anxiously. "Big bro Xu Qing, she was the most dangerous of all. She's a devil queen." That was so scary. Big bro Xu Qing, all the others before are just on a totally different level than the devil queen. Xu Qing cleared his throat and went on to placate Linger. She wasn't completely convinced. A few days passed. Yanyan was in seclusion. Plumdark didn't show up again, but Ding Zhu came back. That said, she wasn't able to follow through with her plan. And that was because Zhao Zhengheng showed up as well. Although he was very nervous around Xu Qing, he gritted his teeth and followed Ding Zhu around with a determined look in his eyes. When Xu Qing saw how determined Zhao Zhengheng was to win over Ding Zhu, he sighed inwardly. Because Xu Qing had been gone for 2 years, there was a lot of business to take care of. That was especially true considering how much his status had changed. What was more, Sects from throughout Emperor-receiving prefecture were sending people to offer formal greetings to Master Seventh, and Master Seventh would often ask Xu Qing to be present. RCO. 10 days later, much to Ding Zhu's frustration, Xu Qing decided to leave the sect. He planned to go to South Phoenix and pay respects at Sergeant Thunder's grave. Before he left, Master Seventh gave him a jade box. "This is the fish bone from that god. I've crafted it into a divine weapon. You can try it out while you're traveling. It's pretty incredible, and you can consider it a major line of defense for you. What's more, it's from the same source as your body, so it's particularly suitable for you specifically." Inside the jade box was a black spike, about as thick as a finger. It was covered with natural striations and emanated a terrifying aura, as well as powerful fluctuations of godliness. Although it wasn't alive, when Xu Qing looked at it, he got the sensation it was breathing in unison with him. It felt like it was actually part of him. As Xu Qing sensed how terrifying the spike was, and the feeling of lingering fear that came with it, Master Seventh spoke again. "In the eyes of gods, things from the mortal world are incomparably weak. But this weapon could harm a god. It has the godly authority of misfortune in it. Therefore, I picked a specific name for it. It's the Spike of Misfortune." 1. Plumdark references. Lifting his chin was in chapters 278-279. Traveling the river was in chapters 297-299. Gaze's meeting in the county capital. If I recall, there were a couple times this happened. The one I found most readily was in chapter 475. He took his robe off in front of her in chapter 439. 2. There is a specific type of rose here. The word is not the generic and common word most often seen for rose in Chinese. Instead, it's the word for Rosa chinensis, also called Chinese rose, China rose, or Bengal rose. As for the hairdo, it's specifically called a princess bun in Chinese. This is not a specific hairstyle, but rather is supposed to look like the type of hairstyle you'll see the women wear in those palace drama TV shows. Given the part about the tassel, I think it's probably supposed to look something like this. 3. The sect name combines one character from each of their names. The Qing from Xu Qing equals green. I'm translating the character instead of transliterating because I feel that calling it the Qing Dark Sect would be too on the nose. It's not that on the nose in Chinese. Chapter 543. Old Haunts, Old Friends, Old Stories, Part 1. Beyond Emperor-receiving prefecture. Atop the pitch-black Forbidden Sea, there were endless rolling waves and a mist full of cold mutagen. Even in the middle of the day, the burning heat of the sun couldn't disperse that mutagen, much less illuminate the depths of the sea. That was why, over the countless years that had passed, there were many legends on the Forbidden Sea about godly entities lurking in its depths. Only the species native to the sea, or other high-level cultivators, could possibly know how strong those godly entities actually were, and whether or not it was possible to defeat them in combat. The broken face wasn't the only god in existence. In other words, the most terrifying entities in the Forbidden Sea weren't godly entities, they were actual gods. Gods could sleep in suns and moons. Gods lurked in palaces in places like forbidden by the immortal. Gods existed in Cruelmurk. As such, it was only natural to expect gods to be resting in the Forbidden Sea that surrounded the revered ancient mainland. For one thing, the Forbidden Sea was just too immense. The sea region between Emperor-receiving prefecture and South Phoenix was massive, and that wasn't even to mention the fact that the sea extended far beyond South Phoenix. Truth be told, the areas that surrounded South Phoenix, when compared to the Forbidden Sea as a whole, were essentially coastal waters. In the past, the Forbidden Sea had been called by a different name. It was the Sea of Endlessness. That name perfectly described the scope and range of the waters. It was almost like an entire world of its own, standing tall alongside the mainland and the dome of heaven. 1. At the moment, waves roiled on the water outside of Emperor-receiving prefecture as a pitch-black dreadnought screamed through the air overhead. It was Master Seventh's dreadnought, which he had lent to Xu Qing for use in Sea-Sealing County. The dreadnought had a spirit, and thus didn't need to be piloted. As long as it had a power source, it could be controlled by anyone. Coming along with Xu Qing were the 1,000 sword sages from the county capital, as well as Taoist Sima. Also flying through the air was Kinkin, whose caws echoed out far and wide. No other birds dared to fly too high into the sky, thanks to Kinkin's presence. They would stay low, where they would occasionally dive into the water and come back up with prey in their beaks. That caused snake-neck dragons to gather. They would occasionally burst out of the water and snatch birds out of the sky, then splash back down. Xu Qing stood on the dreadnought's superstructure, looking down at the sea. He saw the snake-neck dragons and the waves they created, and it made him think back to all the time he had spent out at sea in his early days. After a time, he focused on the spike of misfortune. In the sunlight, the blackfish bone's spike seemed like a black hole that sucked in all the light around it, all while emanating terrifying fluctuations. Quite a few of the sword sages noticed and looked over with serious expressions. Only Xu Qing, thanks to his unique fleshly body that had the same origin as the spike, could hold the thing without feeling uncomfortable because of the pressure. Looking at the spike of misfortune, he said, "Master Free Spirit." Instantly, the black iron skewer flew out of his bag of holding and hovered in front of him, trembling obsequiously. Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior appeared, clasped hands, and bowed. "My lord." The patriarch was racked with anxiety and felt like he was facing imminent catastrophe. In fact, it caused his voice to tremble and left his heart wallowing in despair. For a long time now, he had been operating under the expectation that if he didn't work hard enough, Xu Qing would put him to death. Because of his personality, that thought had taken root deep within him, and therefore, whenever Xu Qing experienced a big jump in cultivation base, the patriarch felt jumpy and nervous. And now, with this fish bones spike out in the open, he was certain his time had come. He had gone all out, yet nothing he had done had enabled him to keep pace with Xu Qing. It wasn't that he hadn't been working hard. It was just that Xu Qing made progress too quickly. "My lord, I'm ready. In all the books I've read in my life, the main character always progresses by leaps and bounds, while their followers are ordinary people who can't keep up. This just goes to show, my lord, that you are definitely like the main character in a novel. That's fine. I understand. I don't want to drag you down, so I won't beg or plead. I just hope that, based on all the cautious and conscientious work done by your humble servant over the years, you can make it quick and painless. If I do get another life after this one, your humble servant will definitely find an opportunity to be your follower again. After being there to serve your every need, sir, I will gaze up as you reach the pinnacle of the highest heavens." The patriarch's face was a mask of sorrow, yet even in that state, he looked at Xu Qing with loyal sincerity. As far as he was concerned, that was his only chance to save himself. He knew that he was privy to too many secrets. If he was in Xu Qing's place, the patriarch would be bursting with killing intent. Therefore, he could just do his best to touch Xu Qing's heart and hope that Xu Qing would think about all his hard work and not kill him. The best outcome would be for Xu Qing to kind-heartedly take the initiative to spare the patriarch. Xu Qing looked deeply at Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior. He didn't sense any sincerity from the patriarch, but he had been paying attention to everything the patriarch did over the years and how much help he had provided. By now, the grudge Xu Qing had developed years ago toward the patriarch had long since faded into nothing. After all, the iron skewer couldn't match up to his own cultivation base now. Even though he had ensorcelled it, compared to the spike of misfortune, it was severely lacking. Therefore, Xu Qing had planned to unseal the patriarch and let him go on his way. After all, he understood how karma worked. As for the secrets the patriarch was aware of, Xu Qing had his ways to deal with that. Letter 1D456, letter 1D626. Letter 1D4B8, letter 1D630, letter 1D628. But after what the patriarch just said, Xu Qing thought for a time, then changed his mind. Eyes hardening, he decided that he should give the patriarch an opportunity. Though Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior was still feeling nervous, he was actually sighing with relief on the inside. He was convinced that his words just now had been very effective. Obviously, the fiendish Xu was moved. His silence right now was evidence of that. Because of all the patriarch's hard work over the years, he was considering whether or not to commute his death penalty. "Why is my life so hard? I just want to be free, to keep on living. How come things have to be this difficult? As the patriarch's inner fury built, Xu Qing's eyes glittered with determination. Xu Qing performed a right-handed incantation gesture, causing fire to spring up and envelop the iron skewer. He seemed to be planning to melt the skewer with the heat. Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior was stunned. "My lord, I'm giving you an opportunity. Just hang in here." Xu Qing's hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, and his 12 nascent souls all opened their eyes and spat out life flames. He also added in the fire of his 5 life lamps. As the patriarch howled, the iron skewer, which he had fused with after 2 instances of tribulation lightning, started melting into molten iron. That molten iron was Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior's true form. The patriarch's screams grew shriller. Terrified, the shadow twitched back and forth and looked ingratiatingly toward Linger. In that manner, time passed. The patriarch's screams grew weaker and weaker until they weren't audible, and the iron skewer melted into a red-hot pool of molten iron. Next, Xu Qing performed another double-handed incantation gesture, causing the molten iron to fly up in numerous thin streams. They headed right toward the spike of misfortune, not to fuse into it, but to fill in the natural striations on its surface. At the same time, Xu Qing mobilized his god vitality, sending out fluctuations that provided an additional blessing. Eventually, the molten iron had filled every striation on the fish bone. The spike of misfortune looked very different now. It had a pitch-black base with red striations, and it pulsed with an aura of death and killing. Since Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior was already a spirit automaton, he was now half-integrated into the spike of misfortune. His level of existence was so much lower than the spike of misfortune that, normally speaking, he couldn't possibly serve as its spirit automaton. Only by placing him on the outside, almost like a glove, could he link to the spike and control it. Although that level of control wouldn't be perfect. With Xu Qing's help, the spike could slaughter enemies much more effectively than if it didn't have a spirit automaton at all. What was more, the influence of the fish bone of a god would affect long-term transformations on the patriarch. In fact, it was possible that one day in the future, the patriarch could transform into the true spirit automaton of a godly weapon. That process would be very painful, as it would involve a complete metamorphosis that was an even greater torment than what just happened. What was more, the patriarch would have to survive long-term and refrain from being devoured. The patriarch was understandably shocked by what had just happened. When he finally recovered from his daze, he was actually very pleased. The process had been painful, and he had no idea how he would survive long-term. But he did know that he had passed a major milestone. Thankfully, I'm very calm and resourceful. Otherwise, I might not have succeeded. Rejoicing at heart, the patriarch was about to say something when Xu Qing looked at him encouragingly. "Master Free Spirit," Xu Qing said, "I'd been planning to give you your freedom, but since you want to be my follower for all eternity, I'll help you out this one time." The patriarch's eyes went wide and his heart started pounding. He even shivered. However, he recovered quickly. "He's testing me. It's a trick. Yes, that's right. He wants to check how loyal I really am. Very, very cunning." Convinced that he was right, he loudly said, "My lord, I, Master Free Spirit, will loyally follow you, sir. I've long since come to the realization that comfort is far more important than freedom. These past few years have been the most wonderful in my entire life. The level of comfort I've experienced is something I could never part with. Without being able to be your follower, sir, I would feel unending pain and torment. In fact, even just thinking about something like that fills me with grief and despair. I have no desire for freedom, my lord. I only want to be by your side. In the end, I far prefer comfort to so-called freedom." Linger was moved by the patriarch's speech. Looking at him, she whispered to Xu Qing, "This old guy is really a good person, big bro Xu Qing." Xu Qing didn't bother explaining the situation to her. After offering a few encouraging words, he put the spike of misfortune away. Then he looked down at the shadow. The shadow shivered and sent out a host of emotional fluctuations. "Breakthrough," Very soon, wonderful lord and master. Amazing lady and mistress, I'm formidable and useful. The shadow was truly frightened. It had seen the violet crystal in action, and had seen how the god's finger failed to escape from it. That had filled the shadow with despair, and the longing to simply figure out a way to stay alive. In its anxiety, it could do nothing but spout out everything it knew how to say. Meanwhile, Xu Qing was thinking of a way to get the shadow to break through to the next level. Before, it hadn't been possible, but now he was confident he could do it. Ignoring his shadow, Xu Qing sat down cross-legged and started to meditate. At the moment, he had 13 heavenly palaces. 12 of them already had nascent souls, and he had experienced one heaven fate tribulation. It was only his most recent heavenly palace, the one formed from the Hellspirit Bloodwing lamp, that didn't have a nascent soul. However, with the help of his other nascent souls, the nascent soul in that fifth lamp was rapidly forming. It won't be long now. Closing his eyes, Xu Qing focused on cultivation. 1. It was in Chapter 82 that we first learned the story of the Sea of Endlessness changing names to Forbidden Sea. Chapter 543, Old Haunts, Old Friends, Old Stories, Part 2. 7 days later, the dreadnought arrived at South Phoenix. From a distance, Xu Qing spotted the old Seven Blood Eyes where he had started out years ago. A lot had changed since then. It was still just as bustling and noisy, and there were 7th Peak ships going in and out of the port. The original 7 peaks had been taken to Emperor Receiving Prefecture, but the peaks that had replaced them looked exactly the same, except without the huge eyes. The arrival of the dreadnought caused a stir. Countless people looked up as it flew overhead. Unfortunately, Xu Qing's messages to Second Elder Sister had not been answered. When Master Seventh saw him off, he'd mentioned that she was in seclusion trying to reach a breakthrough. Because of that, Xu Qing didn't stay in Seven Blood Eyes for long. Soon, the dreadnought shot out of the city and headed toward the eastern part of South Phoenix. To the Xu Qing of the past, South Phoenix had been massive. In fact, it was so big that getting around it required using teleportation portals. But after everything he had experienced, he now realized why Master Seventh had described the continent of South Phoenix as an island. Compared to the massive, revered ancient mainland, it really was just a little island. Given the speed the dreadnought was capable of, it only took half a day before Xu Qing reached the old scavenger base camp. It was just as dirty and chaotic as before. Xu Qing didn't see many familiar faces. Scavengers, who walked a fine line between life and death, rarely had very long lifespans unless they got really lucky. Xu Qing looked down to take everything in. Then he went down to walk the streets of the now unfamiliar camp. He passed scavenger after scavenger. He walked past the buildings made from logs and mud. Any mortals who saw him wouldn't even remember seeing him. That was a function of his D132 nascent soul. It wasn't as easy to create amnesia effects in cultivators, but such effects worked easily in a scavenger base camp. Xu Qing walked along silently, heading in a specific direction. He wasn't aiming to visit his old residence. Instead, he went to that one particular street that he had left soaked in blood all those years ago. There had been a general store on that street back then. The store was still there, although there was a different proprietor. Across the street from that shop, a person in a black robe sat cross-legged under the eaves of a building. She seemed skinny, and though her facial features weren't visible, she had an evil ghost scythe slung over her shoulders. She was none other than Qing Qiu. There were a few scavenger corpses nearby. Clearly, they were foolish idiots who had provoked her. Not everyone in the world could think clearly. Perhaps because of Qing Qiu's presence, the street was very quiet. The proprietors of all the shops sat inside trembling and not saying a word. She had obviously been here for some time. Maybe it was because she had come looking for certain information, or because she'd been unable to believe everything she saw back in the county capital. Thus, she had come here to wait. In reality, it was possible that not even she knew what she was waiting for. And she kept waiting until this very day, when she heard footsteps approaching on the little street. Xu Qing walked up until he was standing next to her. She kept looking straight ahead. She didn't turn her head. Her hand tightened on her evil ghost scythe, and then it relaxed. She didn't say anything. Xu Qing followed her gaze and realized she was looking at the general store. He could almost see the scrawny, dirty little girl with the scar, busy at work there. 7 years had passed. 7 years ago, the two of them had met by chance. Both had experienced the opening of the eyes of the broken face of the god. Both had survived. 7 years later, they were here again. Xu Qing didn't say anything. Letter 1d6 2 letter 1d4 4e. Letter 1d6 2 4 letter 1d4 5 c letter 1d6 2e. Qing Q sat there quietly until her shoulders started trembling. Finally, he whispered, "It was here that you gave me a piece of candy. You said that when I felt down, I just had to eat it and I'd feel better. I think I have an idea what you're feeling right now. However, I want to let you know that I ate that piece of candy you gave me, and it eased the grief in my heart." He took out something wrapped in a piece of oil paper and put it on the ground in front of her. "That's a piece of candy I bought for you in 7 blood eyes." With that, he turned to leave. However, after only walking about 10 paces, he stopped and looked back. Voice somber, he said, "Also, remember to submit your report to the Secretariat Division when you get back." "Yes, sir," Qing Q replied instinctively. Only after the words left her mouth did she bow her head. Her hands tightened on her scythe. The faintest of smiles appeared on Xu Qing's mouth. Without another word, he left. After he was gone, the wind picked up, sending dead leaves swirling through the street. It rustled the oil paper and stirred Qing Q's heart and mind. Back when she saw Xu Qing's nascent souls on that altar, she had felt shaken to the core. The shocking scene was something she almost couldn't believe was real. For years, she had struggled and fought in the hopes of being able to go back to South Phoenix and look for one specific person. It was hard to believe that the very person she had been hopping to find had actually been by her side for 2 years. Not only that, but he was so amazing and powerful. She, who could never admit her own weaknesses, now had to acknowledge that she had fallen behind. It left her feeling dazed, confused. All of her hard work, all of her bitter struggles, had been in the hopes of going back and keeping safe that one person who was the most important person in her life. Years ago, he had stood in front of her and exchanged bamboo slips to keep her safe. She had struggled to return that favor. It was her goal, her dream. But now she realized that the person she wanted to keep safe didn't need her at all. Then she thought about everything that happened in the county capital. She thought about the 10 entrails tree. And she realized that, all along, he had been keeping her safe. And thus, she had come back to this scavenger base camp, filled with too many mixed emotions. As she sorted out those emotions, she started to hope that she would once again run into her big bro kid. And she had. Damnation. Qing Q gritted her teeth as she thought back to how she had instinctively responded to Xu Qing's final command. Fuming, she reached out to grab the candy in the oil paper. However, as soon as her fingers closed around it, they became incomparably gentle, as if she were holding a precious treasure. She carefully opened the paper to reveal a gleaming piece of rock candy. She didn't eat it, she just looked at it, and underneath her mask, she smiled. When the evil ghost Scythe noticed that, it started talking excitedly. "Ah Q, you have to seize this opportunity. It's a gift from a heavenly Tao. Going forward, make sure to always do exactly as the exalted Xu Qing says. If he asks you to do something, you do it. Don't even think about refusing. And that way, we'll eventually have the chance to end things in mutual destruction with a void returning expert, or even a god. That could actually happen. Heavens, if we could actually end things in mutual destruction with a god, then it would be the greatest glory imaginable." The evil ghost Scythe was so excited it was shivering, and its eyes glowed bright red. For once, Qing Q didn't tell the Scythe to shut up. In fact, a thoughtful look appeared in her eyes. Xu Qing had left the scavenger base camp and was walking through the forbidden region towards Sergeant Thunder's grave. Linger hadn't said anything the entire time. There were some things she wanted to say, but she could sense that Xu Qing's mood had dipped once inside the forbidden region. She gently rubbed her head against his cheek. Inside, she was thinking, that girl must have been one of Big Bro Xu Qing's friends from back in the day. She seemed to be in a really bad mood, but once she saw that candy, she felt better. What's the deal with that candy anyway? Maybe I should buy some. Then if big bro Xu Qing doesn't feel good, I can take it out and give it to him. As Linger was thinking that she had just learned something very useful, Xu Qing arrived at Sergeant Thunder's grave. The weeds had grown in, but the gravestone was the same as before. He sat down in front of it. He looked at the big tree, then the gravestone. It was already dusk, and mist was starting to build up in the area. He didn't care about that. He took out 2 jugs of alcohol, one of which he placed down in front of the grave. The other he raised in a toast. Sergeant Thunder, a few days ago I did something really momentous. Smiling, Xu Qing drank and told the story. He talked about the county capital, the Swordsages, the war, and Palace Lord Kong. Eldest brother said I've grown up. I guess he's right. It's been 7 years. Sergeant Thunder, you once told me that when enough time passes, you forget things. You said that you'd waited for long enough and that you didn't want to wait any longer. But how come, when I close my eyes sometimes, I just find myself wishing I could eat one of the dishes you're so good at cooking? After Peerless City vanished from existence, he had drifted about, homeless, encountering all sorts of bitterness. Eventually, he met the one person who had given him a home and some warmth. He would never forget that. He took a drink, then another. Evening turned into night. The mist turned into a fog. I miss you, Sergeant Thunder. Finally, Xu Qing sighed, kowtowed to the grave, and then got to his feet. Step by step, he walked deeper into the forbidden region. This was where he'd acquired the shadow. His plan was to bring the shadow back, have it absorb the mutagen of this forbidden region, and see if that could help it to achieve a breakthrough. After Xu Qing entered the forbidden region, the shadow started getting excited. As Xu Qing got deeper inside, that excitement grew. The shadow began to emit fluctuations of hope, and it spread out from Xu Qing's feet. Wherever it went, the trees would rock back and forth before turning into coffins with countless eyes on them. As a result of the shadow, the fog grew thicker, and pulses of greed began to float through it, as though there were malicious eyes in its depths, looking at Xu Qing and his shadow with avarice. Rustling sounds could be heard, as if entities in the depths were whispering quietly. Xu Qing eyed the surrounding fog, his eyes shining coldly. He kept walking. Eventually, he reached the temple complex from years before. As he passed it and entered the true depths of the forbidden region, the fog got even thicker. Eventually, he heard the singing. This was his second time hearing the singing in this forbidden region. Legend had it that if you heard it and survived, the forbidden region would give you a gift. The second time you heard it, you would see the person you most wanted to see. As the singing echoed out, everything turned colder. A frigid coldness filled the area. Xu Qing stopped walking and looked out into the fog. He heard footsteps. Chapter 544, Favor for the Phoenix's Family, Part 1. The forbidden region's silence turned into something very gruish with the arrival of the singing. The lyrical voice brought sinister coldness that froze the grass, turning each blade into an icy thorn and each tree into a statue. It seemed like it was part of the night, so instead of breaking the deep stillness, it actually made everything more still. Xu Qing stood in place listening, his heart racing as he thought back to what happened 7 years ago. This was his second time hearing the singing. 1. To the scavengers, the singing in the forbidden region was something terrifying. Generally speaking, anyone who heard it ended up dead. But something different happened back when Xu Qing heard it. He'd had no means to protect himself back then. All he could do was wait for death as the singing froze everything around him. As for right now, though he wasn't actually standing on the soil of Sealing County, he could still feel the county's destiny aura. With the blessing of that destiny aura, he didn't need to fear anything but the most horrifying grooves. And that wasn't even to mention the fact that he had backup in the form of a dreadnought and kinkin. Therefore, Xu Qing felt no fear when he heard the singing. Instead, his eyes shone with anticipation as the footsteps approached. He was waiting for that figure to appear. His shadow had spread out 300 meters in all directions, creating something like a special forbidden region around him. Within that area, all the grass had eyes on it, and the trees had become coffins. All of the countless eyes were open, and they joined Xu Qing in looking around. The shadow's grewish aura spread out, and it was filled with brutality, hunger, and also fear. If one could look down at the forbidden region from a very high vantage point, it would be covered with fog, with the exception of the 300 meters surrounding Xu Qing, which was absolutely clear. The singing grew clearer. The footsteps drew closer. Upon reaching the 300-meter border, the singing persisted, but the footsteps stopped. Just beyond that border, where the fog started, it was possible to see a pair of straw sandals, crimson as if stained with blood. Xu Qing did not remember seeing these sandals before. Above the sandals in the swirling mist was a figure that was similarly unfamiliar. It looked like a young woman, clad in a voluminous black robe that stretched behind her into the forbidden region. Her arrival caused the grass in the area to bend in her direction, and the trees bowed in worship. Mutagen roiled off of her, infusing the fog and causing it to ripple. Her eyes were especially unique. One was red, the other was white. The red eye contained innumerable deceased souls, while the white one had endless skeletons. The eyes took in both Xu Qing and his shadow. "Food," she said in a raspy voice that emanated, not just from her mouth, but from the fog, the plants, and the entire forbidden region. Within the 300-meter area, the shadow's eyes glowed with mysterious light as they locked onto the woman. At the same time, they flickered with even greater fear. "The Lady of Forbidden Region," the shadow said, projecting fluctuations directly into Xu Qing's mind. Xu Qing simply stood there, his eyes cold. Meanwhile, the black-robed woman was just about to step into the 300-meter area when she stopped and looked up into the sky. A moment later, she spoke again. "Leave." This time, the voice thrummed with a power of expulsion and rejection, and it rose up from the entire forbidden region as well. Xu Qing's expression was the same as ever. Clasping hands to the Lady of the Forbidden Region, he said, "Sorry to disturb you." The fog gathered around the woman, and the power of expulsion grew more intense. Within it was a faint sense of malice, as if it were looking for an opportunity. However, the pressure weighing down from above struck fear into her heart, and thus, the malicious intentions did not turn into malicious actions. As the Lady of the Forbidden Region faded from view, Xu Qing politely said, "Did you forget something, ma'am?" The figure in the fog was apparently pretending not to hear him. Looking like the perfect image of courtesy, Xu Qing continued, "When you hear the singing a second time, this forbidden region gives you a gift. You're supposed to be able to see the person you most want to see. This is my second time hearing the singing." The figure in the mist looked coldly at Xu Qing, but didn't respond. It turned and began to move in the opposite direction, disappearing into the fog. The frigid yin aura in the area grew more intense, and the sound of the song drifted about, giving further weight to the force of expulsion. Xu Qing's expression turned grim, and his eyes even colder. Abandoning his previous polite attitude, he said, "Dreadnought." The moment the words left his mouth, the 3,000-meter dreadnought descended, emanating a terrifying pressure. At the same time, Taoist Sima and the 1,000 sword sages all unleashed their auras, lending further weight to the pressure on the forbidden region. The forbidden region trembled, and the fog seethed. The woman that had been in the middle of leaving stopped in place, turned, and then thrummed with very dangerous fluctuations as she looked at Xu Qing with a vicious expression. "There's nothing unreasonable about my request," Xu Qing said. "Senior Kinkin." A caw erupted in the dome of heaven that could shred metal, as if Kinkin had been waiting for a long time for Xu Qing to call him into action. He seemed excited, and it brought a stiff breeze that was like a huge hand shoving down onto the forbidden region. Then Kinkin himself appeared. The ground quaked, and the fog rippled violently. The Lady of the Forbidden Region looked around with her eyes flashing. Her malice soared, and at the same time, shrill zither music echoed out from the depths of the Forbidden Region. The song of the zither filled the entire Forbidden Region, causing everything to vibrate. Zombies emerged from the trees, and vicious souls burrowed out from the plants and vegetation. All of them pulsed with killing intent aimed at Xu Qing. It was as if everything was transforming dramatically thanks to the zither music. It was as if the forbidden region had been previously covered by a veil, but now that veil was being pulled back to reveal the true features of the place. Many of the plants here were actually made from evil souls, and many of the trees were actually piles of corpses. There were also ordinary plants and trees, but they only took up about 40% of the place. 60% of the forbidden region abounded with zombies, which were all of the countless living beings that had died in this place over the years. Up above, Taoist Sima stepped out onto the deck of the dreadnought and looked down at the lady of the forbidden region. This forbidden region isn't very formidable. It's only about half mutated. Once it's fully mutated, it will become a peak forbidden region, at which point not even I could suppress it. I would need more power. But right now, we could attempt to seal it. Taoist Sima's words caused the zither music to grow even more piercing. At the same time, the surrounding zombies howled ferociously. The shadow, meanwhile, looked at Xu Qing, pulsing with fluctuations of longing. Xu Qing ignored those things. After clasping hands to Taoist Sima, he turned to the lady. Please allow me to see the person I wish to see. That is the rule which governs this forbidden region. As the zither music resounded, the lady of the forbidden region coldly said, "The honor of this forbidden region is inviolable." She lifted her hands, and the entire forbidden region woke. The forces of rejection and expulsion erupted. It looked like a war was about to break out. Face completely expressionless, Xu Qing lifted his hand and pointed toward the sky. Taboo treasure. Far away in the county capital, the taboo treasure thrummed, and golden light shot through the sky in the direction of South Phoenix. Marquis Yao, who was currently in the governor's mansion working on official business, noticed what was happening. Looking up, he smiled, then went back to work. Golden light appeared in the sky above the continent of South Phoenix, specifically over the forbidden region by the scavengers. It turned into a golden net that weighed down with terrifying pressure. The zither music stopped. Yet again, the lady of the forbidden region looked up, and this time her expression flickered slightly. As she glared at the golden net, ripples spread out in the surrounding fog. The zombies and evil souls stopped moving. A moment later, the lady of the forbidden region looked away. She waved her hand. And then, a stream of red mist emerged from her and converged off to the side. That mist was formed from her essence. Once it left her, she became a bit more difficult to see. The mist converged slowly, almost begrudgingly. Eventually, it became a pair of shoes. They were the same shoes Sergeant Thunder had been wearing when he died. Xu Qing's heart pounded as the mist pulsated, gradually turning into the image of Sergeant Thunder, who stood there looking at Xu Qing. His gaze was one of mixed relief and sorrow. Xu Qing's eyes were already slightly bloodshot. Sergeant Thunder. Sergeant Thunder smiled and nodded in Xu Qing's direction. Then, after looking around, he sighed, turned back into a mist that gradually dissipated into nothing. The shoes walked away and disappeared. Xu Qing didn't say anything. He was thinking about something Sergeant Thunder had said once. "Don't wait around this place. I saw the one I wanted to see, but now I feel empty." "Do I feel empty?" Xu Qing murmured as he looked at the fog. He was still waiting to see if any other figures would appear. Now that he had heard the singing twice, he was hopping to see other people. For instance, Grandmaster Bai, Master Sixth, and especially his father and mother. However, as time passed and Xu Qing waited, no more shoes appeared. Looking very lonely and feeling very bleak, he looked at the lady of the forbidden region. "Senior, is there any chance I could see some other people?" The lady glared back at him. Kinkin let loose a cry. The dreadnought pulsed. The taboo treasure net glittered. The lady said nothing. Eventually, Master Sixth appeared in the fog. He seemed confused, then looked thoughtful. Finally, he noticed Xu Qing. He smiled. Heart full of grief, Xu Qing clasped hands and bowed very deeply. Master Sixth smiled and returned the bow. Then he faded away into the fog. The fog began to retreat. "Senior, is there any possibility I could see Grandmaster Bai and my parents? I'd be happy to pay for it." Xu Qing spoke with complete politeness. However, the lady of the forbidden region ignored his courtesy. The zither music grew harsher, and the expression on the lady's face turned even icier. "Voice cold," she said. "Flame Phoenix has ordered that the forbidden regions in South Phoenix may not expand outward. However, any who encroach on the forbidden regions here will be crushed by the Phoenix." The surrounded zombies all howled in unison. The taboo treasure net, Kinkin, and Taoist, Sima all erupted with even greater pressure. However, in response, the brutal will of the forbidden region did the same. Forbidden regions could be suppressed or sealed, but their honor could not be infringed upon. Then Kinkin glowed with magenta light, and his center head flashed a look of arrogance and disdain. A red feather appeared in its mouth. 1. Xu Qing originally heard the singing in Chapter 16. Chapter 544, Favor for the Phoenix's Family, Part 2. The moment the feather appeared, the entire forbidden region trembled. The lady in the black robe looked up, stunned, before quickly bowing her head. The distant zither music became a low vibration. That was one of Flame Phoenix's feathers. In the continent of South Phoenix, Flame Phoenix wasn't just the emperor of Forbidden by the Phoenix. He was the emperor of the entire continent, and by extension, the emperor of all the forbidden regions. The fog returned, swirling and wriggling into a new shape. Strangely, no matter how the lady of the forbidden region tried, it wasn't possible to form all three figures in full. Xu Qing's father and mother became mere outlines before they collapsed. Grandmaster Bai was also an outline, but didn't become clear. He also dissipated. Xu Qing looked at the lady of the forbidden region. A moment passed. Kinkin cawed. Finally, the lady of the forbidden region spoke in a raspy voice. "There are 2 human souls that were sacrificed to the Father God. They cannot be summoned back. The other soul is not in revered ancient." The lady of the forbidden region suddenly backed away, merging into the fog. Then the fog retreated into the depths of the forbidden region, where it formed a sealing power that isolated itself from the outside. Apparently, she wasn't very pleased with how things had gone, and was now choosing to seal herself in seclusion. Along with her went the force of expulsion. Xu Qing stood there quietly. He was not surprised that he had been unable to see the image of his father and mother. Back in Peerless City, they had been sacrificed to the broken face of the god. But he was confused by the situation with Grandmaster Bai's soul. Not in revered ancient. Xu Qing frowned. Thinking back to Grandmaster Bai's death, he turned to look in the direction of the Violet Lands. His last stop on this visit to South Phoenix was to pay respects to Grandmaster Bai and also see his childhood companions who lived in the Violet Lands. Maybe I should ask Chen Feiyuan and Tingyu about all the details of Grandmaster Bai's death. 1. After a moment of thought, he turned to Taoist, Sima, and Kinkin. He clasped hands and bowed. "Seniors, I hope you don't mind waiting for me for a few days. I plan to have one of my spirit pets evolve here." Taoist Sima looked at the shadow beneath Xu Qing's feet. Nodding, he took the swordsages back to the dreadnought. Kinkin gave a caw, flapped his wings, and flew in the direction of the fog in the middle of the forbidden region. He was actually very interested in the lady there. The zither music twanged, and the fog roiled. Kinkin disappeared into the fog. Xu Qing wasn't quite sure what happened after that. However, given that Kinkin had one of Flame Phoenix's feathers, it seemed unlikely he would be in any trouble. Turning, he walked back in the general direction of his old laboratory. As the light of dawn appeared, he reached the spot where Squad Thunderbolt had battled the black-scaled wolves. Sitting down cross-legged, he quietly said, "This is the spot where I sealed you. Let this mark the boundary for you today. Don't go into the depths of the forbidden region. Don't go into the temple complex. But you can go everywhere else. Show me how much you can grow up." 2. His shadow immediately spread out 300 meters. Countless eyes opened and looked at Xu Qing. "Thanks, my lord." The shadow faded as it spread out even farther. It left Xu Qing and began moving around and finding plants that had been mutated by the Lady of the Forbidden Region. Seemingly inexhaustible amounts of mutagen flowed into the shadow. Chewing sounds echoed out. Plants and trees alike were nothing more than food for the shadow. It was the same with the mutant beasts. Howls echoed out, and the scavengers who heard them trembled and fled. After some thought, the shadow decided not to bother the scavengers. It wasn't sure how Xu Qing would react to that, so it stuck to devouring mutant beasts and mutagen. Gradually, its aura grew stronger. Slowly but surely, the plants and trees, instead of disappearing, transformed. The plants grew eyes, and the trees became coffins. It was the same with the mutant beasts. After the shadow devoured them, they would grow eyes and come back to life. It was almost as if the shadow was somehow taking over the forbidden region. Time passed. 3 days went by. By now, about 10% of the forbidden region pulsed with the aura of the shadow, and its appearance had changed. The shadow was stuffed and couldn't continue. Sweeping back toward where Xu Qing was seated cross-legged, it emanated cheerful fluctuations that indicated it was close to a breakthrough. Xu Qing opened his eyes, and they glittered coldly. Devouring 10% and then trying to force a breakthrough, that won't do any good. The pleased shadow shivered. Keep going, slowly but surely, get stronger. Hurry up and break through, Xu Qing said coldly. The shadow shivered and shrank in on itself. Then a 300-meter-tall tree appeared in front of Xu Qing. It had a thick trunk and an umbrella-like canopy. It pulsed with immense power and emanated an extraordinary aura. There were no leaves on the tree, just countless red eyes. However, the eyes didn't contain a hint of brutality, only obedience. That only made the tree seem more gruish, though. Linger stuck her head out of Xu Qing's sleeve. You've got this. Her words of encouragement caused the shadow to become even more excited. The tree branches swayed, releasing heaven-rending, earth-crushing, rumbling sounds. Next, the huge tree began to transform. It became an enormous coffin, also covered with eyes. Its aura became even more intense, and it also had a feeling of death in it. After that, the coffin transformed into a black vortex that emitted howling sounds. The shadow was now heading toward its third state. Xu Qing stared at the vortex with keen anticipation. The shadow had its uses occasionally, after all. Therefore, after Xu Qing came to understand how terrifyingly powerful the violet crystal really was, he wanted the shadow to get stronger. I wonder what its third form will be like. Rumbling echoed from within the vortex as it grew larger. It went from 300 meters to 3,000, and it floated high into the sky. It wasn't a vertical vortex. It was horizontal, like an enormous storm cloud that filled the sky. Black rain fell from it, except it wasn't made of raindrops, but rather of numerous shadows. Gradually, everything within that 3,000-meter area became pitch black, as if the entire area was completely isolated from the rest of the world. Seeing that, Xu Qing started to get a bit excited. Up above, Taoist Sima and the other sword sages looked on with raised eyebrows. Eventually, a huge face appeared within the vortex. The facial features were unfamiliar, but it was clearly howling in a way that made it seem like the voice was full of thunder. The face didn't remain in place for long. After a few breaths of time, it vanished back into the vortex, while at the same time, nascent soul fluctuations rolled out. The shadow's shape changed again. Instead of a vortex, it was like a 3,000-meter black canopy up in the sky. It was almost like a blotchy stain on the dome of heaven. Excited fluctuations rolled out. I'm so strong. Xu Qing let out a cold harumph. The fluctuations transformed into those of terror. I'm so weak. The shadow didn't wait for any instructions from Xu Qing and immediately revealed some of its new powers. The 3,000-meter canopy of heaven was suddenly dotted with stars. It was almost as if that 3,000-meter section wasn't just a blotchy stain in the sky, but rather its own starry sky. Astonishingly, those stars were all eyes, and when the eyes blinked, those stars glittered. My lord, I conceal, flee, transport. The shadow was excitedly trying to explain what it could do. Xu Qing frowned. From what he could tell, the shadow had transformed to look a bit more gruish, but other than that, didn't seem to have developed any new abilities. Sensing Xu Qing's displeasure, the 3,000-meter canopy of heaven sent out more fluctuations. Eyes possess seal. That's it, Xu Qing said, his eyes glittering coldly. Shivering, the shadow loudly said, "I can possess gods." Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. Standing, he looked at the 3,000-meter canopy of heaven. Eventually, the eyes in the canopy of heaven blinked a few times. Xu Qing replied in a cool tone, his face completely expressionless. "Get the hell back here." The shadow dropped down and returned trembling to Xu Qing. Meanwhile, Linger chuckled. "Little shadow is really trying hard, big bro Xu Qing." She looked at Xu Qing and blinked a few times. The shadow shivered and emanated fluctuations of thankfulness. It had never experienced anything like this before. After all, the only thing it got from Xu Qing was coldness. Considering all that coldness, getting just a teeny bit of warmth left it feeling very grateful toward Linger. Not sure how to respond, it twisted and turned in a variety of clever ways. Linger laughed. The laughter made the shadow even happier. But then it saw Xu Qing's expressionless face, and it shivered and didn't dare to look happy anymore. Xu Qing ignored the shadow as he flew up to the dreadnought. As soon as he landed on the deck, Taoist Sima gave him a look. His other war comrades smiled. Xu Qing also smiled. Thanking them, he then looked back into the depths of the forbidden region. Apparently noticing his gaze, Kinkin flew up out of the fog and let loose a contented caw. Even now, no one knew what he had been doing in the fog. Curious, Xu Qing scanned the forbidden region, but the fog obscured everything. Kinkin seemed fine, though, so Xu Qing didn't put any more thought into it. Before long, the dreadnought was speeding toward the Violet Lands. That was going to be Xu Qing's next stop. After what happened in the forbidden region, he wanted to look more deeply into what happened leading up to Grandmaster Bai's death. Last time he'd been there, he had only been concerned about exacting vengeance and hadn't looked much into the overall circumstances. Based on what the lady of the forbidden region had said, Xu Qing got the feeling that there were more mysteries to be unraveled. 1. We last saw Chen Feiyuan in Chapter 210. That arc started in Chapter 207, where we also saw Tingyu again after many chapters. Other chapters featuring them include 18, 21, and 29. This is probably a good point to remind everyone that Grandmaster Bai's surname is not the same surname as Bai Xiaochun from Awe. Grandmaster Bai's surname, which could also be pronounced Bo, is Chinese letter while Bai Xiaochun's is Chinese letter. If you look closely, you can see that Grandmaster Bai's surname actually contains the character Chinese letter. So if there was some situation where Grandmaster Bai was somehow connected to Bai Xiaochun, it wouldn't be super surprising. That said, there is no inherent reason to connect the two. That's not to mention that there have been other characters surnamed Bai in Gen's novels. 2. Xu Qing got the shadow in the fight with the black-scaled wolves in Chapter 13. Chapter 545, Assassination Before a Grave, Part 1. The Violet Lands were special to humans in the continent of South Phoenix. To the scavengers and mortals, they represented imperial authority. They were a symbol of nobility. Anyone who came from the Violet Lands was automatically important. Their style of clothing conveyed eternal luxury, and they gave people something to look forward to. Most people would dream their whole lives of being able to reside there. Sadly, it would be easier to find a phoenix feather or a Kilin horn than to find someone capable of making that move. The reason for all of that was that the Violet Lands were the last true kingdom of humans in South Phoenix. The sovereign kingdom of Violet and Cyan, which bore the same name as an even greater kingdom from the revered ancient mainland, had long since been toppled. However, 8 major clans from that kingdom still lived on. They represented the true local power of humans. Their court politics affected the entire continent, and because of their long relationship with Flame Phoenix, they benefited from his protection. For generations, they had refused to leave South Phoenix, and they were people no one dared to provoke. In their view, all the other forces in South Phoenix, from Seven Blood Eyes to the Church of Departure, and even the mysterious Words of Truth, were, in the final analysis, outsiders. Isolationist, old-fashioned, haughty, those were the words most commonly used to describe the Violet Lands. But on this bright morning, the mortals in the Violet Lands saw something completely unimaginable. All 8 clans had mobilized. The direct bloodline clan members dressed in their finest, and had gathered in ranks at the east gate of the Violet Lands, capital city. All of them had very respectful expressions on their faces. The 8 clan chiefs stood up front with similarly respectful bearings. Flanking them were the elders of the various clans. All of them were looking east toward the horizon. There were some elderly folks atop the city wall who had once borne the magical treasure legacies of their people, but who had since passed those legacies on to their successors. Now, their cultivation bases were in decline, and they couldn't even walk without assistance. But they were there, looking toward the horizon as well. No one spoke. Considering how important social hierarchy was in the Violet Lands, this was something rarely seen. There was nothing in South Phoenix that could cause the isolationist clans to present themselves so solemnly. Clearly, they were waiting to receive someone. Because of that, the mortals in the Violet Lands were all speculating about what was going on. Among the forces of the 8 clans gathered outside the East Gate were 2 people who stood near the clan chiefs. Given their low seniority in the clan, they normally wouldn't be allowed to stand in that position. But on this day, they had been required to stand there. Many people were glancing their way, including some of the clan chiefs. One was a man, the other was a woman. He was handsome, but his expression was dour. She was beautiful, her expression a mixture of nervousness, anticipation, and also disbelief. They were none other than Chen Feiyuan and Tingyu. The events in Xianxia County the previous month had been shocking to everyone. And of course, news had spread to the continent of South Phoenix. It was no surprise that the 8 clans of the Violet Lands had looked into the matter. Everyone knew that someone named Xu Qing had been appointed as the Secretary General, which was a very high position. And after the attempted coup in the county capital, he had become even more important. It didn't take long before they found out that Xu Qing, like them, was from South Phoenix. Thus, when they were notified that Xu Qing was coming to the Violet Lands, the 8 clans took it very seriously. That was why they had gathered to receive him. They were old-fashioned and isolationist, but they knew who they were dealing with. If this visitor was someone from South Phoenix, they could afford to treat him haughtily. But they wouldn't dare to treat Xianxia County that way. As Tingyu wrestled with her nervousness, she quietly asked, "Feiyuan, do you think Xu Qing is the same as he was before?" Grandmaster Bai's death had been a very harsh blow to Tingyu. As she had grown, her personality changed. She became weaker. If it weren't for Chen Feiyuan protecting her, she would have been nothing more than a tool to be married off by her clan. "Tingyu," Chen Feiyuan said, "forget about all that stuff when we were kids." When he spoke, he sounded grim and forbidding. However, that wasn't on purpose. He lived in a clan where power struggles affected everything, and everyone was trying to outwit everyone else. He had long since adapted to that environment. If Xu Qing is the same as before, that would be great, but it wouldn't be surprising at all to find that he's changed. Also, the fact that he announced his visit indicates that there's an important reason he chose to come here. Tingyu nodded and said nothing further. An hour later, a mighty caw echoed from the horizon, spreading in all directions and causing the clouds to seethe. Kinkin's massive frame filled the sky, casting a shadow over the Violet Lands. Along with him came the dreadnought, screaming through the air. They brought a stiff wind that caused the clothing of the Violet Lands cultivators to flap wildly. Expressions somber, they looked up into the sky. Xu Qing and Taoist Sima emerged from the dreadnought and landed in front of the East Gate. The cultivators from the 8 clans all clasped hands and bowed. "Well met, Secretary General Xu, Honor Guard Sima." Bells tolled in the Violet Lands. They rang 21 times, echoing out somberly in all directions. Xu Qing was as polite as he always was. He returned the greeting according to etiquette, then exchanged some more formalities. After that, he looked at Chen Feiyuan and Tingyu. Smiling, he said, "Elder brother Feiyuan, elder sister Tingyu." Tingyu became visibly excited. Chen Feiyuan, on the other hand, remained expressionless, though his eyes flitted back and forth vigilantly. Xu Qing noticed that and wondered what it meant. Meanwhile, the 8 clans enthusiastically invited him into the city. They had planned a lavish banquet to welcome him, but he politely declined, and instead indicated he wanted to pay respects to Grandmaster Bai. The clan chiefs all knew about Xu Qing's relationship with Grandmaster Bai and could also tell that he was interested in catching up with his old friends. Naturally, they accommodated his wishes. The chief of the Bai clan carefully avoided mentioning that Grandmaster Bai was buried in a public cemetery. Meanwhile, the chief of the Chen clan smiled and said, "In that case, we won't bother you, Secretary General Xu. My dear son Fei Yuan can keep you company and also be responsible for your safety." Xu Qing looked at the clan chief and nodded. Then he clasped hands to the representatives of the 8 clans. After all of them left, he was alone with Chen Fei Yuan and Tingyu. Once they were alone, Tingyu couldn't hold back any longer, and she hurried up to Xu Qing. In her memories, Xu Qing was a dirty little kid who had eavesdropped on alchemy lessons outside the tent in the scavenger base camp. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. She hadn't seen him since the day they parted in that base camp. Back when Grandmaster Bai passed away, Xu Qing had come to the Violet Lands, but she'd only glimpsed him in passing, and he had also been in disguise. Only later on did Chen Fei Yuan tell her about Xu Qing avenging their teacher's death. 1. Little junior brother, she said, her eyes red with tears. Elder sister Tingyu. Xu Qing was also feeling emotional. Although he wasn't as close to Chen Fei Yuan and Tingyu as he was to the captain, the innocence of their childhood relationship was something he would never forget. Though they hadn't spent much time together, those memories were something he cherished. As he sighed with emotion, he looked at Chen Fei Yuan and noted that his cultivation base was only in foundation establishment. However, his aura was very gruish, and it seemed like he had a massive tempest within him. It made Xu Qing think back to when he had used the 7 blood eyes to boo treasure and had seen something inside of Chen Fei Yuan. 2. People with the blood of Violet and Cyan could live symbiotically with magical treasures. It was a power the 8 clans had seized, and then eventually turned into an innate ability. Looking at Chen Fei Yuan, Xu Qing said, "Elder brother Fei Yuan, inside of you is that." "Well met, Secretary General Xu," Chen Fei Yuan interrupted, clasping his hands formally. Xu Qing stopped speaking. Given Chen Fei Yuan's facial expression and his behavior at the East Gate, Xu Qing could guess that something was going on. He turned to Taoist Sima. Taoist Sima maintained silence for a few breaths of time. Then he quietly said, "Marquis Yao arranged all of this personally. We shouldn't run into any complications." Letter 1D456, letter 1D626, letter 1D440, letter 1D5C7T. Xu Qing stood there in silence. The trip to the Violet Lands had been announced ahead of time. But when Xu Qing arrived and saw all 8 clans present, he had started to suspect something was going on. Combine that with the way Chen Fei Yuan looked around vigilantly earlier, it caused everything to click into place. Marquis Yao had probably arranged all of this as a fishing expedition. It was like how, years ago, Master Seventh had sent him out, then followed along secretly, hoping that people who coveted Xu Qing's life lamp would reveal themselves. Right now, while Xianxia County was stable again, there were surely still villains in hiding. 3. There were definitely species with hidden agendas that didn't want Xianxia County to be stable. Perhaps there were torchlight agents out there, or other rebels who hadn't been rooted out during the attempted coup. Even 7th Prince would have to be on the watch for such people. Given how important Xu Qing was right now, if he perished, it would be a huge blow to the stability of Xianxia County. Despite that, it didn't make sense to pour endless resources into mounting defenses against such people. Therefore, Marquis Yao wanted to purge as many of them as possible at the same time, and Xu Qing's trip had thus become a focal point. Xu Qing looked expressionlessly in the direction of the county capital. He said nothing further. Off to the side, Chen Fei Yuan's expression eased after hearing Taoist Sima's words. He had previously assumed this trip was all Xu Qing's doing, and that he had been using their teacher's grave as a tool in some sort of game. That was why he had reacted with antipathy. 1. Tingyu kept looking over her shoulder at Xu Qing when they parted in Chapter 29. She saw him in disguise in Chapter 207. 2. Xu Qing used the taboo treasure in Chapter 383. 3. Master Seventh mentioned the fishing expedition in chapter 300, though the journey didn't begin until 301. Chapter 545, Assassination Before a Grave, Part 2. Tingyu didn't have the heart of a schemer like Chen Feiyuan or Xu Qing. Therefore, she didn't realize there had been a misunderstanding, nor did she even consider that only a few words could resolve that misunderstanding. However, she could sense that Chen Feiyuan seemed somewhat irritated. Grabbing Chen Feiyuan and then grabbing Xu Qing, she pulled them closer together. Smiling, she said, "Chen Feiyuan, don't think that just because you've grown up you can ignore your elder sister's words. And Xu Qing, don't be put off by Chen Feiyuan's icy exterior. He actually paid very close attention to everything you did in the county capital. You see, the more he grows up, the less he likes revealing what he really thinks." Chen Feiyuan cleared his throat. Xu Qing grinned. The three of them looked at each other, and for a moment it was like they were all back in that tent in the scavenger base camp, sitting together and listening to Grandmaster Bai's lectures. A moment passed, and they continued on their way to the public cemetery. Taoist Sima followed behind, keeping his distance. As he looked at the three youngsters, he sighed inwardly and thought of his own junior brother. I should go remind him again not to covet the bloodlines of others. It will only lead to disaster. It was currently noon. Though it was in the middle of winter, the sky was clear, with only a few wispy clouds floating along. The wind wasn't very cold, and the sun shone down on Xu Qing, Chen Feiyuan, and Tingyu, keeping them warm as they walked to the cemetery. Martial law had been imposed thanks to Xu Qing's visit. What was more, there were guards from the 8 clans nearby, ready to follow orders from Chen Feiyuan if necessary. There were plenty of flowers and incense at Grandmaster Bai's grave. Whether it was Chen Feiyuan and Tingyu, or other people who had been helped by Grandmaster Bai through the years, there were always people coming to pay respects. Xu Qing looked at the grave and thought back to Grandmaster Bai. Tingyu handed him some incense, and he lit it, knelt in front of the grave, and kowtowed. Parents impart the soul to a child. A teacher prepares them for life. Because of that, teachers and parents surpass the importance of heaven. Whether it was Master Seventh or Grandmaster Bai, it was the same. Xu Qing had understood that truth from a young age. Although he lived in a chaotic world, anyone who imparted knowledge to him was someone he would cherish forever. However, as Xu Qing kowtowed, those wispy clouds floating in the sky suddenly stirred into motion. There was no explosion of killing intent. There was no icy will. The clouds just formed into a hand that shot down toward Xu Qing in front of the grave. It moved so quickly, and happened so unexpectedly, that it seemed clear this was an ambush designed to be difficult to defend against. What was more, void-returning power erupted in the hand, causing it to pulse with a sensation of extermination. 9 figures suddenly appeared. The first 8 were the clan chiefs who had previously departed. All of them pulsed with spirit trove fluctuations. The 9th person was an old man with white hair who had a void-returning aura. Together, they shot toward the descending hand. That old man was publicly accepted as the patriarch of all 8 clans, and he was the only void-returning cultivator in the Violet Lands. When the 2 forces collided, the hand was sent flying backward. Eyes shining, the Violet Lands patriarch raced in pursuit. The 8 clan chiefs then flew out to make sure Xu Qing wasn't harmed by any residual shockwaves from the hand. Just like that, the situation was resolved. The entire time, Xu Qing didn't react at all. He just kept kowtowing. Tingyu was visibly shaken. As for Chen Feiyuan, his face remained expressionless. Because he was in charge of Xu Qing's safety, he had immediately requested help from the Violet Lands leadership when he sensed something was going wrong. However, just as Xu Qing's forehead touched the ground, streams of smoke suddenly rose up all around him. Numerous smoke whites took form and rushed toward Xu Qing. There were hundreds of them, all with extraordinary cultivation bases. Being skilled at assassination, they closed in quickly. However, before they could get close, the surrounding air rippled, and a huge ceiling mark appeared, pulsing with terrifying power. It was the combined power of the 8 clans' magical treasures. Though it wasn't quite at the level of a taboo treasure, It was about as powerful as a magical treasure could be. All it took was for Chen Feiyuan to crush a jade slip he held in his hand, and the magical treasure appeared. Everything trembled. Xu Qing wasn't hurt at all, but the smoke whites screamed as they were ripped apart. Things weren't over yet, though. Almost as soon as the magical treasure sealing mark appeared, the third wave of assassins arrived. They didn't attack from the sky or land, but rather from within the wind. As the wind blew from all directions, over 1,000 figures appeared. They seemed to be smoke whites, except their auras were different from smoke whites. Clearly, they were just in disguise and were from some other unknown species. When they appeared, the dreadnought shot onto the scene. 1,000 swordsages emerged and arrayed themselves around the cemetery with deadly force. Meanwhile, a black lightning bolt shot through the sky, opening up a rift out of which 3 figures emerged. All 3 were void returning experts. One was in the 2nd stage, the other was in the 3rd stage. All were in disguise as smoke whites. The moment they appeared, the cloud seethed as a caw from Kinkin turned into an attack that targeted all 3 of them. As explosions filled the air, a 4th figure emerged from the rift. It became a bright beam of light that shot right toward Xu Qing. As the 4th figure neared, Taoist Sima's eyes glittered with cold light. Stepping forward, he flicked his sleeve, flew up into the air, and started fighting. As fighting played out in the sky and on the land, a nearby clan member shivered, and then exhaled sharply. The breath transformed into 2 imps made of mist that rushed toward Xu Qing. They were so close to Xu Qing that they made an immediate threat. In the blink of an eye, they were closing in. That was when a hand reached out of thin air and grabbed both of them. The hand clenched, and the imps screamed as they shattered into bits of mist. Then the hand continued outward as a person emerged. Xu Qing recognized this person. It was the old deputy palace lord of the Justice Palace, who was now the official palace lord. He nodded at Xu Qing, then pursued the fleeing bits of mist. At the same time, a massive magical symbol of teleportation appeared next to the rift in the sky. It flickered to life, and 8 people stepped out. Shockingly, they were led by Palace Lord Li Yunshan. Next to him was the Palace Lord of the Administration Palace, plus the other 3 honor guards. They immediately shot into the rift, after which rumbling booms rang out. Tingyu was completely stunned by what was happening. She opened her mouth to speak, but Chen Feiyuan reached out, grabbed her, and pulled her to safety. Xu Qing stopped kowtowing and looked up into the sky. There, golden light flickered as the county capital's taboo treasure net formed. It spread out to fill the canopy of heaven. In the middle of that net, a face appeared. It was none other than Marquis Yao. Countless minor worlds swirled around him, like glittering stars. With the blessing of the taboo treasure net and the destiny aura of the county capital, those minor worlds coalesced into a single major world. It then swept toward the rift formed from the black lightning. 4th stage void returning. Even as Xu Qing's eyes narrowed, the smoke coming off of the incense in front of the grave turned into a finger that shot toward Xu Qing. An aura of fatal killing spread out, locking onto Xu Qing's soul. If that finger attack landed, Xu Qing's soul would collapse. However, the moment the finger appeared, the air next to it rippled, and another person emerged to stand protectively in front of Xu Qing. "Icom. Begone." The fluctuations in the voice were terrifying, but they didn't harm the grave itself. They were all focused on that finger of smoke. The smoke collapsed. It only took a moment for Xu Qing to realize who this newcomer was. He was the Grand Elder from the Swordsage Court in Emperor Receiving Prefecture. He was Grandmaster Bai's master. After a moment, he turned to look at Xu Qing. Then he looked at Tingyu and Chen Feiyuan. He nodded. "Xu Qing, continue paying your respects." After clasping hands to the Grand Elder, Xu Qing looked back at Grandmaster Bai's gravestone. Once again, he began kowtowing earnestly. "Sorry to disturb your sleep." "Teacher," Xu Qing murmured. He could guess at what Marquis Yao was trying to accomplish here, though Xu Qing himself had not been aware of the plan. And he also knew why Marquis Yao didn't mention anything ahead of time. The Marquis had obviously been aware that Xu Qing wouldn't agree to lay a trap like this right in front of his teacher's grave. Or perhaps this wasn't their chosen location for the fight to play out. Xu Qing continued to kowtow. 1 kowtow, 2 kowtows, 3 kowtows. Marquis Yao had obviously prepared thoroughly for this situation. He also had the cooperation of the Violet Lands. As a result, the well over 1,000 would-be assassins were either being killed or captured. The fight didn't last long. Once the attackers realized a trap had been laid, they tried to flee. After Marquis Yao's major world entered the rift, the place rained blood. The assassination attempt was already almost over. Although some fighting was still playing out, it had already moved out of the Violet Lands. Everything grew quiet. The assassination attempt by the secret resistance forces in Xianxia County had been thwarted. Perhaps they didn't attack with full force, or perhaps they didn't prepare well enough. Either way, their haste, coupled with their selection of the wrong battlefield, and perhaps other factors they couldn't have predicted, led to this conclusion. Because of everything, Xu Qing felt like he had just been part of a show. Or maybe Marquis Yao wasn't on a fishing expedition. Maybe he got some information about what was going to happen and decided to tighten the noose. Xu Qing thought about it for a moment. The Grand Elder from the Swordsage Court noticed Xu Qing's facial expression. "Don't be irritated at Marquis Yao," he said. "He paid a heavy price for this. Tapping into the county's taboo treasure and destiny aura, plus the forced convergence of his major world, is going to cost him longevity. Now that he's the governor, his connections with the various non-humans are going to be the foundation of his success in Xianxia County. He has a totally different style than the old governor. Some species required to give blood tribute did it in the form of intelligence reports. Marquis Yao wants to stabilize the county and intimidate those around us. He can't afford to show any cowardice, and thus chose to make an impression. The reality is that Xianxia County doesn't actually have a fourth-stage expert, which led to this current situation." The Grand Elder looked deeply at Xu Qing. "Furthermore, he took a weakness of yours and managed to erase it in the eyes of the enemy. If they think you're willing to lay a trap like this right in front of your teacher's grave, then they'll believe that mundane emotional connections are meaningless to you. Going forward, no one will try to use such things against you. Of course, this is all just my opinion." Xu Qing didn't reply. He knew the situation in Xianxia County, and he could guess Marquis Yao's intentions. As Xu Qing looked in the direction of where the fighting was still playing out, Chen Feiyuan approached. "Our Violet Lands forces have captured many enemies, some we need to keep for interrogation. What do we do with the others?" Calming his heart and mind, Xu Qing said, "Kill them." Chapter 546, Day of Fate Heaven Fiend, 13th Nascent Soul, Part 1. Xu Qing had always been indifferent toward enemies. Chen Feiyuan nodded. Looking at Xu Qing, he sighed inwardly. After his teacher passed away, Chen Feiyuan had lost any measure of protection he had. To survive the clan infighting that was typical in the Violet Lands, he had mastered the ability to be ruthless and unfeeling. But Xu Qing had already mastered that when he was a kid. It's an instinct by now. Chen Feiyuan had only come to understand that part of Xu Qing when he himself became embroiled in clan power struggles. Chen Feiyuan's understanding of Xu Qing was informed by many things, such as his actions as the kid in the scavenger base camp, the bloodbath with the camp owner, or how Xu Qing slaughtered his way through 7 blood eyes. Chen Feiyuan had observed how Xu Qing handled himself and had been determined to learn from him. There wasn't any need for further discussion. Chen Feiyuan took out a transmission jade slip and gave the orders to slaughter the prisoners. Xu Qing didn't pay attention to the details. He didn't stay for long in the Violet Lands. He spent 3 days catching up with Chen Feiyuan and Tingyu. Then the 8 clans gathered again to see him off. When it came time to part, Tingyu wept. Her frailty had become much more apparent after their teacher's death, and that was especially true when it came time to part with people she cared about. The pain she felt was obvious. Xu Qing could tell that she was no longer the curious and exuberant girl she'd been when they were kids. But as she grew, The camaraderie they'd experienced as fellow disciples was a source of warmth inside of her, which insulated her against the coldness of the violet lands and the dog-eat-dog world she was forced to live in. That's just how life is sometimes. White hair eventually covers the past. The colder the world is, the more likely that emotions other than love will build up in the heart. And sometimes, those emotions don't need long periods of time to develop. With some struggle, Tingyu managed to control herself. She didn't cry in front of Xu Qing. It was only after he was gone that she fell onto Chen Feiyuan's shoulder and wept. Chen Feiyuan looked at the elder sister he had grown up with. He could feel her heartache. "Elder sister," he said softly, "do you remember what teacher told us? The world is a tavern for living beings, and the timescape is an old guest." Tingyu looked up and softly continued, "As long as we don't die, we'll meet again." The exact same words could be heard on the dreadnought as Xu Qing murmured them. The wind stirred his clothes and lifted his hair as the dreadnought started moving. He was thinking about what Grandmaster Bai looked like when he uttered those words. 1. On his final day in the Violet Lands, he had asked Chen Feiyuan and Tingyu for all the details of what happened before Grandmaster Bai died. For example, he'd asked if Grandmaster Bai had any other friends similar to Master Seventh. He inquired about any unusual circumstances leading up to the murder, and whether or not Grandmaster Bai said anything noteworthy. Chen Feiyuan had little to add, but Tingyu had a good memory and was able to describe that time period in detail. However, she didn't mention anything that Xu Qing found relevant, except she mentioned that their teacher had the habit of looking into the sky. It wasn't something he had always done. He only developed the habit in the year before his murder. Xu Qing looked up quietly into the sky. Beyond revered ancient. He thought about it for a moment. In the end, he couldn't come up with an answer to what happened to Grandmaster Bai. He could only bury the matter in his heart. After leaving the Violet Lands, Xu Qing took a trip to Forbidden by the Phoenix. He wanted to determine once and for all who Huang Yan really was. Upon arriving at the fog-filled Forbidden by the Phoenix, Kinkin let loose a loud caw. However, Flame Phoenix didn't react. Xu Qing studied the place for a time, then chose to leave. However, just before passing the border of Forbidden by the Phoenix, he got a voice message from second elder sister. "Little junior brother, I'm in Forbidden by the Phoenix. Guess what? I'm pregnant. However, because of that, I'm having trouble with my next cultivation breakthrough. It's so annoying. And it's all the fault of that big fat fatty, Huang Yan. So annoying. Anyway, Huang Yan is helping me figure everything out, which means we can't go out and see you. By the way, Huang Yan wants me to tell you that his offer from before is still valid. If you're feeling down, just come back to South Phoenix." After listening to the message, Xu Qing turned to Kinkin. Kinkin cawed. His expression was one of excitement and curiosity. He could clearly sense that something unusual was going on in Forbidden by the Phoenix. Is Huang Yan really Flame Phoenix? Thought Xu Qing. All the clues indicate that the answer was yes. But when Xu Qing thought back to everything he'd done with Huang Yan, it seemed completely preposterous. In the end, all he could do was sigh and return to the dreadnought. With that, he left South Phoenix and crossed the Forbidden Sea. Soon, he could see Emperor Receiving Prefecture in the distance. He didn't spend much time in the 8-sect coalition. After a few days, Master Seventh took a contingent of disciples from Seven Blood Eyes and the Dark Serenity sect, then teleported back to the county capital along with Xu Qing. Plumdark wasn't with them. She'd gone ahead to select a suitable site for the new sect and begin the construction work. The president of the coalition saw them away with a smile. However, there was also something wistful in his expression. The 8-sect coalition still had 8 sects. There was no change in that regard. The new Green Dark sect would be an independent organization. As it expanded and grew in the future, it would surely outpace the 8-sect coalition. Master Seventh was the lieutenant governor, and one of the characters from Xu Qing's name was in the name of the sect. Given that, everyone in the county knew that, though the sect was currently small and weak, given enough time, it would become a superpower. Thus ended Xu Qing's travels. He had visited many places and accomplished many things. He also felt like he was thinking much more clearly now. On the 4th day back in the county capital, he finished his 13th nascent soul using the Hellspirit Bloodwing lamp. The left wing boosted speed, and the right wing augmented attack power. The moment the right wing formed, a sensation of killing and death erupted from the nascent soul. It was far stronger than any of his other life lamps. After sensing how formidable it was, Xu Qing thought for a moment, then took out a jade slip. Master 7th had given it to him on their way back. It contained a nascent soul technique that Master 7th had created just for Xu Qing. The Deifate Heaven Fiend art. Similar to the Gruglum Dea-seizing art, Master 7th had designed it according to Xu Qing's personality, temperament, and current capabilities. In other words, it was a one-of-a-kind technique. When Xu Qing thought about how proud Master 7th was of the technique he had crafted, he felt warmth in his heart. It was only recently that he had come to realize that creating an entire technique was extremely difficult. It required a lot of practice, and also plenty of special materials. And Master 7th had done that all for him. Xu Qing studied the jade slip and committed the technique to heart. Cultivators from all species in the revered ancient mainland would experience a big shift in cultivation style when they reached nascent soul. It required heaven fate. Heaven fate was something that only came into play starting with nascent soul cultivators. It was different from destiny aura. Specifically, heaven fate was built on a foundation of power from the natural and magical laws of heaven and earth. It could be likened to the musical notes that make up a piece of music, the strokes used to write characters, or the bricks used to construct a building. One of its uses was to nourish and grow the nascent souls. But also it could be stockpiled inside the nascent souls, and then, during one of the 5 tribulations, could be used to form a secret trove. The amount of heaven fate you possessed determined your success rate in forming a secret trove. It also formed the foundation of the secret trove. What was more, if you had enough heaven fate, then after you formed a secret trove, any remainder could be added into the secret trove to create natural and magical laws, thus preparing it for the birth of a heavenly Tao. Clearly, heaven fate was an absolutely essential aspect to cultivation in the nascent soul level. The way to get more heaven fate was to experience heavenly tribulations. Normally speaking, the first heavenly tribulation wasn't unusually powerful, but every tribulation after that became increasingly terrifying. It was said that the 4th tribulation was one of complete extermination, and it wasn't uncommon for people to fail that tribulation. People who had life lamps had a bit of an advantage. If they failed that tribulation, they wouldn't lose the nascent souls in the lamps, but they would lose the life lamps. Ordinary nascent souls would be severely damaged, and the cultivator would have to pay a huge price to fix them. In some cases, the nascent soul would even be destroyed permanently. Because of all that, there were many people who didn't dare to face the tribulations of the nascent soul level. They were willing to just stop at that point. Though it seemed like spirit trove cultivators weren't very rare, one reason for that was the vast size of the revered ancient mainland and its immense population. Every single one of those spirit trove cultivators had experienced the life-or-death test of heavenly tribulations. Of course, it went without saying that immense amounts of research had been done regarding the nascent soul, heaven fate tribulation, and there were obviously sundry methods used to pass them. Some were very effective, but also extremely expensive. Others were less ideal, had harsh requirements, and were essentially theories. The best chance to pass tribulations was to use one of the secret methods kept by the major sects, or to cultivate an imperial-class technique. Not only would that enable a person to have a much higher chance of success, but also it would allow them to get more heaven fate. Of course, many species had even more precious techniques for tribulations. Such techniques would enable the user to pass the tribulation unharmed. However, they had very strict cultivation requirements and couldn't be cultivated without the use of various precious materials of heaven and earth. Techniques like that were not widespread. Letter 1D456, letter 1D626, letter 1D4B8, letter 1D630, letter 1D45A. What was more, since most species had hierarchical societies, those techniques were usually reserved for the nobility. Regardless, cultivators needed to actually form their nascent souls before thinking about the tribulations. Whether they formed nascent souls from the spirit power of heaven and earth, by devouring the nascent souls of other people, or by consuming precious materials and medicinal pills, the ultimate goal was to have nascent souls that could pass the tribulations and absorb a lot of heaven fate. In addition to that, special techniques were required. The Day of Fate Heaven Fiend art that Master Seventh had designed for Xu Qing was a domineering technique that conformed to the traditions and style of the Seventh Peak. It was essentially a continuation of the Gruglum Dea seizing art, as it focused on devouring. Of course, it didn't devour gold cores from heavenly palaces, but rather heaven fate from nascent souls. With it, Xu Qing could take the heaven fate that other people had accumulated after passing their tribulations and make it his own. Heaven fate was the best nourishment a nascent soul could get, and thus, this technique didn't require precious materials. It just required slaughter. It was because the technique focused on heaven fate that it had Dea fate in the name. An odd expression could be seen on Xu Qing's face when he saw the name. As best he could tell, Master Seventh had added Dao to the name just to make it sound good. It probably would have been better to call it the Plunder Fate technique. 2. The Heaven Fiend part of the name was also important. There was a second aspect to the technique. The person who cultivated it could break down the nascent souls they devoured. Some of the heaven fate that resulted would be turned into nourishment, but some of it could be used to create an illusory clone called a Heaven Fiend clone. Heaven Fiend clones looked like ordinary doppelgangers, but weren't. For one, they could be produced en masse. They would adhere to the original form like souls and could be sent into battle to protect their true form. However, the best use of the Heaven Fiend clones was to pass tribulations, because heavenly tribulations just got more and more terrifying, and the price to pay for failing was the loss of nascent souls. Meanwhile, the main goal was to gather heaven fate. Therefore, passing such tribulations was essentially a formality. Having a Heaven Fiend clone pass the tribulation instead was the same thing. If a Heaven Fiend clone was destroyed, there would be a second to take its place, then a third. As long as one of them succeeded, then the Heaven Fate power could be gathered using the Day of Fate aspect of the technique. That was how the Seventh Peak operated, and that was how Master Seventh operated. Eyes shining, Xu Qing took out 3 medicinal pill bottles. 1. Grandmaster Bai uttered those words in Chapter 29. 2. There's some wordplay in Chinese that doesn't exactly translate well, as the character Dao has the exact same pronunciation as another character which basically means steel. There's an additional line clarifying the use of the steel character. Depending on what other characters you add to steel, it can have different meanings. It could mean to pilfer, in other words, to secretly steal something, or it could mean to plunder, in other words, to rob with force. So in Chinese, he clarifies that the steel character as applicable to this passage is the one from plunder, not pilfer. Chapter 546, Day of Fate Heaven Fiend, 13th Nascent Soul. Part 2. In the beginning, cultivating the Day of Fate Heaven Fiend art was similar to cultivating the Gruglum Dea seizing art. The latter had required the actual heart of a Gruglum to function as the foundation. With the former, the requirement was a nascent soul from another cultivator, one that had passed a heavenly tribulation and already had some heaven fate. That was the foundation of the Day of Fate Heaven Fiend art. And thus came the 3 pill bottles. The first bottle contained the headless corpse of a Gruglum nascent soul cultivator. Master Seventh had spent a lot of time tracking that down for Xu Qing. After all, the Gruglums were a rare species. It would function to augment Xu Qing's Gruglum abilities and would enable him to extract the nascent souls from his enemies. The second bottle contained a blood-red vortex that pulsed with clear holiness. That was the marrow Master Seventh had extracted from the fish bone of the god. Because the god and forbidden by the immortal was now dead, it was masterless and easy to work with. There was a unique way to use it. It had to be fused with Xu Qing's heavenly Dao nascent soul. And then, with the power of the heavenly Dao, Xu Qing could wrest the heaven fate out of his enemies' nascent souls. The third bottle contained 100,000 evil souls from Cruelmerk. Bai Xiaochun had used the 3 fish bones to lock onto the position of cruel Merc and open a pathway to it. That had allowed masses of evil souls to enter the world. It didn't last for long before Xu Qing whisked him away to the ancient spirit world. But some of those souls had remained behind. The souls were incredibly ferocious. What was more, their minds were in chaos. Memories from before life and after death had driven them into states of madness. Later, Master Seventh tracked them down and started purifying them in the bottle. After cleansing their chaotic minds, he turned them into seeds that would later become Heaven Fiend clones. Although killing large numbers of Cruel Merc souls would result in being marked by Cruel Merc, thanks to Xu Qing's special body, as long as he didn't go overboard, he would be fine. Xu Qing looked at the bottles and sighed. This technique truly was tailor-made for him. The Day of Fate Heaven Fiend art essentially took his capabilities, evolved them, adjusted them, and then turned them into something uniquely perfect for him. Everything's ready. Now I just need to finalize my nascent soul tribulation. Through his 13th nascent soul, Xu Qing could sense that the tribulation would come in the next few days. Also, I need to consider the purification of the memories of the Cruel Merc souls. Taking a look at the bottle with the Cruel Merc souls, he came to the conclusion that the purification speed was subpar. It's going to take months. Eyes shining, he considered another option. However, even as he pondered that, his transmission jade slip vibrated. Taking it out, he saw that he had received a message request from Marquis Yao. He used divine sense to respectfully say, "Greetings, Governor." Marquis Yao's voice echoed in his mind in response. "Xu Qing, I got in touch with Mu Yi." Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. "At the moment, everything is going fine. Per my request, Mu Yi is pushing for the Hevingale dynasty to hand over one of its counties to us. There are some issues. That county isn't on the border and, in fact, is a long way from sealing. However, we can deal with that." After saying a few more things about Mu Yi, the Marquis went on to discuss some matters relating to sealing County as a whole, including the situation with some of the allied non-humans, as well as how things were going with 7th Prince in the 3 prefectures that had yet to be returned to the county. The Marquis was using his own methods to help Xu Qing get a handle on the big picture. They didn't talk about the Violet Lands. Xu Qing didn't ask about it and kept his tone very respectful. His attitude pleased Marquis Yao very much. It wasn't lost on the Marquis that, even after Xu Qing's status changed so dramatically, his behavior and attitude remained the same. It's rare for people to stay so true to themselves. Letter 1d6 to a letter 1d633. Letter 1d4b8, letter 1d630, letter 1d45a. Eventually, the discussion ended, and Xu Qing put down the jade slip. He looked in the direction of Yao Mansion. Although Xu Qing wasn't completely convinced regarding all of Marquis Yao's methods, having such a perceptive and discerning individual in charge of sealing County would leave the people feeling very safe, as long as you trusted him. Xu Qing looked away from Yao Mansion. With Master Seventh around, he didn't feel the need to worry about such things. Although Xu Qing had a high position in the eyes of the people, the reality was that he was nothing but a mere pseudo-nascent soul cultivator. When you simply accept public opinion as fact, you would lose the quality of having an inquiring mind. Xu Qing hated people like that and had no desire to become what he hated. Therefore, he would act the way he had always acted. He would be respectful but vigilant, and he wouldn't think of himself as being some amazing, important person. At the same time, he would keep his eyes and ears open. He would learn as much as possible, including about the big picture, to make himself a more complete person. Putting the jade slip away, he settled down and focused on cultivation. In that manner, time passed. 3 days later, a vortex of tribulation clouds appeared in the dome of heaven above the Swordsage Palace. Rumbling sounds built in intensity until a bolt of heavenly lightning shot towards Xu Qing in the Secretariat Division. Xu Qing's 13th nascent soul floated up into the air to meet the heavenly lightning. Rumbling echoed out as the lightning surrounded the nascent soul. Sparks flew everywhere. Then a second bolt of heavenly lightning fell, even more violent than the first. A killing will raged out of the nascent soul, whose eyes shone with ferocity as it looked up and faced the tribulation. The intensity of the sounds attracted the attention of people throughout the county capital. That was especially true in the Swordsage Palace. Everyone knew that Xu Qing was going through nascent soul, heaven fate tribulation. For this tribulation, there would be 3 bolts of lightning. Although it seemed unlikely anything would go wrong, both Master Seventh and Plumdark were both in different areas looking at the Swordsage Palace, ready to intervene if necessary. When the 3rd bolt of heavenly lightning fell, it surrounded the nascent soul. The nascent soul let loose a piercing shriek. Then the tribulation was complete. The clouds parted, and as the sun shone down, a heaven fate aura rushed into the 13th nascent soul. The heaven fate aura was nothing compared to the aura that had appeared on the day of the lieutenant governor's coup. After all, this was a tribulation of a single nascent soul, whereas the previous one had been for 12 at the same time. That wasn't relevant, though. With his Day of Fate Heaven Fiend art, Xu Qing would have plenty of chances to build up more heaven fate. What was most important was that he no longer counted as a pseudo-nascent soul cultivator. As his 13th nascent soul returned to him, Xu Qing's eyes opened, and they glowed with violet light. Nascent soul. His 13th heavenly palace was complete and had turned into a nascent soul. He had completely experienced the first tribulation. Now there's only one more step before I can start cultivating the Day of Fate Heaven Fiend art. Xu Qing took out one of the bottles from Master Seventh. It was essentially a holding item, as within it were the cruel merc souls, in the middle of being purified. After examining the souls thoughtfully for a time, Xu Qing's eyes shone with determination. After much analysis over the past few days, he had come to the conclusion that his idea for accelerating the process was valid. Standing, he left the Secretariat Division and went in the direction of the Supreme Void Demonization Sect. Although the Supreme Void Demonization Sect had suffered during the war, it was a superpower sect, and thus, recovering afterward hadn't been too challenging. When Xu Qing arrived, there were lots of disciples about. His goal wasn't to make a big scene. Rather, he intended to visit the Supreme Void World. From inside the sect, he teleported out of Sealing County and into the same void as before. Inside the body of that huge fish, he traveled to the familiar Supreme Void World. Before long, he saw the huge statue with the hole in its chest, whereupon the fish spat him out in a bubble. A moment later, Xu Qing was in the Supreme Void World. The brain trees, which had been floating around casually, caught sight of him. Sensing his aura, they shivered and fled in the opposite direction. They also sent out warnings to the other brain trees, letting them know that the great robber had come again. As a result, the area around Xu Qing became empty almost immediately. Linger stuck her head out and looked around curiously. What is this place, big bro Xu Qing? And why are those things running away? It looks like they're scared of you. This is the Supreme Void World, he explained. It's a special place. They're not running away, it's their special way of offering greetings. Xu Qing took a step forward, and a pair of blood-red wings appeared behind him. The wings flapped, and he shot forward at incredible speed toward the nearest brain tree. The brain tree screamed, "Don't eat me, don't eat me, don't eat me." Xu Qing ignored the cries of the brain tree. Grabbing it, he took out the bottle with the cruel merc souls, and then used the bottle's function as a holding device to suck the brain inside. This was Xu Qing's idea. The brains in the Supreme Void World liked to eat memories. In their malicious avarice, they would swindle people they encountered, and then make them forget the terms of the deal they made. That, in turn, let them make even more deals, which could lead to their victims losing all of their memories. Xu Qing got the feeling that these brain trees would be perfect for purifying the cruel merc souls. After all, what they suffered from was chaotic memories. At first, the brain tree had been screaming, but once it was inside the bottle and noticed all of the cruel merc souls, it started trembling in excitement. It flew to the nearest soul, and then the surface of the brain seemed to flicker with electricity, as if it had absorbed something. After that, the soul didn't seem cruel anymore, but rather dazed. It works. Thrilled, Xu Qing flew onward to get more brain trees. That said, he knew he had to keep himself in check. After capturing about 30 of the brain trees, he stopped. Although he only had 30, they were going to significantly speed up the process of purifying the souls. In fact, it would probably be only 5 days until the souls could be used in his cultivation. Pleased, Xu Qing left. Back in the Swordsage Palace, he went into seclusion to start working on his Day of Fate Heaven Fiend art. Half a month flew by. During that time, he worked constantly on cultivation. One day, he got a message from Master Seventh. Fourth Sib, an emissary from Seventh Prince, arrived with a letter of invitation. You're invited to the spot where the 10 Entrails tree used to be in Holotide territory to participate in the Holotide ceremony of return. Seventh Prince and the Holotides have finalized the initial agreement. After the Emperor certifies it, he'll issue an imperial edict, and the Holotides will return to humankind. You're not just invited to the ceremony. You're also invited to a private dinner with him to talk about returning the 3 provinces to Xianxia County. Based on my information, the people invited to this event are the children of various nobles and aristocrats, the apprentices of almighty cultivators, and other famous heroes from the imperial capital. So will you go? Even as Xu Qing was listening to his master's message, the banquet was starting in Holotide territory near where the 10 Entrails tree had once stood. With the huge tree gone, that area had changed a lot. There was now a huge crater in the earth there. Later, Seventh Prince arrived and set up a garrison headquarters. The area surrounding the crater was an endless army camp. The surviving tiny city-states had all been swallowed up by the huge army camp. One of the smaller city-states, the name of which was Model Rule, had a dark blue palace that Seventh Prince took a liking to. Therefore, he took it over and used it as his operations palace. In a banquet hall in that palace, laughter could be heard from a group of well-dressed young men and women. All of them had the air of nobility, and all were from the imperial capital. Seventh Prince sat at the head of the table, smiling. Unbeknownst to everyone present, though, his eyes contained deep contempt for the other people at the table. That contempt only vanished when he looked at the young woman sitting next to him. Sister, I have to admit I'm surprised that you honored me with your presence. The girl looked to be in her 20s. She had fair skin and clear, cold eyes that seemed capable of seeing through anything and everything. The fingers that held her drinking vessel were like white snow dusted with pink frost. She wore an outfit of blue, embroidered with peach flowers, cut in a very elegant style. Her hair was bound high with a beautiful hairpin, and she wore all sorts of jade jewelry. Everything about her seemed icily arrogant. In response to Seventh Prince, she said, "What does that mean, Seventh Brother? Are you prying for information about why I came?" Seventh Prince smiled and looked down into the alcohol in his own drinking vessel. "I wouldn't dare." Chapter 547, Fanning the Flames, Lending a Knife, Part 1. In the early parts of the war, the Holotides had seized 3 prefectures. After the war finished, Seventh Prince had accepted their return as part of the surrender. However, to date, they had not been transferred back to Xianxia County. It was nothing unusual. Seventh Prince had recaptured the provinces, and Xianxia County was prepared to pay for their return. However, Seventh Prince had not been inclined to negotiate the matter before. What was more, he had army forces garrisoned throughout those prefectures. Because it was a human matter, the Holotides didn't interfere. Another factor was that those 3 prefectures had mines that produced a lot of spirit stones, as well as other valuable forging materials. Those things would be instrumental in Xianxia County's future recovery from the war. As a result, the prefectures couldn't simply be abandoned. And now, at long last, Seventh Prince had invited Xu Qing to negotiate their return. Marquis Yao hopes you can go, but he didn't give his approval yet. You need to make the final decision, Fourth Sib. In terms of your personal safety, I wouldn't worry about it too much. If anything untoward occurs, Seventh Prince will be held responsible. Given his personality, I doubt he would be so foolish as to allow something like that to happen. Master Seventh had pointed out all the pros and cons, for Xu Qing to consider. Xu Qing mulled it over. He thought about the arrangements Marquis Yao had already mentioned, including that other county Sealing was secretly taking over. Because that county wasn't on the border, it actually didn't matter very much to Sealing County. But it had a different significance to 7th Prince. I bet Marquis Yao predicted this was going to happen. He really is quite brilliant. Another thing to consider was that, since the captain wasn't back, Xu Qing had some time to spare. Marquis Yao wanted him to go. Master 7th was waiting for an answer. And on his travels, he had personally seen how much everyone was working to keep Sealing County safe. Considering that he was blessed by the greater part of the county's destiny aura, it was only natural that he shoulder similar responsibilities. What was more, once the captain did get back, they would need to leave. After doing some research, Xu Qing had come to find that the Moonlight region was far, far away from Sealing County. It was on the other side of the Holotide region, separated by Yin's Sacrifice River. In the days of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity, it had been human territory. But it had subsequently been lost, and was now controlled by the Nightshades. Of course, the Nightshades had a different name for it. Spirit Garden. The word garden can have different meanings. It could just mean a place with animals and plants. But metaphorically speaking, it could refer to something like a farm where essence is harvested. That said, the information Xu Qing had access to didn't go into any detail. Presumably, that was why the captain had felt the need to go out and gather his own information. In any case, Xu Qing felt like it would be good to accomplish some things before leaving Sealing County, so he agreed to accept the invitation. A few days later, a fleet left Sealing County under the command of Palace Lord Li Yunshan. The new deputy palace lords from the Administration Palace and the Justice Palace came along, as did 6 honor guards from the various palaces. Because the Swordsage Palace took the lead in military matters, 20,000 veteran Swordsages were picked to join the force. Kong Xianglong was among them. After the lieutenant governor's coup, Kong Xianglong stopped drinking as much. He focused his energy on cultivation and spent a lot of time working in the Secretariat Division, where he had consolidated a lot of authority. Li Yunshan had taken a liking to him and was grooming him to eventually take over the Swordsage Palace. The fleet consisted of over 1,000 huge warships that cast shadows on the mountains and rivers below as they flew along. In the lead was an enormous bronze sword, atop which were Li Yunshan and the other Void returning experts. Right behind the bronze sword was Master 7th's dreadnought, which was pitch black and pulsed with a somber and desolate aura that gave birth to screaming winds. Xu Qing currently stood on the dreadnought's superstructure, looking out at heaven and earth. After several teleportations, the fleet reached what had once been the Western Front. At that point, the flying ships stopped for a short time. Everyone looked down at the shattered lands that had not yet been restored to their previous condition. They saw the huge gully that had been carved out by Palace Lord Kong, and they also saw the spot where he'd fallen in battle. Everyone bowed their heads and observed a moment of silence. Xu Qing clasped hand and bowed deeply. Kong Xianglong stood next to him, his face expressionless and his eyes closed. Letter 1D456, letter 1D626, letter 1D624, letter 1D45C, letter 1D62E. Eventually, the ships started moving again. They left the battlefield and continued into Holotide territory. Kong Xianglong opened his eyes. He didn't look over his shoulder, but instead kept his eyes in the direction of the Holotides. Xu Qing, he said calmly, I'm genuinely interested in seeing what these damned Imperial hotshots are all like. I bet they're all complicated people, Xu Qing replied quietly. Ever since Kong Xianglong took oversight of prefectural intelligence reports in the Secretariat Division, he had started dressing differently. He wore a black suit of armor that radiated a somber and desolate aura. His eyes were cold, and his expression was always threatening without being angry. He looked a lot like Palace Lord Kong. His cultivation base had improved. 2 years ago, he had possessed 10 heavenly palaces. Back then, he was the #1 chosen in Sealing County, And he had continued that tradition by adding more heavenly palaces and also converting some of those palaces into nascent souls. Just like Xu Qing, Kong Xianglong had decided to form all of his nascent souls before experiencing heaven fate tribulation and acquiring heaven fate. From his aura and fluctuations, it was obvious that he would only need a few more months before he would face his tribulations. A few days passed. After entering Holotide territory, things went smoothly. They didn't encounter any dangerous situations. By making use of teleportation portals, they arrived on the eve of 7th Prince's private dinner. The area where the 10 Entrails tree had once stood looked a lot different than Xu Qing remembered. 7th Prince's imperial army camp stretched out seemingly without end. Xu Qing couldn't help but look up into the dome of heaven and think back to what had happened there not so long ago. He looked away. 7th Prince's subordinates received them and set them up in a garrison in the army camp. Then Xu Qing and Kong Xianglong were invited to attend the banquet in the imperial palace. Li Yunshin and the others were not included. There were few people in Xiling County that 7th Prince cared about. As for Kong Xianglong, he was being invited because of his grandfather. And thus, not long after they arrived in the army camp, Xu Qing and Kong Xianglong were led by 7th Prince's servants into the city-state of model rule. Most of the houses in the place were abandoned. The entire city-state had been taken over by the army, and the city now pulsed with an austere aura. There were bloodstains on the ground. In comparison, the Blue Palace was quite different. The sound of music, dancing, laughter, and chatting drifted out from inside. When Xu Qing and Kong Xianglong heard that, they exchanged a glance. Keeping their facial expressions placid, they entered. The banquet was already underway. The moment they stepped into the banquet hall, the music continued, but there was a lull in the laughter and chatting. Everyone turned to look at them. At the same time, Xu Qing and Kong Xianglong examined the banquet hall. 7th Prince was in the position of honor, smiling at them. Next to him was a pretty young woman with an icy facial expression, who sat alongside 7th Prince in the position of honor. Clearly, they ranked the same in the social hierarchy. Seated slightly lower than them on either side of the room were about a dozen other young men and women who all had extraordinary cultivation bases. At the very least, they were in the nascent soul level, and there were even a few who pulsed with spirit trove fluctuations. All were exceptionally attractive, and most of them wore very fine garments. A few were dressed in more utilitarian outfits, yet their eyes sparkled like starlight, making them seem very unique. It was hard to tell from their facial expressions what they thought about Xu Qing and Kong Xianglong. Though they might not be considered the most profoundly shrewd people in existence, they had all been raised in the imperial capital and were definitely above average in that regard. 7th Prince waved his hand slightly, and the chatting and laughter resumed. Xu Qing, Kong Xianglong. Expression somber, Xu Qing clasped hands and bowed. Well met, Your Majesty 7th Prince. Only the most hot-headed people would reveal their feelings in a situation like this. Obviously, this place was not full of such people, and if people like that were here, there would be a reason for them to act like that. For example, Kong Xianglong's face remained expressionless as he bowed, yet refrained from saying a single word. 7th Prince didn't seem to care about Kong Xianglong's behavior. Looking at Xu Qing with admiration in his eyes, he raised his voice and said, Ladies and gentlemen, this is Xu Qing of Xiling County, who you have all heard so much about. He was rewarded personally by my father, the Emperor. He was given a golden medallion, a yellow robe, admittance to the Imperial University, and Grade 1 battle credit. With that, 7th Prince started introducing everyone else to Xu Qing. Xu Qing, this is Zhou Tianzhai, an elite chosen from the Yearmaster College in the imperial capital. He brims over with talent. This is Luo Jinsong, a descendant of heavenly Marquis Luo Yun. Over here is immortal fairy Gemspirit from the Creation Mansion, a place that specializes in the research of gods. Our dawning sun is largely their handiwork. Next is the grandson of Minister Meng, the Minister of War. Smiling the entire time, 7th Prince went on to introduce everyone. Most everyone present was nobility of some sort. They were either from families that had once produced heavenly marquises or currently had family members in high positions of government. Those who were not like that were famous people from the imperial capital. Right here is Huang Kun. Xu Qing, you and brother Huang have a bit of a connection already. You're both swordsages. You see, his grandfather is a Grand Honor Guard in the Swordsage Division, one of our dynasty's 5 greater celestial divisions. Every person who was introduced nodded and smiled at Xu Qing. He saluted them all courteously. There was one person who caught Xu Qing's attention in particular. Xu Qing, you've definitely never seen this fellow before, but he's actually from Xiaxia County. He's Zhang Qifen, a chosen from the Supreme Void Demonization sect. 30 years ago, he traveled to the imperial capital to study and has come back as part of the princess retinue. The middle-aged Zhang Qifen stood and clasped hands in Xu Qing's direction, his expression a mix of wistfulness and admiration. Finally, 7th Prince's expression turned very serious as he stood, clasped hands, and bowed to the cold young woman seated next to him. Xu Qing, this is my dear older sister, Princess Anhai. Without batting an eyelid, Xu Qing clasped hands and bowed. Well met, Princess. Kang Xianglong also bowed formally in greeting. Princess Anhai's expression remained cold. She nodded, but didn't say anything. Seeing that, 7th Prince's eyes narrowed very slightly, and only for a moment. Smiling, he invited Xu Qing to sit. Xu Qing nodded. Together with Kang Xianglong, he sat on the right side of the banquet at a table at the far end near the door. The singing and dancing resumed, as did the laughter and chatting. Seated across from Xu Qing was Zhang Qifen from the Supreme Void Demonization sect. Raising his drinking vessel, he offered a toast. His smile seemed sincere and slightly tinged with sorrow. 1. Xu Qing noticed his gesture. Raising his drinking vessel to join in the toast, he took a drink. Xu Qing, a voice said from next to him, considering it's our first meeting, I really shouldn't be this bold. But I can't help but be curious about the Grand Emperor's assessment of the heart. What answer did you give to get that amazing 30,000-meter pillar of light? 1 Zhang Qifen. Zhang is listed 3 on the top 100 surnames. It's the same surname as people like Zhang San and Zhang Xian. Qi means strange, surprising, wonderful, weird, extraordinary, and Fan means ordinary, mundane, mortal. Madame Deathblade says it sounds like the name of someone amazing who stands out from the crowd. Chapter 547, Fanning the Flames, Lending a Knife, Part 2. The person who had just spoken to Xu Qing was not Zhang Qifen. Instead, he was a young man seated to the left of Xu Qing and Kang Xianglong at the same table. He wore a pale yellow robe, and though he was handsome, he had affected a gentle expression that made him seem mild and kind-hearted. He was currently looking at Xu Qing with a smile on his face. Xu Qing thought back to the introductions from moments before and remembered that this person was the grandson of the Minister of War. His name was Meng Yunbai. 1. Upon hearing Meng Yunbai's question, the young woman seated next to him looked over. She wore a plain green garment and was very attractive. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, but the pupils of her eyes glittered so bewitchingly that anyone who looked at her would feel shaken to the core. According to 7th Prince's introduction, she was immortal fairy Gemspirit from the Creation Mansion. You smell like a god, immortal fairy Gemspirit said. She was young and pretty, but she spoke with the voice of an old woman, which made her seem somewhat gruish. Xu Qing looked at Meng Yunbai, then immortal fairy Gemspirit. He was about to tactfully decline to answer the question when Meng Yunbai laughed. How about we make a deal? You tell me the answer, and I'll tell you which of these people already have it out for you and why. How about that? Kang Xianglong's brow furrowed slightly. He was already coming to realize that these people from the imperial capital were no simpletons. Meng Yunbai probably didn't care about the answer to his question. He was using it as a pretext to show his own attitude. As for whether he had good intentions or not, that was impossible to say. But one thing was for certain. He wanted to influence Xu Qing's opinions. The main question was whether he would provide legitimate information or lies. However, Kong Xianglong knew that games like that wouldn't work on Xu Qing. Xu Qing looked at Meng Yunbai for a moment, then took a jade slip out of his bag of holding and handed it over. "What's this?" Meng Yunbai said, his eyebrows shooting up. He scanned the jade slip with divine sense, and then his eyes went wide. He looked back at Xu Qing. "This is how you answered. It's so comprehensive." "Yeah," Xu Qing said calmly. "Those are basically all the answers that have been given in the assessment of the heart over the past several years in 7 prefectures. RANT. The jade slip was the very same one that the captain had paid for years ago. He had later given a copy to Xu Qing. Stunned, Meng Yunbai stared suspiciously at Xu Qing. He instinctively didn't believe the story, but the jade slip really did have a lot of answers recorded in it. They were very detailed. They even went on to list how high the pillar of light was that came with each answer. At a glance, it was obvious it had taken a lot of money and work to get a list like this. As he hesitated about what to do next, other people at the banquet had somehow begun talking about the Nightshade Godchild. The matter had been discussed a lot among the Holotides, and many other people had heard about the situation. Although most people who had been directly involved were dead, it wasn't possible to stop rumors from spreading. "You're talking about that Nightshade Godchild. I don't know all the details, but I heard that big crater outside was made by him. From that alone, you can understand the kind of astonishing things he does. Unfortunately, nobody knows where he came from, nor why the 10 entrails tree suddenly disappeared. The Nightshades are pure evil, and this Godchild is probably more evil than the average Nightshade. Considering their culture revolves so much around sacrifices, I'd say there's a high likelihood he sacrificed the 10 entrails tree to their god Crimson Mother. Your Majesty, 7th Prince, during your victory against the Holotides, did you happen to hear anything about that Nightshade Godchild?" 7th Prince shook his head. "I heard about the situation, and I did ask some Holotides about it. Based on how they described it, this Nightshade Godchild had a shocking cultivation base and an extremely high status. With the wave of his hand, he could unleash the power of Crimson Mother. Even the Nightshade divine likenesses kowtowed to him and called him master. Sadly, after he vanished, no trace was ever found of him. Of course, my venerable sister knows much more about the Nightshades than me. Sister, the Creation Mansion oversees such matters, correct?" He looked at Princess Anhai. Princess Anhai's face remained expressionless as she spoke in a cold voice that matched her demeanor. "In all likelihood, the Nightshade Godchild came from the Moonright region. It's only there that the true family of Crimson Mother exists and is kept like livestock." Xu Qing's gaze sharpened. He hadn't heard information like that before, but it made sense. Off to the side, Kong Xianglong took a sip of alcohol to prevent himself from glancing at Xu Qing. He had not forgotten that Xu Qing and the captain had disguised themselves as Nightshades and infiltrated this very area. And it was after they went on their mission that the whole Nightshade Godchild incident occurred. Everyone else present nodded knowingly in response to Princess Anhai's assessment. However, 7th Prince suddenly turned to Xu Qing and smiled. "Xu Qing, Sealing County isn't too far away from here. Did you hear about that Nightshade Godchild?" Xu Qing looked 7th Prince in the eyes and said, "I heard about it after the fact." 7th Prince smiled and said nothing further. Xu Qing betrayed no reaction whatsoever. Eventually, the topic of conversation changed to topics relating to other species on the revered ancient mainland. For instance, they started talking about the Firemoon Darkheaven people and their upcoming great hunt of species. Everyone present seemed incensed. At one point, everyone started praising 7th Prince for his great service in bringing back the Holotides. He simply smiled in response. Discussion shifted to Dawning Sun and the situation with humankind in other counties. People mentioned other random anecdotes and rumors. Xu Qing and Kong Xianglong didn't participate in any of the chatter. They weren't informed enough. Then, out of nowhere, someone suddenly obliquely criticized Xu Qing. "Your Majesty, 7th Prince, I've always been the kind of person to speak directly and tend to offend people. You yourself have pointed that out to me, but I really just have to get this off my chest. I just can't hold it in. There's someone who forgets favors and violates justice here. It's disgraceful. The person who said this was the descendant of heavenly Marquis Luo. Based on 7th Prince's introduction, his name was Luo Jinsong. 2. As he was speaking, he was looking straight at Xu Qing. Xu Qing didn't react. From a young age, he had witnessed the ugliness of humanity, and he had long since learned that when a person started a conversation by jabbering about their own personality, it usually meant that whatever came after that was hostile. As he sat there, he heard Meng Yunbai whispering into his ear as quietly as a mosquito. Brother Xu Qing, that's Luo Jinsong. He's not at all as direct as he just claimed to be. Let me tell you, he's not the only person in the imperial capital who's supposedly a descendant of a heavenly marquis. There are others, and all they have to rely on is past glory. They have no true authority or power. What's more, few of them are talented in any way. Their bloodlines have become far too diluted. And that's exactly what Luo Jinsong is like. He's clever and fancies himself a follower of 7th Prince. But 7th Prince doesn't care about him one bit. That's why he's calling you out in front of everyone. It's all to curry favor with 7th Prince. Of course, he's no fool, and has surely considered that 7th Prince might not be too pleased by him doing this. But as long as rumors start to spread that he's close with 7th Prince, then he doesn't care. I guess what he doesn't realize is that people who are merely clever will always be that. Just clever. Meanwhile, Luo Jinsong was glaring at Xu Qing with malice in his eyes. It was a tough choice to try to save Xi County, Your Majesty, 7th Prince. But you stood your ground against the opinion of the masses. In the heat of the fighting with the Nightshades, you led your army to Xi County and saved them from imminent peril. You saved countless lives. Then you personally led the troops into battle, braving death to dauntlessly advance across the field of battle. The Holotides fell back again and again. If it wasn't for their ancestral emperor achieving a breakthrough, I bet all of the Holotide region would already be human territory again. Despite that, you still accomplished amazing things. You brought the Holotides back to humankind, thus earning glory in all of revered ancient. All the while, someone was behind your back slandering you in the most contemptible fashion. As a result, His Majesty the Emperor reprimanded you for failing to manage the situation properly. Luo Jinsong was clearly turning right into wrong and obscuring the truth. The banquet hall went completely quiet. 7th Prince coolly said, "Shut up." Luo Jinsong stood, clasped hands, and bowed to 7th Prince. Then he looked up and angrily continued, "Your Majesty, you are benevolent and generous by nature. In your righteous nobility, you decline to haggle with the hoi polloi, but I personally just can't stand for this. Some dog got his life saved, only to forget favors and violate justice. Letter 1D456, letter 1D626, letter 1D4B8, letter 1D630, letter 1D62E. With that, he sat back down, lifted his alcohol flagon, and took a long drink. Everyone else in the crowd looked at Xu Qing with a variety of different facial expressions. That included Meng Yunbai. Xu Qing still betrayed no reaction whatsoever. He naturally didn't put much stock in what Meng Yunbai had just told him. Luo Jinsong seemed like he was saying these things to 7th Prince because he was outraged by injustice. But Xu Qing's way of dealing with things in life had changed. He didn't just pay attention to what was right in front of him. He had learned to widen his view and look at the situation from a more broad perspective. Doing so in this situation led to some different insights. It seemed unlikely that Luo Jinsong was simply doing this to curry favor with 7th Prince. He was trying to open up some old scars and stir up some sort of controversy. Xu Qing noted that Princess Anhai's facial expression had remained the same the whole time, and that she was just sitting there quietly instead of getting involved. Kong Xianglong, in contrast, still kept his sight on what was right in front of him. He was already getting mad, and it looked like he was about to say something. Before he could, Xu Qing reached out and put his hand on his shoulder. Standing, he turned to 7th Prince and Princess Anhai. "Your Majesty, Princess, I only arrived today and I'm tired from traveling. If there's no official business to attend to, I'll take my leave for now." Seventh Prince's eyes glittered with profound light, and he smiled. It looked like he was about to speak, but before he could, Zhang Qifen from the Supreme Void Demonization Sect, who was sitting directly across from Xu Qing, slapped the table in front of him. As the bang echoed out, he shot to his feet and looked furiously at Luo Jinsong. That's complete nonsense. Having just returned today, I got in touch with good friends of mine in my sect and got all the details about the war. I know exactly what Secretary General Su did. You talk of Xiling County being saved from destruction. Well, I'm from Xiling County, and I'd like to ask you, when the Holotides invaded, where were the relief troops? When countless Xiling cultivators were sacrificing their lives on the northern and western fronts, where were the reinforcements? My county marshaled all of its troops to defend against the forces of an entire region. They bitterly endured for months. The palace lord of our Swordsage Palace died. Countless people lost their lives. And who was it that stood atop all those corpses and gloriously accepted the credit for the win? If the backup troops had arrived earlier by 1 incense stick's worth of time, then our palace lord wouldn't be dead. Based on what I've heard, the relief troops actually left the imperial capital in plenty of time to arrive much earlier. What were the relief troops doing? Waiting for everyone else to die before they swooped in. I suppose they were worried if there were too many survivors, they would have to split the rewards too many times. Since you brought up managing the situation improperly, if a member of Torchlight was actually appointed as governor, then would Xiling County even be controlled by humans anymore? If that's not failing to manage the situation properly, then what is? Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. Kong Xianglong looked at him, and he suddenly realized what was going on. Zhang Qifen's words came seemingly out of nowhere. Someone here wanted to use Xu Qing and Kong Xianglong to fan the flames of conflict. Things had just settled down in Xiling County, and now was definitely not the time to be stirring up the pot. The county had just experienced a war and an attempted coup, and was still in the process of recovering. If things suddenly got out of control again, it could cause big problems. Most importantly, after the repeated catastrophes, the people of the county wouldn't easily trust another leader. And yet now, someone was muddying the waters for as yet unknown reasons. 1. Meng Yunbai. Meng is 71 on the list of 100 common surnames. It's the same surname as Meng Hao from ISSDH. I'm not implying that's relevant, just pointing it out. Yun means cloud and Bai means white, pure. Madame Deathblade says that the cloud and sky imagery is impressive, but at the same time, seems like the name of a quiet and mellow person. 2. Luo Jinsong. Luo is 20 on the list of 100 surnames. Jin means strength, energy, enthusiasm, and Song means pine tree, relaxed. Madame Deathblade says this sounds like the name of a persistent and towering figure. Chapter 548, Any Who Touch Ceiling's Soft Spot, Die. Part 1. The moon hung bright over the spot where the 10 entrails tree had once stood. The dark sky surrounding it formed a very clear contrast, but there were also clouds, and as they crept in front of the moon, that clear contrast was obscured. As a result, the banquet in the palace was slowly being covered by a stream of darkness. In turn, that dark stream was muddying the waters that lay between Xiling County and the Holotide region. It would have been within the rights of Xu Qing and Kong Xianglong to say the very things Zhang Qifen had just blurted. After all, they had fought in the war and had been present for all the chaos. They were eyewitnesses, but now was definitely not the time for Zhang Qifen to be saying such things. Although he was from Xiling County, he hadn't experienced any of those things personally. He was like an outsider who aired someone else's grievances, then joined forces with them in opposition to the same adversary. This entire situation had obviously been planned ahead of time. However, it seemed certain that this was not the original plan. Xu Qing had obviously turned things around by keeping Kong Xianglong from losing his temper. That had forced the hand of the enemy, who had scrambled to adjust by having an outsider jump in and take over the script lines that they had expected to be spoken by Kong Xianglong. The hope was to get the scene back in line with what had been originally expected. The person behind all of this obviously didn't care how it affected Xiling County. It was a clear attack aimed at 7th Prince. Xu Qing knew that, and so did everyone else at the banquet. Granted, there had been many words of praise showered on seventh prince earlier. But language is one of the most unpredictable things in heaven and earth. When you believe what someone says, you give them all the power. Kong Xianglong looked at Xu Qing. No change in expression could be seen on Xu Qing's face. It was almost as if he hadn't heard anything Zhang Qifen just said. He just turned and started walking off. Kong Xianglong did the same. Though Kong Xianglong seemed like the kind of person who focused more on brawn than brains, the reality was that he was capable of deep thinking. He just didn't have a lot of practice at it. That was why he had been slow to react earlier. Now it was obvious to him that Sealing County was being used to fan the flames with seventh prince, and he wanted no part of it. What Sealing County needed right now was stability. That was the most relevant thing to consider. Secondary to that was that playing games with the Imperial clan could turn lethal very quickly. Although it could also result in turning weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk, those who ended up stuck in the middle rarely had good fates in the end. You could be an important asset in one moment, and then be discarded a moment later. Everyone in the banquet was surprised to see the two of them ignoring what was happening, and even going so far as to leave. Meng Yunbai's eyes glittered, and he smiled. Princess Anhai showed no reaction at all. Seventh prince took a sip from his drinking vessel, his facial expression the same as before. Meanwhile, an almost undetectable flicker passed through Zhang Qifen's eyes. Face a mask of fury, he flicked his sleeve and turned to walk off. But then, the blunt and straightforward Luo Jinsong narrowed his eyes. A flush was creeping up his neck, and blue veins bulged, making him look very unsophisticated. Shooting to his feet, he unleashed explosive nascent soul fluctuations, which became like a tempest around him. A shadowy figure appeared behind him, clad in battle armor and pulsing with a baleful aura. There were 12 totemic designs on the armor, and shockingly, each one resembled Luo Jinsong's face. Even more astonishing, the fluctuations coming from each face contained heaven fate. Clearly, all of them had passed a heaven fate tribulation. He took a step forward, which propelled him with lightning speed toward Zhang Qifen. How impudent, he raged, reaching out with both hands. Meanwhile, Zhang Qifen turned around. Pulsing with killing intent, he pulled a long, blood-colored sword out of thin air using his right hand, while simultaneously using his left hand to perform an incantation gesture and touch his forehead. Demon energy pulsed out of him. 2 leathery wings appeared on his back, and his entire body seemed to wither until it looked like a corpse. Scowling viciously, he lifted his blood sword and prepared to clash with Luo Jinsong. Simultaneously, 3 other banquet attendees became blurs of afterimages as they shot toward Zhang Qifen. It was a case of 4 against 1. There was no need to speculate what would happen. In the blink of an eye, blood sprayed out of Zhang Qifen's mouth. His blood sword exploded, and he staggered backward toward Xu Qing and Kong Xianglong. Kong Xianglong frowned. Xu Qing looked completely calm. Ignoring what was happening, they kept walking. Xu Qing could tell that this entire thing was an act, and it wasn't a very good one. But then, Luo Jinsong laughed coldly and said, Kong Liangxiu might have seemed like he performed some important services, but given the way things ended, he obviously got greedy and made his move too soon. If he just stayed calm and lasted for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he would have still been alive when His Majesty 7th Prince arrived with the relief troops. You can't blame others for his death. Xu Qing stopped walking, and a cold gleam appeared in his eyes. Next to him, Kong Xianglong was already seething. Turning, he glared at Luo Jinsong. "Shut the fuck up," he growled. He couldn't hold it in any longer. The humiliation had gone too far. Taking out his command sword, he took a step forward. But then Xu Qing's hand clamped down onto Kong Xianglong's shoulder. Kong Xianglong was in the pseudo-nascent soul level and was only a few months away from a breakthrough. Given that, he wasn't in the position to fight Luo Jinsong, who was an actual nascent soul cultivator. Xu Qing stepped past Kong Xianglong, moving with incredible speed to appear right in front of Luo Jinsong. His eyes were as cold as ice. Palace Lord Kong's name and honor were inviolable. That was Xu Qing's bottom line. Palace Lord Kong was also a soft spot for Sealing County in general. Anyone who touched that soft spot would have to pay the price. It didn't matter if that person was the descendant of a heavenly marquis. Xu Qing's heart was filled with killing intent. He wasn't going to wait until later to kill this person in secret. In some cases, killing someone in secret was the best thing to do. But in other situations, killing them out in the open was the best way to send a message. Of course, Xu Qing knew that killing Luo Jinsong here wouldn't be easy. There would be people inclined to interfere. Therefore, he needed to end things quickly and efficiently. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he launched a blow at Luo Jinsong's chest. Luo Jinsong's gaze sharpened. Xu Qing's speed and aura were both fear-inspiring, but Luo Jinsong didn't show even a shred of cowardice. Grinning fiercely, he unleashed all of the power of his energy and blood, causing a blood mist to erupt from him and form an illusory projection. His baleful aura grew more intense, his muscles bulged, and his entire body became covered with vicious-looking blue veins. He had an innate ability that gave him a huge boost to his fleshly body. As his energy and blood raged, he grew in size, rapidly reaching a height of 6 meters. His arms were thicker than Xu Qing's torso as he reached out to grab Xu Qing's incoming fist. Meanwhile, his other hand swept out as if to grab Xu Qing bodily. But then Xu Qing's entire body turned semi-transparent. He did nothing to stop Luo Jinsong's hands from getting close to him. Then those hands clamped down, onto nothing. When using his Gruglum abilities, Xu Qing could turn his entire body semi-transparent, which allowed things to pass right through it. In that state, his speed wasn't reduced at all. Luo Jinsong's face fell as he realized he'd made a mistake, and it was too late to fall back. However, he still managed to react. Eyes flaring with anger, he roared at Xu Qing's incoming form. Meanwhile, red light erupted from his blood clone as it took a step toward Xu Qing. That light became like a sea of blood that weighed down on Xu Qing with immense pressure. But a fraction of a moment later, golden light glittered as Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior appeared, controlling the spike of misfortune and sending it stabbing right toward the blood clone. The spike of misfortune cut like a hot knife through butter, piercing through the sea of blood and slashing open the clone. Because of that opening, Xu Qing in his Gruglum form was able to accelerate rapidly and then pass through Luo Jinsong. When he came out the other side, he had a nascent soul in his hand. It was one of Luo Jinsong's nascent souls. Xu Qing tightened his hand, and the nascent soul screamed before collapsing. The heaven fate within it swept into Xu Qing's hand and entered his body, becoming nourishment. What remained of the nascent soul in his hand was pitch black. It continued to crumble in on itself until it turned into a shadowy form that pulsed with a cold, vile aura as it floated behind Xu Qing. It was his first Heaven Fiend clone. Letter 1D456, letter 1D626, letter 1D450, letter 1D630, letter 1D620. Luo Jinsong shivered violently from head to toe. Eyes shining with astonishment, he suddenly coughed up a huge mouthful of blood and staggered forward. At the same time, his flesh started turning black, with many spots starting to visibly decay. He seemed to have something to say, but before he could, Xu Qing stepped forward in his illusory form, and then appeared in front of Luo Jinsong. Somehow, he had a dagger in his hand, and he swept it right through Luo Jinsong's neck. The head tumbled through the air. It landed on the ground with a thump, then rolled to a stop in front of 7th Prince and Princess Anhai. The eyes were wide open and full of disbelief, as if, even in the moment right before death, he couldn't believe what was happening. Clearly, there wasn't a huge difference between Luo Jinsong's cultivation base and Xu Qing's. What was more, Luo Jinsong had a fleshly body blessing, so how could he have literally lost his head so quickly? And then the poison ravaged his head, turning it into a black sludge. His body was also melting. Xu Qing didn't skip a beat, though. Without pausing for a moment, he sent the dagger stabbing toward Luo Jinsong's poisoned and decapitated body. The moment the dagger made contact with the headless body, the corpse's chest split open, and red fire erupted from within. The fire pulsed with a stupefying aura that made it clear it wasn't something from the mortal world. and it caused rippling heat waves to spread out as it shot toward Xu Qing. ICOM. At the same time, an ordinary-sized person stepped out from Luo Jinsong's chest, holding a cosmic teapot that was pitch black and covered in golden striations. The fire was coming from inside that teapot. 1. There is no indication what this cosmic teapot looks like. However, when I put the Chinese term into search engines, the results were all teapots. Here's a cool version that seems like it could fit in the story, except it's a different color. Chapter 548, Any Who Touch Sea Ceiling's Soft Spot, Die. Part 2. The person who stepped out looked exactly like Luo Jinsong. The moment he was out in the open, he took out a huge handful of antidote pills and swallowed them. Eyes cold, he glared at Xu Qing within the fire. Then he opened his mouth to speak, only for his face to fall again. The sea of flames surrounding Xu Qing immediately began to die down. Over the course of 2 breaths of time, Xu Qing inhaled all of the fire and swallowed it down. Xu Qing became clearly visible as the fire went away. He had an odd expression on his face as he looked at Luo Jinsong holding the cosmic teapot, and an imperceptible flicker passed through his eyes. Letter 1d6 to a letter 1d4 4e. Letter 1d6 to 4 letter 1d4 5c letter 1d4 5a. Meng Yunbai's voice suddenly reached Xu Qing's ears. The Luo clan is in decline, but they still practice the legacy technique passed down by their heavenly marquee patriarch. It's called the Dark Heaven Rhythm Art. Whenever they use the molting rhythm, they can get a better fleshly body blessing. Xu Qing ignored him. Meanwhile, quite a few people at the banquet had risen to their feet and were calling out. Neither of you make a move. This is not the proper venue for fighting. I'm sure the 2 of you can work things out without resorting to deadly combat. A few people even started walking forward. What was more, the clamor of the fight had even attracted the attention of some of the guards outside the banquet hall, who were now rushing inside. When Luo Jinsong saw that, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Glaring coldly at Xu Qing, he made to back up. Xu Qing didn't stop him. Glancing at the cosmic teapot and then back at Luo Jinsong, he calmly said, "There's no cure for my poison." Luo Jinsong's expression flickered, and he was about to take out some more antidote pills when he shivered from head to toe. Then, greenish-black coloration started spreading out over his skin again. Feeling extremely alarmed, he sent his cultivation base into full rotation, hopping to suppress the poison. Then he looked pleadingly at 7th Prince and Princess Anhai. Yet before he could say a word, black blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. His tongue and ears fell off, turning into black sludge as they dropped to the ground. A horrendous gurgling emerged from his throat, and then, right in front of everyone, he melted into a fetid sludge. In only about 4 or 5 breaths of time, Luo Jinsong completely liquefied. The last thing he did was look at Princess Anhai as if begging for mercy. She didn't react. All of the onlookers were visibly stunned. None of them had been very impressed with Xu Qing's ability to snatch nascent souls. He wasn't the only person in existence that had such abilities. It was the same with his poison. When he produced that strange soul shadow, some of them had been surprised, though they didn't show it on their faces. Even when Xu Qing beheaded Luo Jinsong, no one had reacted, as they all knew that Luo Jinsong couldn't be killed in that way. But now things were different. The situation with Luo Jinsong was already resolved. However, that poison was still around, and it was explosively deadly. All eyes fell on Xu Qing. As for Meng Yunbai, he was looking at Xu Qing with a mixture of confusion and dread. Immortal fairy Gemspirit from the Creation Mansion had an unprecedentedly serious look on her face. Eyeing the black sludge, she suddenly said, "That poison has the curse of a god in it." Everyone was shaken by her words. An unusual gleam could be seen in 7th Prince's eyes, and for the first time, Princess Anhai looked at Xu Qing. Xu Qing, his expression placid, stepped over to the black sludge that had been Luo Jinsong. Seemingly unconcerned about dirtying his hand, he took the cosmic teapot out of the sludge. After putting it away, he turned and bowed to 7th Prince and Princess Anhai. "I killed this person because he insulted the soul of a hero. Palace Lord Kong lived for humankind and for Xiaxia County. Even the emperor lamented his passing and agreed for the palace lord to be enshrined and blessed by the Joss flame of humanity. This person was the descendant of a heavenly marquis, yet he insulted a brave hero and threatened to drive Xiaxia County into chaos. Clearly, he had a twisted heart and was most likely a secret member of Torchlight. Not even death can wipe out his crimes. Xu Qing's voice didn't thrum with emotion. His expression was neutral, and after speaking, he rose from his bow, turned, and walked back toward Kong Xianglong. Zhang Qifen was standing next to Kong Xianglong, but Xu Qing ignored him. Xu Qing didn't address what was really going on. Instead, he used his actions to let everyone know they couldn't manipulate him and Kong Xianglong. Whatever issues you people have with each other, you handle them. Leave us out of it. It was also a clear message that touching Xiaxia County's soft spot would come with a price. A smile appeared on 7th Prince's face. Princess Anhai's gaze hardened slightly. Everyone else had serious expressions on their faces. Now all of them knew a bit about Xu Qing's personality, and they were all thinking the same thing. Best not provoke this guy. As for Luo Jinsong, the truth was that none of them really cared about him or the fact that he was dead. That was his issue. Everyone watched as Xu Qing walked to the door. He stopped there, turned to look at 7th Prince, and after a moment of thought said, "Your Majesty, 7th Prince, is there any chance Xiaxia County can have those 3 prefectures back?" 7th Prince didn't respond immediately. Next to him, Princess Anhai's eyes flickered with an imperceptible smile. Picking up her drinking vessel, she took a sip. A moment passed, and then 7th Prince smiled amiably. "There are still some problems with bandits in those 3 prefectures. Once they're cleared out, Xiaxia County can have them back." This was not how he had planned for things to end up, but given how events played out, there was no way he could outright refuse Xu Qing. Xu Qing had taken Luo Jinsong's behavior as an outright instigation, and that actually fell in line with what the prince wanted. Therefore, he had decided to back down a bit in regards to the 3 prefectures. Although he hadn't given an explicit timetable of when he would return them, he had made his stance clear. Xu Qing clasped hands respectfully, then turned and left with Kong Xianglong. During the entire time, neither of them had looked once at Zhang Qifen. It was hard to tell what Zhang Qifen was thinking, as he didn't reveal anything via his facial expression. He just returned to his seat and took a drink of alcohol. The banquet resumed. The chatting and laughing returned. It was as if nothing had happened. However, people would occasionally glance at the black sludge on the ground, and they would feel deeply shaken. Later that evening, Princess Anhai departed to rest, and that marked the end of the banquet. Soon, the only person left in the large banquet hall was 7th Prince. As he sat there calmly sipping alcohol, he smiled. "I set the stage for you perfectly, my sister. And as it turned out, you planned a whole little play for me to watch. Except, given how smart you are, how could you botch it up so badly?" 7th Prince's eyes narrowed as he fiddled with his drinking vessel. Then, his expression hardened, and his eyes shone with cold light. "Checks and balances," he murmured. 7 days passed. The official ceremony marking the return of the Holotides would begin soon. During that time, Xu Qing and Kong Xianglong never left the Xiaxia County garrison. Xu Qing spent some of that time studying the cosmic teapot he'd taken from Luo Jinsong. Specifically, he was interested in the fire. It was obviously a very special fire. As soon as Xu Qing sensed how terrifying it was, he carefully avoided it. But he hadn't been able to completely avoid it, and the burning of that fire had provoked a change in the violet crystal. The violet crystal had actually reached out to absorb the fire, and afterward, a flash of light emerged from the crystal. That light seemed to illuminate Xu Qing's sea of consciousness. Though it only flashed once when it happened, one of the spokes on the black umbrella life lamp had vanished, as if it melted. That was the reason Xu Qing had taken special note of the teapot. There had been no time to look closely at the teapot in the heat of the moment, so he had waited until he was back in the garrison to go into seclusion and study it. Meng Yunbai came to pay a visit, and immortal fairy Gemspirit submitted a request to do the same. Xu Qing politely refused to see them. For one thing, he didn't have much spare time. What was more, he didn't want to get dragged into the intrigue of the imperial capital. He and Kang Xianglong gave a full report to Li Yunxin. He reached the same conclusions as them, but also had some deeper insights that he shared. Seventh Prince obviously didn't just invite us to observe the Holotide return ceremony. I bet he was trying to figure out why Princess Anhai suddenly showed up to visit. As for the way you killed Luo Jinsong, Xu Qing, I'd say you handled it beautifully. He insulted Palace Lord Kong, and not even death could wipe out that crime. I'll report all of this to Marquis Yao. Given what he's capable of, and the fact that we're ultimately in the right here, I doubt there will be any ramifications. On the 7th day, the ceremony began. There was a lot of pomp and formality. Representatives from the imperial capital came to read an imperial decree, and the 4 Holotide emperors came in person. The Holotide ancestral emperor attended as a projection. Their arrival caused wild colors to flash in the sky and kicked up a huge wind. Immense pressure weighed down on what had once been 10 entrails of the true immortal. It was the pressure of a smoldering god. Time and space both seemed affected, and that was only because of a mere projection of a smoldering god. Xu Qing felt like he was facing an actual god, although the feeling was different and hard to describe. As the ceremony played out, Li Yunxin whispered, "Smoldering gods, continuous and unending, impossible to be named, they return to non-existence. They are called the forms of that which are without form, the image of non-existence. Meet them and you do not see their beginning, follow them and you do not see their end." 1. Xu Qing looked up into the dome of heaven. He saw the 4 Holotide emperors, as well as the figure behind them, which seemed capable of propping up all heaven and earth. Its head was not visible, nor were its feet, as if it was too big to actually exist. The Holotide's ancestral emperor didn't stay for long. After hearing the imperial edict being read, he vanished. The imperial edict heaped approval and praise on the Holotide ancestral emperor. What was more, he was bestowed with the very same title as his ancestor. He was appointed as the new Grand Duke Holotide. The Holotide region would not be renamed. However, it would be half of its original size. The other half would be a new area called the Deep Blue Region. With the exception of Xianxia County, the new region was to be administered by 7th Prince's army. Princess Anhai would also assist in carrying out government affairs. When the ceremony ended, Xu Qing and everyone else returned to Xianxia County. However, before they left, one other thing happened. 7th Prince took the initiative to return the 3 prefectures to Xianxia County. What was more, he added an additional 4 prefectures. Because of that, Xianxia County henceforth had 17 prefectures. The matter was initiated by 7th Prince and approved by Princess Anhai. Meanwhile, Moongazing Prefecture, which was the prefecture Xianxia County had secretly taken over, was handed over to be part of the Deep Blue Region. Xu Qing wasn't really sure of all the details of what happened. Although Marquis Yao had previously explained that Moongazing Prefecture would eventually be handed over, he wasn't sure of exactly why. It was all the work of Marquis Yao and Master 7th. However, the imperial edict did make it clear how things would develop going forward into the future. With Princess Anhai part of the Deep Blue Region, the big picture was changing. 1. Li Yunxin is actually quoting the Tao De Jing here. Or at least, his dialogue is an exact quote from Tao De Jing. Whether or not he's supposed to be actually quoting the real-life Taoist text is up to you. Whenever there are poems, quotes from books, etc. that have existing translations, I like to use those existing translations if it makes sense. So the portion here is taken almost directly from the Tao De Jing by Lao Zai, a minimalist translation by Bruce R. Linnell, Ph.D., 2015, which is available to read for free on Project Gutenberg. Here's the link to the original translation if you're interested in reading the context. The quote is specifically from Chapter 14. I made some slight changes to make sure it makes sense in context, but for the most part, the translation is from Dr. Linnell's work. In case you're completely unfamiliar with the Tao Te Ching, here's a link to the Wikipedia article about it. Chapter 549. Little Ah Ching, are you ready for a really big job? Located between the Holotide region and the Deep Blue region was the spot where the 10 Entrals tree had stood. Currently, the Sea-Sealing County fleet was flying away from the 10 Entrals tree area back home through the Deep Blue region. Numerous massive flying ships roared through the sky. The Imperial Edict did not contain any stipulations directly benefiting Sea-Sealing County. However, the checks and balances placed on 7th Prince and the arrival of Princess Anhai changed Sea-Sealing County from a relatively insignificant place to something quite the opposite. The prince and princess seemed to be playing some game with the goal of recruiting Sea-Sealing County onto their side to help in their struggles against each other. Although that might seem dramatic to mortals, when it came to people of their standing in the Imperial clan, such recruiting efforts only held so much weight. As far as why 7th Prince handed over 4 additional prefectures, there was clearly more going on than what was on the surface. There was no way either the prince or princess would allow Sea-Sealing County to become too important. But as long as the county didn't do something foolish, then they would have plenty of time to settle down and recover. And that was just what Sea-Sealing County needed. Xu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. He was currently seated cross-legged in a private cabin in the Dreadnought. He had just finished a session of cultivation, and as he exhaled, the energy swirled around in front of him. It was like smoke containing incredibly high heat, which raised the temperature of the private cabin until it was like an oven. Xu Qing looked at the smoke, felt the heat, and his eyes glittered. I never could have guessed that I would get something like this back at the 10 Entrals tree. His heart was racing. The source of his excitement was the fire from the cosmic teapot. After several days of study, he had confirmed that the fire was harmless to him. But more relevant was that it could melt life lamps. When he sucked the fire into himself, the violet crystal would automatically absorb it. And then, the most fantastic thing would happen. The violet light that then shone onto Xu Qing's sea of consciousness would cause the life lamps there to start dissolving. That process didn't involve destroying the lamp. Instead, it changed its form. In all of his practice of cultivation up to this point, he had never seen anything like this happen. His understanding had always been that life lamps were completely indestructible. That was what all the information he had ever read about life lamps also indicated. Light from beyond the heavens, he murmured. He couldn't be absolutely certain about that assessment. The information about that imperial sovereign of antiquity who had acquired light from beyond the heavens, all it said was that he used that light to melt life lamps and then make them completely his own. In any case, Xu Qing had never encountered any situation like this. The focus of his research so far had been checking to see if the life lamps would actually be destroyed when dissolved. They would. He extended his hand, and on the tip of his finger was a red crystal. He had already confirmed that when a life lamp was melted, it would turn into an unfathomable substance in his sea of consciousness. When it then entered his bloodstream, it would change his blood into something different. At the same time, impurities would be released. It was as if the red crystal contained the dissolved blood that couldn't be absorbed by his own bloodstream. Xu Qing wasn't sure what the red crystal could be used for, but he could sense that it contained the aura of a life lamp. It glittered with bright light and intense heat. Xu Qing put the red crystal away, and his eyes shone with anticipation. With enough of this kind of fire, I can bring out more light from my violet crystal, melt all of my life lamps, and absorb them into my bloodstream. And when that happens, I might be able to, with my own will, create a personal life lamp. It seemed possible on a theoretical level. That said, it was different from what that imperial sovereign of antiquity had done, which was putting blood into the life lamps to make them his own. Xu Qing was doing the opposite. He was melting the life lamps and putting them into his blood to make them his own. Although it seems possible in theory, I have to do more experimentation, and I also need a lot more of that fire. He looked down at the cosmic teapot. There wasn't an infinite amount of fire in it. After his experimentation, less than half was left. He had also done some asking around, and had eventually got some information from Palace Lord Li Yunshan himself. It's heaven fire that can be found on the border between the Moonright region and the Mount South region. The Mount South region is an administrative enclave of the Fire Moon Darkheaven people. It's in the southern part of their territory and holds much strategic value. There's a continental sea there along the border between the two regions, made not from water but from fire. That fire is astonishingly powerful, and the deeper you go into the sea, the more terrifyingly destructive it gets. However, that sea of flames isn't natural. It came from heaven. In the middle of Heavenfire Sea is a rift in the sky, out of which pours an endless flow of flames. It's like a waterfall that feeds into the sea below. Heavenfire is unique in that, if it leaves that area, it gradually turns into normal fire, unless you have some special item that can preserve it. Obviously, this cosmic teapot is just such an item, but it can't preserve the fire for too long. Xu Qing was more familiar with the southern parts of revered ancient, but he had looked at maps in the past. To the northwest of Xixing County was the deep blue region. Due north of that was the Holotide region. To the west of the Holotide region was the Yin Sacrifice River. Beyond that river was the mysterious Moonright region. In the northeastern part of that region was the regional border connecting to the Fire Moon Darkheavens. The Moonright region, Xu Qing murmured, his eyes shining. He opened the door of his private cabin, and the cold wind dispersed the heat from inside. It wouldn't be long before they reached Xixing County, and then the county capital. After stepping out onto the dreadnought's superstructure, he found Kong Xianglong sitting there looking out at heaven and earth. He glanced at Xu Qing. Did it work out? Xu Qing grinned and nodded. He sat next to Kong Xianglong and looked in the direction of the Moonright region. Eyes shining, he took out his transmission jade slip and sent a message to the captain. Eldest brother, how's your search for information going? I have some news on my end. It didn't take long before the jade slip vibrated. When the captain spoke, he sounded very relaxed and incredibly pleased. I got back a few days ago. I've been waiting for you to get back from visiting our son. Good, I'll be back in the county capital in about 4 hours. They didn't get into any particulars via voice message, but Xu Qing's chest felt tight with anticipation. Kong Xianglong looked at him quizzically. Xu Qing, are you and that extremely dubious eldest brother of yours going out on another big job? Xu Qing patted Kong Xianglong's shoulder. Want to join us? Kong Xianglong inhaled sharply, looked around suspiciously, and then shook his head. I'm afraid your eldest brother would sell me out. Haven't you noticed how Enning Yan looks at your eldest brother nowadays? He seems scared to death. It made complete sense to Xu Qing. However, he had the feeling Enning Yan wasn't going to be able to get out of this mission. He was just too useful as a tool. The fleet made a few more teleportations, and about 4 hours later, arrived at the county capital. As soon as he stepped off the dreadnought, he got messages from the captain urging him to meet up. Therefore, Xu Qing sent a message to Master Seventh to let him know he'd returned, then hurried, not to the Swordsage Palace, but to a particular restaurant where the captain had said to meet. Upon entering the establishment, he saw Li Shitao walking out of the captain's private room. She smiled at him and without a word left. Xu Qing blinked a few times and then walked into the room. The table was filled with food and alcohol. The captain sat on the far side nibbling on a peach. Looking up at Xu Qing, he proudly said, "AI, little Ah Qing, I finally understand how frustrating your life must be. People, am I right? When you're too outstanding, the girls are just too forward. It's really annoying." He reached up and rubbed his cheek with his sleeve. His cheek looked clean. But he seemed to be trying to tell Xu Qing that there had previously been a hickey there. I mean, it's just lunch, right? Why do I have to come to provide company? The captain sighed. An odd expression could be seen on Xu Qing's face as he looked at the food on the table. Every dish had spirit ingredients, and everything was obviously very expensive. There were 2 sets of dishware, one of which was untouched, while the other was piled with food. Obviously, one person had been plying the other with food. As for who had done the plying, well, that didn't matter to Xu Qing. As long as the captain was happy, that was all that mattered. He quickly plastered an envious look onto his face. The captain seemed extremely pleased with that expression. After taking a few more bites of his peach, he dragged Xu Qing over to the corner of the room, where he waved his hand to set up a warding spell. Looking very somber, he said, "Little Ah Qing, are you ready for a really big job?" Hearing that, Xu Qing knew that with the captain's prelude out of the way, the truly astonishing information was about to be revealed. As such, Xu Qing put a similarly somber expression onto his face and nodded gravely. The captain was delighted at how well Xu Qing was cooperating. Clearing his throat, he lowered his voice and said, "The reality, little junior brother, is that you should be the governor already. But your cultivation base is too low, and thus, you can't accept the position. How could we possibly just let Marquis Yao take charge of our stuff? And that's when I started thinking of how we could get both of our cultivation bases to advance by leaps and bounds. And guess what? I thought of a way." Raising his eyebrows, Xu Qing said, "What way?" With a very proud expression, the captain looked up into the sky and said, "We're going to devour the red moon." Xu Qing thought for a moment, then stood up to leave. He wasn't interested in pointlessly seeking to die. The captain was crazy, and that was a condition Xu Qing couldn't cure him from. Master Seventh would have to take over. Seeing that Xu Qing was about to leave, the captain anxiously jumped up and blocked his path. Hey, just wait and hear me out." Xu Qing looked expressionlessly at the captain. Going to Moonlight region sounded interesting, but he didn't want to become food for Crimson Mother. After all, Crimson Mother was a high god whose mere doppelganger had devoured the gods sleeping in Forbidden by the Immortal. Xu Qing figured he would have to be crazy to present himself on a platter to Crimson Mother. "Just think about it, little junior brother. The red moon is sleeping. The timing here is like a gift provided by heaven. If we devour her successfully, or even just devour a little bit, we could instantly reach Spirit Trove. In fact, I bet that only a few bites might take us all the way to Void returning." The captain's eyes were completely bloodshot as he looked at Xu Qing with that familiar craziness. "Little junior brother, did I ever take you on a big job that didn't work out?" Xu Qing hesitated. "Eldest brother, did you ever do anything like this in one of your previous lives?" One. The captain actually already gave the answer to this question in a passing comment in chapter 524.2. Whether Xu Qing forgot about that, or didn't forget about, you can make a judgment call on that yourself. Chapter 550, Heavenly Moon Bandits. The captain blinked a few times. "That's not important. We can get into it later. First, let's talk about the red moon. You really need to think about it from the opposite angle, little junior brother. If we don't devour her, then when she wakes up, she'll have no trouble tracking us down. She'll find us with a single thought, and before we know it, she'll be right in front of us. You have her god source. I have her aura. To her, we're nothing but thieves, which means once she finds us, we're dead for sure. And that's why we need to strike a fatal blow before she wakes up. There's no reason for us to be scared of a shrew." Pulling out a peach, the captain took a big bite. Xu Qing, meanwhile, struggled to control his breathing. His mind was spinning, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was well aware that the captain liked to do really big things, and he had assumed that the latest plan was going to be something monumental. But he hadn't guessed it would be this monumental. Xu Qing gritted his teeth. "Tell me everything in detail, eldest brother." Looking very excited, the captain said, "Okay, little Ah Qing. Moonlight region is very unique among regions. To the Nightshades, it's considered like a holy land. In fact, it basically is a holy land. And that's because the Moonlight region is the only way to reach the red moon. The red moon is the red moon, while Crimson Mother is Crimson Mother." Xu Qing nodded as he listened attentively. "There's one thing you need to understand from the beginning, and that is the red moon is the dwelling place where Crimson Mother sleeps. As for the red moon itself, it's a star, a moon, a unique heavenly body. In other words, if you want to devour Crimson Mother, then you have to first go to her dwelling place. You have to get to the red moon. Unfortunately, the red moon is above the canopy of heaven. Although it follows its own orbital track, actually reaching it is going to be extremely difficult. Even though we can see the red moon, we can't get close to it. However, that's not the case in the Moonlight region. Right in the middle of it, in the penitent's steps, there's a shocking statue. When the captain mentioned the statue, his expression became strange, like a mix of regret and sorrow. Xu Qing noted that, and his eyes glittered thoughtfully. The statue is massive. Though it's kneeling in penitence, it's also in a position to prop up heaven and earth. It's so tall that words really can't describe it. It's very nearly touching the apex of the dome of heaven. When the red moon follows its orbital track, it will speed past the statue's head so closely you can reach out and touch it. That's also the lowest point in the red moon's path of travel. The intelligence reports I've acquired make that certain. In other words, if we're right there when the red moon passes, and we fly up with all our might, we'll be able to get onto the red moon. With that, the captain took out another peach. Taking a bite, he looked at Xu Qing. Of course, I've already planned out everything we need to do once we're on the red moon. And I am going to devour Crimson Mother, guaranteed. The captain's eyes were bloodshot with craziness. After taking in the explanation, Xu Qing said one thing. Who does the statue depict, eldest brother? The captain took a few breaths, during which time he took out a peach and handed it to Xu Qing. That statue, he said in a hoarse voice, was created during the time of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. It depicts a human imperial sovereign who refused to leave revered ancient with the ancient emperor. Long ago, the Moonlight region used to belong to him. He and Crimson Mother fought a war the likes of which surpassed anything before it. In the end, that imperial sovereign died in battle. Because of how much Crimson Mother hated him, she punished him by forcing his fleshly body to kneel to her for all eternity, and her curse turned his lands into a pasture. Every so often, when the population in Moonlight region gets big enough, the Red Moon will have a feast, and everything there is on the menu. Mortals, cultivators, it doesn't matter. They become food. With the cultivators, it starts with those with the highest cultivation base. Every time it happens, the void-returning experts get eaten first. People born in the Moonlight region are incapable of leaving it, thanks to that curse. If they take even a single step out of the region, they explode and die. Because of that, cultivators from the Moonlight region live in a state of constant bitterness and loss. Their path of cultivation always ends in death. What's worse, they live in a horrid environment where it's very difficult to survive without practicing cultivation. The captain took a vicious bite out of his peach. There is no true sun in Moonlight region, only artificial light sources and something they call the heaven-fire skycrossing. Unfortunately, the light of the latter is harmful to the point of being deadly. There are also relatives of Crimson Mother who live there, who are also kept like livestock. Because of this, many high-level species call Moonlight region by a different name. They call it the Red Moon Spirit Garden. Based on everything Xu Qing was hearing, it seemed to him like the Moonlight region was a horrid place. And given the circumstances, it seemed likely that the species there would be extremely evil. A hell on earth, he murmured, and then took a bite of peach. The captain suddenly looked curiously at Xu Qing. Where'd you get a peach? You gave it to me, Xu Qing replied quizzically. The captain snatched it back, then took out an apple and handed it to Xu Qing. Xu Qing looked at the captain, then accepted the apple and took a bite. Considering he had heard of the Heaven-Fire Sea before, he asked the captain about it. Heaven-Fire Sea? I didn't focus much on that, although I did get a few pieces of information. The captain briefly collected his thoughts and then continued. Supposedly, it's a sea of fire in the middle of which is a rift. In the ancient past, the rift wasn't very big, but as time has gone by, it's become larger and larger. Few people know what's inside the rift. Through the years, many species have investigated it, but not much has come of all that. One thing that seems certain is that there's a never-ending world of fire inside. And if you enter, you die. Why, little junior brother? Are you planning to visit Heaven-Fire Sea? Xu Qing nodded. Well, perfect. Since I've already deduced when exactly the red moon will arrive, I can tell you we have plenty of time to work with. What's more, I have a few loose ends that need tying up in the Moonlight region. So now, all we need to do is sneak away. You can do your thing. I'll take our tool to finish all the preparations. The captain then took out a map of the Moonlight region and pointed to one specific spot and said, "Afterward, we'll meet up here on Mount Heavenly Ox in the Unfinished Mountains." 1. "Well, what do you think, little Ah Qing? Are you in?" After a moment or two passed, Xu Qing nodded and said, "How about we go there first? Then, after we see things with our own eyes, we can make the final decision. Also, you still haven't told me if you tried something like this in the past." Xu Qing looked at the captain. The captain cleared his throat and then tapped one spot on the map. "Think about the name of this place here." "Mount Heavenly Ox," Xu Qing said, an odd expression on his face. "The Unfinished Mountains." Unfinished was fairly self-explanatory, but Heavenly Ox, too. The captain looked very pleased with himself. "The mountain was originally named after me. Who could have guessed that later generations would keep the name? You see, little Ah Qing, one of your eldest brother's past life bodies is buried there. I really got unlucky back then. I tried to devour a god, but failed. It was all the fault of my unreliable teammates. I actually escaped at first, but didn't survive long after. That's the main reason I want to meet up there. I want to take you with me to raid a tomb." Xu Qing wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. "You're going to raid your own tomb?" The captain's eyebrows danced up and down. "I'm getting excited just thinking about it. Also, that's one of the things we need to do to prepare to deal with Crimson Mother." After that, Xu Qing and the captain went over some of the details of the plan. They decided to leave in 3 days. They also made plans for how to get away. Xu Qing was an important person in Sealing County, so traveling around could be dangerous. The safest option was to make sure no one knew he was gone. The only people Xu Qing told were Master Seventh and Plumdark. Both disagreed with him leaving at first, but after some persuasion, they gave in and even provided him with some defensive items. Then Xu Qing made a public announcement that he was going into seclusion to work on his cultivation. Before going into seclusion, he went to see Xianxia, who had come with 7 blood eyes to the county capital. Xianxia had recently finished working on Xu Qing's spirit cruiser. After collecting it, Xu Qing disappeared from the public. In a flash, a month passed. There were no major developments in the county capital. The construction work on the Green Dark Sect was finished, and Plumdark took charge. Everything was developing in an orderly fashion. Life had gone back to normal in Sealing County. Things were calm and peaceful, with Master Seventh and Marquis Yao running things, and especially with Marquis Yao wielding 4th stage void returning power. The non-humans in the county had stowed any treacherous thoughts. In the western part of the Holotide region, there was a mortal caravan making its way along one of the public highways. The group consisted of some traveling merchants being escorted by a Holotide bodyguard team. They were planning to visit some small nations near the Yin Sacrifice River. Somewhere within the long caravan was a young man of about 17 or 18 years old with freckles on his face. He sat atop the carriage with the reins in his hand, which he would occasionally flick feebly while calling out to the horses. He was Enning Yan. Standing next to him was a young man with his hands clasped behind his back, looking proudly off into the distance. As the sun shone down onto him, it created something like a halo, which made him seem somehow holy. The Lord of Dust and Fairies arrives. Heaven and earth welcome him with drums and gongs. Enning Yan couldn't have been more annoyed. What drums and gongs? He thought. He was truly frustrated at having to be around this person who, the entire journey so far, had been constantly spouting nonsensical poetry. Looking at the young man out of the corner of his eye, he muttered, "What's wrong with you?" Hearing that, Wu Jianwu glared derisively at Enning Yan. A gentle breeze carries the squawk of chickens and geese. Turning, I find myself facing a kitty. Enning Yan glared at him. Wu Jianwu looked back at him proudly. At that point, the captain spoke via divine will from the interior of the carriage. "Great poem. It really has that ancient emperor cadence. Just what I would expect of our special guest, the top chosen from 7 blood eyes' first peak. No wonder he's known as the greatest successor of ancient Emperor Dark Serenity. Another, recite another." Wu Jianwu looked very excited and pleased. Enning Yan said nothing, but he flicked the reins angrily. Xu Qing sat in the carriage looking out at the scenery. He had expected the captain to bring Enning Yan along, but was surprised that he'd invited Wu Jianwu. Linger had emerged from Xu Qing's sleeve and was wrapped around his neck. She was currently looking at the captain. The captain looked back at her and blinked a few times. Then he quietly said to Xu Qing, "Let's egg on the moron for now. He's going to be very useful for the plan." Raising his voice, he loudly said, "Going forward were the Heavenly Moon Bandits. Come on, brothers, come on." 1. In this passage, it's actually not clear that Mount Heavenly Ox is in the Unfinished Mountains. It initially sounds like the mountain is named Unfinished Heavenly Ox. However, we later find out the details that the mountain itself, Heavenly Ox, is part of a mountain range, Unfinished Mountains. There does not seem to be any reason for this information to be withheld. It's nothing unusual in Chinese to not add the relevant details, but it creates potential ambiguity confusion in English, so I'm spoiling it a bit early with my translation choice. Keeping that secret is not relevant to the plot in any way, so this just keeps things less confusing for you readers. 2. Don't forget that the captain's name Erniu combines the characters Tu and Cow Ox. Chapter 551, Disciple Xu Qing of the Yin-Yang Betwixt Flowers Sect, Part 1. On the border between the Holotide region and the Moonright region were a host of scattered mortal nations. There were also bizarre towns that surrounded the various ferries that facilitated travel across the river. Out-of-region visitors to Moonright region could enter. As long as they didn't stay for too long, they wouldn't be affected by the curse. Therefore, there was quite a bit of trade that went on between the two regions. The hard border was formed by the massive Yin Sacrifice River, which surrounded the Moonright region. The river water was red, like blood, and it also smelled like blood. When the wind blew, it would spread that odor of blood throughout the area. People who weren't used to that smell would often feel nervous and go on guard when they detected it, but even passing travelers would get used to it quickly. That was exactly the case with the caravan Xu Qing was part of. The merchants and bodyguards were obviously familiar with the route and didn't react at all to the smell. When Xu Qing detected it, he realized that the gory smell contained traces of Crimson Mother's aura. However, it was very faint. Without his violet moon, Xu Qing would never have noticed it. "There's a curse at work here," Linger said in her melodious voice. The captain stretched, then pushed aside the carriage curtain to look outside. "That smell is from the Yin Sacrifice River. It's not a naturally occurring river. Crimson Mother feeds it with the cursed blood of the living beings from Moonright region. The river isn't dangerous to outsiders as long as you offer the proper sacrifices. But to people from within the Moonright region, it's like a cage. I'd say we should reach the shore by evening. After that, it will take a few days to cross the river, and then we'll be in the Moonright region." The captain's eyes glittered with anticipation. After leaving Sea-Sealing County, they had snuck through the deep blue region as well as most of the Holotide region. Then, at the suggestion of Xu Qing, they joined this caravan to travel the rest of the way. It would be easier to remain hidden by staying among mortals. After a month, they reached their current position. As evening fell, the sky turned bright red, matching the color of the river. However, it didn't come across as looking beautiful. Instead, it seemed sinister and ghoulish. Eventually, Xu Qing and the others left the caravan and approached the bank of the Yin Sacrifice River. The raging waters flowed south, and the smell of blood was extremely strong. It was possible to see bodies floating in the river, which were the remains of residents of Moonright region who had tried to escape the region. The water was so corrosive to them that their facial features had already melted away. However, it was possible to determine that the corpses included both adults and children. "All living beings in Moonright region are food," the captain said quietly, "from the moment they're born." Linger took it in and sighed. Then she snuggled a bit closer to Xu Qing, as if his warmth would keep her safe. Xu Qing silently looked up at the broken face of the god in the dome of heaven. Whether it was the Moonright region or the revered ancient mainland as a whole, when had things not been like this? Enning Yan had been scowling before, but now his expression was even more bitter. He had never wanted to come on this journey. Life had been good back in the county capital, but then he had been forced to travel to this hellish place. He knew all about the Moonright region, and because of what he knew about it, the place terrified him, and he wished he didn't even have to get near it. It's all the fault of that damned Chen Erniu. This is completely outrageous. Though Enning Yan was cursing in his heart, he didn't let it show on his face. He was too scared of being bitten. In contrast to Enning Yan, there was Wu Jianwu, who had been more than willing to join. And not even the Gruish River could affect the haughtiness in his heart. As he stood on the river bank, he took a deep breath and then loudly said, "The lonely clouds and sunset birth memories. The river has raged for 700 centuries." "Great poem," the captain said, his eyes shining with praise. Wu Jianwu cleared his throat, stuck his chin up, and was about to continue with some more poetry. But then he noticed Xu Qing frowning and decided not to. Xu Qing was starting to get annoyed. After all, Wu Jianwu had spouted roughly 100 poems on the road. Waving his hand, he produced his spirit cruiser and put it on the water. The spirit cruiser was the work of the 6th Peak Elders, as directed by Zhang San. It looked completely different from Xu Qing's old Dharma ship. In fact, it almost couldn't be described as a ship. It was all according to Zhang San's ingenious planning. In appearance, it resembled a hunchbacked old woman, about 1,500 meters tall, clad in a black robe. Atop her hunched back was the superstructure. Her robe, which spread out over the water and caused ripples to flow out everywhere, were the sails. Most gruish of all was what the old woman had in her hands. In her right hand she held a lantern that emanated a mysterious green light, and from within the fire that cast that light rang out blood-curdling screams. That was the power source. Floating above her left hand was a red eyeball that constantly shifted around to take in the surroundings. That was an imitation of the 7 blood eyes to Taboo treasure. Xu Qing had been surprised when he first took a look at the spirit cruiser. As it appeared on the river, Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu were both completely stunned. Wu Jianwu gasped and spoke like a normal person. "Is that a 7th Peak spirit cruiser?" The captain chuckled. "It seems Zhang San misses join." It was true. The spirit cruiser really did look like the god of the Merfolk Isles, Join. 1. Xu Qing nodded. Without another word, he flew up to the superstructure on the old woman's back. There, he looked off into the distance. The others flew up after him. Moments later, the lantern in the old woman's hand glittered with bright light, and the black robe, sails, fluttered as she started moving at top speed. The Yin Sacrifice River was no small river. Even at the speed Xu Qing's spirit cruiser was capable of, it would take about 5 days to cross it. They encountered some dangers. But when the gaze of the imitation taboo treasure from 7 blood eyes landed on them, most of them simply fled. There were a few unexpected developments. At one point, a host of blood-colored hares erupted from the water, rapidly encircling the spirit cruiser and then heading toward Xu Qing. Neither Xu Qing nor the captain needed to do anything. Wu Jianwu had been itching to show off, especially since he'd had no opportunities to do so up to this point. He flicked his sleeve, and dozens of vicious animals appeared around him. Some of them flew into the air, and others dove into the water. One of the animals was a parrot which let out a loud squawk as it landed on Wu Jianwu's head and spread its wings wide. The parrot looked around arrogantly, then spoke in a human voice. "Wherever my daddy makes an appearance, spirits and immortals tremble and fear us." Then Wu Jianwu haughtily said, "The House of Wu has 800 progeny. Who in the world dares brag to them wantonly?" Xu Qing looked on with an odd expression. Linger's eyes were wide. Enning Yan gasped. The captain's eyes shone. As the words left Wu Jianwu's mouth, a bear flew out of his sleeve, rapidly growing bigger until it was 30 meters from head to tail. Standing in front of Wu Jianwu, it let loose a thunderous roar. Stretching its arms out, it grabbed the incoming hares and shredded them. The fierce animals were all extraordinary. They all had unique appearances, yet were clearly related. They worked together perfectly as a team and seemed capable of ignoring whatever vile enemies they faced, as if their bloodline and personhood existed on a much higher level. Thanks to their efforts, the attacking hares soon retreated back into the water. Wu Jianwu looked very proud of himself, and the parrot threw its head back arrogantly. The parrot's behavior was odd. It had clearly received a lot of instruction on how to act. The animals all opened their mouths as if to recite whatever lines came next in their script. However, the danger had not yet been completely dealt with. The water suddenly seethed, and the smell of blood grew stronger, as countless blood-colored hairs shot up from the water and into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they formed into the shape of a gigantic figure, hundreds of meters tall. It was just an outline, without any flesh or blood, and vaguely resembled a skeleton. It pulsed with a terrifying mightiness. It looked down at Xu Qing and the others. "Offering," it growled. At the same time, the river continued to seethe as another figure rose up, then a third and a fourth. Letter 1D456, letter 1D633, letter 1D44E, letter 1D4B8, letter 2134, letter 1D62E. In the end, 37 such figures appeared, one after another, surrounding Xu Qing and the others. As each one appeared, it said the same thing: "Offering." "These are the river spirits of the Yin sacrifice river," the captain explained. "They require you to give them an offering to cross the river." He had obviously come prepared, as he waved a hand, sending a bag of holding splashing into the water. Xu Qing had no idea what was inside, but once the bag of holding entered the water, most of the figures faded away. However, a few remained behind, and suddenly they all looked at Enning Yan. "Offering." Enning Yan's face fell. The captain frowned. He knew that Enning Yan had an extraordinary background, but had never guessed that it would result in the river spirits asking for a second round of offerings. "I wonder if river spirits taste good." After looking around, he came to the conclusion that there were probably a lot more river spirits in the area than he could see. He sighed. Thankfully, he had gone all out in his preparations. Taking out another bag of holding, he prepared to toss it out. Before he could, Xu Qing spoke. "Can I give it a shot, eldest brother?" The captain thought about it briefly and then nodded. "Sure, the offerings I prepared can be put to use later in the Moonlight region." Xu Qing took a few steps forward and looked at the blood-colored figures. "Step aside," he said calmly. As the words left his mouth, violet light shone in his eyes. At the same time, his violet moon nascent soul opened its eyes. Instantly, pressure appeared, and fluctuations rolled out, turning into a manifestation of personhood and godly authority. The Yin sacrifice river went still. The wind ceased blowing, and everything stopped. The river spirits trembled, then quickly bowed their heads and dropped to kneel. "Our respects, God Herald." They all said the same thing. At the same time, more river spirits appeared. Their total number went from dozens to hundreds, and then thousands. There seemed no end to them. All of them were kneeling very respectfully. Although Enning Yan had been prepared to see something like this, it still caused his heart to skip a beat. Linger's eyes went even wider, and she looked confused. The captain's eyebrows danced up and down. With little Ah Qing along, this trip to the Moonlight region has a much greater chance of turning out how I've planned. Meanwhile, Wu Jianwu inhaled sharply, and the parrot on his head shivered and forgot to remain in its arrogant pose. After a long moment of silence, Xu Qing once again spoke in a calm voice. "Escort me. Your godly edict will be honored. 1. If you want to go back and check out the original description of Join, it's in Chapter 121. Chapter 551, Disciple Xu Qing of the Yin-Yang Betwixt Flowers Sect, Part 2. Thousands of humanoid skeletons made from blood-colored hairs all said the same thing, then circled around Xu Qing's spirit cruiser and led the way forward. Ripples flowed out on the surface of the water. Wu Jianwu was left trembling. Seeing that, the captain sidled over to him, threw his arm around his neck, and quietly said, "See, I wasn't lying, Big Jianjian. Now, do you want to be like that one day?" Wu Jianwu definitely did want to be like that one day, and that was why he was doomed to never escape the captain's clutches. Before long, the captain had dragged him off to the side and was whispering into his ears. Wu Jianwu's eyes glittered with both struggle and excitement, but eventually, the excitement took over. "Moron, Enning Yan muttered. Xu Qing ignored them all, as he was focused on the river spirits. These river spirits were living beings, so unlike the situation with the nightshade divine likeness he had encountered in Holotide territory, he could sense reverence within them. What was more, after activating his violet moon nascent soul, he realized he could sense a very faint medicinal energy coming off the river spirits. Eyes glittering, he sent his violet moon nascent soul over his head, where it not only emanated pressure, but also it started absorbing that medicinal energy. Slowly but surely, the energy left the river spirits and flowed into the violet moon nascent soul's mouth. A pleasant sensation spread through Xu Qing's mind and heart, and the violet moon nascent soul shivered and slowly started growing. As the river spirits' medicinal energy was absorbed, their expressions grew more pious. Xu Qing's heart pounded. He could sense that the medicinal energy was something very beneficial and was about to start absorbing more when, all of a sudden, a sensation of impending danger swept through him, prompting him to stop. This place is a pasture for the red moon. Since the red moon can absorb anything here, theoretically speaking, so can I, however. Doing so will increase the chances of me being noticed. And if that leads to an early awakening. Xu Qing sighed inwardly and abandoned any further tests. He figured he would wait until he was actually in the Moonlight region before making any further decisions. And thus, it was with an escort of thousands of river spirits that Xu Qing's spirit cruiser rapidly crossed the Yin Sacrifice River toward the opposite shore. It was a shocking scene that was bound to attract notice. Xu Qing and his group weren't the only ones going into the Moonlight region. There were many local cultivators who could go in for trading purposes. Even now, there were dozens of ships on the river, all of whom were required to give offerings to be allowed passage. When they saw what was happening, they were stunned. All the ships stopped in place, and the cultivators on them looked over and speculated among themselves about what they were seeing. Escorted by thousands of river spirits, who could that possibly be? Don't tell me it's someone from the Red Moon Cathedral, maybe someone with really high standing there. There's only one possibility. It has to be someone with a very high status in the Red Moon Cathedral. People from the Red Moon Cathedral rarely make public appearances. In fact, I think this is the first time I've seen someone from there. The speculations led to lingering fear in the hearts of the observers. People like them who traveled to and from the Moonlight region knew the details of the curse. They realized that the living beings in the region were like livestock, and that it was the mighty Red Moon Cathedral that harvested them for the god. All of them bowed their heads and waited for the river spirits to pass before looking up again. 2 more days passed in which Xu Qing and the others swept across the Yin Sacrifice River. Eventually, they saw the other shore, which was the Moonlight region proper. The soil was black. The sky was like an evening sky, with no sun. There was only sourceless moonlight that spread out like a mysterious veil over the dark lands. Birds flew in the night sky, letting loose occasional mournful cries, while rotting corpses were visible here and there on the ground. Xu Qing and the others made landfall on a bare hill. Xu Qing put away his spirit cruiser. As soon as he was on land, the thousands of river spirits bowed to him, then sank back into the water. The captain looked around, his eyes glittering with reminiscence. He sighed. It's been so many years, I'm finally back. All right, little junior brother, we're fairly safe now. Crimson Mother is asleep, so as long as we don't blow our cover, we'll be fine. Xu Qing nodded. For all intents and purposes, there was no one here who could possibly know them. The captain patted Xu Qing's shoulder. Now we split up. I'll go handle my business, and I'll take little Ningning and big Xianxia with me. A pained expression could be seen on Enning Yan's face, while Wu Jianwu seemed very excited. Clearly, the latter felt very important. This was the plan they had agreed on. They were currently in the eastern part of the Moonlight region. By heading a bit further east, Xu Qing would eventually reach Heavenfire Sea. Xu Qing glanced at Wu Jianwu and Enning Yan, wished them well in his heart, then turned to the captain. Take care of yourself, eldest brother. I'll be fine. With little Ningning and big Xianxia to keep me safe, who would dare to mess with me? The captain blinked a few times at Xu Qing, then reached up and smacked himself on the top of the head. He instantly transformed, turning into an elegant middle-aged cultivator. He actually looked quite a bit more handsome than before. What was more, his smile and facial expression made him seem somehow more wicked. Smiling enigmatically, he smacked Enning Yan's belly, causing him to shiver and transform into a servant girl. Enning Yan had apparently been aware that this would happen, as he didn't seem surprised. The scowl that stayed on his face now that he was a servant girl made him seem like the kind of person who suffered a lot of bullying. Wu Jianwu was all smiles as the captain gave him similar treatment. With a smack, he transformed Wu Jianwu into a young boy. Xu Qing wasn't even curious at how the captain did all of this. The more seals the captain undid, the more strange and unusual abilities he seemed capable of. "I've prepared a secret identity for you as well, little junior brother." The captain tossed a jade slip to Xu Qing. "Going forward, you're a wandering disciple from the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect, known as Master Heavengreen. That's your identity slip, and will also serve as your travel permit. There are all sorts of nations and species in the Moonlight region, so you'll need something like that to find your way around. The yin-yang betwixt flowers sect is in charge of the sacrificial dances for the Red Moon Cathedral. They're a very big sect, and that means being a member will offer you a lot of protection." 1. Xu Qing took the jade slip. He was really getting a sense of how much work the captain had put into the preparations. He was clearly dead set on devouring the Red Moon. "And now the time has come to part ways. We'll meet up at Mount Heavenly Ox in the Unfinished Mountains. Whoever gets there first will wait for the other, and if one of us doesn't show up, the other will surreptitiously go looking for the other." The captain reached out and pulled a fan out of midair. Opening it with a snap, he fanned himself a few times in a very leisurely fashion. "Remember, little junior brother, my secret identity is that of Master Unfinished. I'm also a disciple of the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect, and I'm your eldest brother. In a few months, that name is going to be famous throughout the Moonlight region. You'll likely hear it while you're out and about. Now, let's go." The captain waved to Xu Qing. Xu Qing bowed, and thus the captain took Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu off into the distance. It seemed that Enning Yan would rather have stayed with Xu Qing, as he kept looking back helplessly. Xu Qing pretended not to realize that as he watched them leaving. About 90 meters away, the captain suddenly stopped in place. It looked like he had just remembered something. Turning back, he called, "If you have a chance, little Ah Qing, you should really go visit the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect. Your identity is legitimate. They emphasize the harmony between yin and yang and the way they complement each other. I bet you could learn some things from them. Considering your aptitude, you'd probably master their teachings quickly. That way, if you happen to run into any seductive girls, you'd have some additional methods to keep yourself safe and won't be taken advantage of." When Linger heard that, she immediately stuck her head out of Xu Qing's sleeve. "With me here, big bro Xu Qing won't run into any seductive girls." The captain was about to say something further when Xu Qing expressionlessly produced a peach and took a bite. The captain's eyes widened into a glare. Muttering to himself, he turned and led Enning Yan and Wu Jianwu away. Xu Qing watched them go. When the captain had disappeared into the night, Linger looked at him with bashful anticipation in her eyes. "Big bro Xu Qing, does this count as our first date?" Xu Qing chuckled and nodded. Then he turned and sped away. As he did, his facial features changed, making look less extraordinary and more like a random person. For an entire night, Xu Qing sped through the Moonlight region. He passed a lot of corpses from a variety of species, most of whom had died from explosive mutation. Some of them had been killed in fighting. It all was what Xu Qing had expected. Given the unique circumstances in the Moonlight region, it was a place rife with death and evil. There were some places that Xu Qing passed that made him pause. They were corpse pits. Upon nearing the edge of the first one, Xu Qing saw that it was some 30,000 meters wide, like a massive crater full of piles of bones. From the markings on the bones, it was obvious their flesh had been stripped off and used for food. Linger said nothing. Xu Qing took it in and felt the need to be even more vigilant. Eventually, dawn came in the form of artificial light in the dome of heaven. The lands were no longer pitch black, but instead like dusk. That dusky darkness was how daytime usually was in the Moonlight region. Eventually, Xu Qing found himself on a barren mountaintop, looking off into the distance. Taking out the map the captain had given him, he identified his current location. This area is called Lesser Shrine. It'll take half a month to pass through here. The next area is controlled by the Twofold Alliance. Once I get to the other side of that, I'll be at the Heavenfire Sea. 2. Xu Qing put the jade slip away and continued traveling. Days passed. Half a month later, he reached the other side of Lesser Shrine and neared the territory controlled by the Twofold Alliance. After traveling through Lesser Shrine, he now understood where it got its name. There were over 1,000 corpse pits there, and they were arrayed in the shape of a crescent moon. In the very middle was an old shrine that was roughly the size of a city. Xu Qing had kept his distance from it, as he could sense the lingering aura of the red moon. It made him think of the alternative name for this region: Spirit Garden. With that, he entered the allied species territory. The moment he did, he stopped in place. Not too far ahead of him, he saw beams of light shining out of a host of irregularly shaped mirrors. They were pointing at Xu Qing. The mirrors were about the size of an ordinary person, and their surfaces were blurry and cracked. However, he could see his reflection in all of them. What was most strange was that his reflections all had vicious gazes, and then they spoke in cold voices. Present your travel permit now. 1. The green part of the Taoist name, Heaven Green, is the Qing character from Xu Qing. Incidentally, that same character can be rendered in different ways, including cyan. It's the same character as the violet and cyan combo from the country and crown prince of the same name. 2. The name of the Twofold Alliance in Chinese makes it obvious that it's an alliance of two species. My translation choice is for the sake of succinctness. Chapter 552. When Striving Against Heaven, the Days Do Not Pass, Part 1. The map in the jade slip given by the captain had obviously not been created with this part of the Moonlight region in mind, as it wasn't very detailed. It just gave a general overview of the area. However, it did indicate that neither member of the Twofold Alliance was human. The alliance was made up of two species called the Mirrorlings and the Skyfaces, respectively. The cultivators asking for Xu Qing's travel permit were Mirrorlings. Mirrorlings were literally mirrors. As youngsters, they were simply small mirror fragments, but as they matured, they grew much larger. They were categorized as a Gru species and had come into existence after the broken face of the god arrived. They were hermaphroditic and could reproduce rapidly. What was more, they had an innate ability that allowed them to exercise a measure of control over an enemy by trapping their reflection in their mirror bodies. They were also fond of enslaving members of other species and parasitizing them. However, enslavement required a powerful version of their innate ability that only the nobility had. At the moment, Xu Qing's path was being blocked by these Mirrorlings. However, they were mere patrolling guards with cultivation bases equivalent to Foundation establishment, which was roughly the same as the cultivation base Xu Qing was revealing as part of his secret identity. That was why they felt confident in blocking his path and openly revealing their malicious intentions. Apparently, if Xu Qing didn't quickly prove that he was somehow important, then they would attack and kill him. After all, in their eyes, humans were an inferior species. Xu Qing looked with cold, expressionless eyes at the Mirrorlings, nodding their malicious gazes and committing that to memory. That said, he didn't attack. After all, this was their territory. Looking them over and nodding his reflection on their mirror bodies, he took out the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect jade slip the captain had given him and tossed it toward them. He was curious to see how they interacted with other physical objects. As the jade slip sailed through the air, the reflection of Xu Qing in one of the Mirrorlings reached his hand out of the mirror. When inside the mirror, that hand looked exactly like Xu Qing. But outside the mirror, it was a bundle of black energy that grabbed the jade slip and inspected it. After the Mirrorlings realized who he was, as indicated by the identity slip, they seemed to frown. The malice and greed in their eyes didn't completely disappear, and they continued to measure up Xu Qing. Clearly, they didn't want to just let him go on his way. Xu Qing's eyes glittered coldly as he faced off with the Mirrorlings. After a long, tense moment, the Mirrorlings exchanged glances and ultimately decided to hold back. Apparently, the threat of the yin-yang betwixt flowers sect was real. The Mirrorling guards dropped down, sank into the ground, and disappeared. Xu Qing watched with great curiosity as they sank into the black soil. Why do they merge into the soil? The jade slip map didn't give any details about that behavior. Putting his curiosity aside for the moment, he consulted the map again, then proceeded into the territory of the twofold alliance. The soil here was black like everywhere else. However, the dusky sky looked different from the sky in Lesser Shrine. It was brighter. Perhaps that was because it was closer to the Heavenfire Sea. Furthermore, there were no more corpse pits. Instead, as Xu Qing traveled, he spotted villages and cities. They were very different from human villages. Mirrorling cities were mostly made from mud bricks and resembled large, earthen castles. Xu Qing saw quite a few such cities. Even the largest of them resembled sprawling fortresses. They all seemed like bleak and rough places. The Mirrorlings were a quiet species. Xu Qing didn't hear any chatting, laughter, nor did he spot much activity. He just saw their mirror-like bodies walking or flying about, apparently. They weren't a very talkative species, and did most of their communication non-verbally. It was almost a given that a species like that would be xenophobic. Xu Qing attracted no small amount of attention. Malicious gazes locked onto him from all sides. However, nobody made a move on him. The Mirrorlings didn't have a lot of cultivators. The majority of their species were mortals. The mortals didn't have complete mirrors as their bodies. Instead, they were cracked. Most had only 7 or 8 cracks, while others had so many cracks their mirror bodies weren't reflective at all. The latter were the weak ones who abounded with auras of death. In terms of the specific shapes of their bodies, some were humanoid, while others looked like animals. All of them were scruffy and dirty. There were even some who seemed to be made up of countless smaller mirror fragments, all clumped together. At a certain point, Xu Qing spotted humans. All of them were extremely weak and clearly occupied a very low standing in the Mirrorling cities. Those who spotted Xu Qing looked at him with dull, empty eyes. Xu Qing just looked back at them. There was nothing he could do to change their situations. Although these lands weren't very far from human territory, especially now that the holotides had returned to the fold, it was separated only by the Yin Sacrifice River. However, there was nothing humans could do to break the curse of this region. It was the same with humans in many other regions. When ancient Emperor Dark Serenity conquered the revered ancient mainland, humans proliferated in all the regions. Later, Emperor Eastglory's huge defeat resulted in countless humans being isolated and unable to rejoin humankind. As the generations passed, some of those isolated humans rose to prominence, but generally speaking, they devolved into being lesser species. Some of them thought of themselves as humans, but given that tens of thousands of years had passed, many of them had either forgotten who they were, or had experienced such a change in their bloodline that they might not even be considered human anymore. That said, there were some who looked with longing in the direction of the human imperial region. Unfortunately, because of the great distance involved, the curse, and all the complicated situations that existed between the various regions, it was only the most powerful experts who could dream of making that journey. The vast majority of mortals would never be capable of it. All they could do was wait. Wait and hope that one day a human emperor would rise up, conquer revered ancient, and give them the chance to once again be part of humankind. After the tens of thousands of years that had passed, though, that hope had grown very weak. Even Linger sighed at what she was seeing. After all, the ancient spirits were in a similar situation. They had been waiting for an even longer time, all in vain. Though Emperor Ancient Spirit still existed, what Linger had experienced in the spirit abyss left her feeling very suspicious. She wasn't even sure if that Emperor Ancient Spirit was the same one who had actually led the ancient spirits to conquer revered ancient. Xu Qing continued silently on his way. Eventually, he left mirrorling territory and reached Skyface lands. This species lived in a mountainous region with very few open spaces. They were also categorized as a Gru species. Unlike the mirrorlings, they had flesh and blood bodies. However, all members of their species wore masks, or perhaps the masks were their faces. Everything else about them looked similar to humans, although they were taller and larger. On average, they would reach a height of about 3 meters. As for the masks on their faces, they didn't have the same facial features as humans. Instead, the masks featured complex designs. They were even more malicious than the mirrorlings, and as Xu Qing traveled along, he saw that they were very active. Because of the aura Xu Qing exuded, most of the Skyfaces restrained their malice. However, there were a few foolish ones who caused problems. Xu Qing ran into some ambushes as he made his way through the mountains. They played out as expected. The Skyfaces had large cities that matched their tall frames, and those cities reeked in such a way that humans couldn't tolerate it. Because the Skyfaces lived in that environment, they were used to the smell and didn't even notice it. Xu Qing didn't see any humans. However, he did see a restaurant in one of the cities. The proprietors were an old man and woman whose masks made them seem very kind. However, hanging in the front of their shop were slabs of meat. From the bones, it was possible to tell that some of the meat came from humans, while some was Skyface flesh. In this place, the weak were devoured. Truth be told, situations like this existed everywhere. Even back in South Phoenix, cannibalism was practiced in the lower rungs of society. 1. What a chaotic world, Xu Qing murmured. He eventually reached the border of Skyface territory. Beyond it was his destination, the Heavenfire Sea. Xu Qing saw endless red lava, atop which burned eternally indestructible flame. It was a massive place. Even when Xu Qing flew high up into the sky, he couldn't see the end of it. The sky above reflected the sea of flames, making everything bright, and the heat pulsed out endlessly. Rumbling sounds echoed out from the sea of flames. Occasionally, the lava would form bubbles which, when they popped, created flower-like explosions of sparks. After taking in the scene for a time, Xu Qing shot forward through the exploding sparks. He didn't intend to immediately absorb the fire. He wanted to make some observations first, then find a suitable location for an extended session of cultivation. After all, he had no idea if trying to melt his life lamps might cause something unexpected to happen, and thus attract unwanted attention. There were actually quite a few cultivators in this area. The fire here could be harvested and taken out of the region, as long as you had an extraordinary method to store it, and it could be very useful in both alchemy and equipment forging. As a result, it was a valuable trade item. There were also some cultivators who specialized in the Tao of Fire and could use it in their cultivation. Because of that, Xu Qing spotted both outsider cultivators and locals. Most were on their own, but others were in groups of 3 to 5. All were on guard and would react viciously if anyone got close to them. Overall, he saw more mirrorlings and Skyfaces than any other species. Given that they lived so close to the Heavenfire Sea, it was only natural that they could endure the heat much more easily than other species, and also use it to become stronger. Xu Qing found that there were some unique places where cultivators would use geomantic compasses to search for something. Obviously, there was a lot about the Heavenfire Sea that Xu Qing didn't know. Asking around wasn't an option, so he decided that his best bet was to just observe what was happening. As he sped along the sea of flames, he moved quickly, but not too quickly. After 3 days had passed, he still couldn't see the other side of the sea. This place is huge. It's going to take a long time to explore it. During the 3 days that passed, Xu Qing figured out what the cultivators were doing with the geomantic compasses. They were looking for a specific type of white crystal. It was a naturally occurring substance in the sea of flames and seemed to be like spirit stones. They were obviously valuable, as they were relatively rare, and had to be pulled up from within the lava. It was only possible to find them by using a geomantic compass. Xu Qing observed the process from afar a few times. That said, everyone present was both vigilant and hostile. Xu Qing knew what was proper and didn't get very close to any of them. He flew a few more days until he was deep within the Heavenfire Sea. Fewer and fewer cultivators were present. Eventually, Xu Qing changed his mind about what to do here. I might as well do some tests right now. Looking down at the fire, he waved his hand to put some extra protection around Linger. Knowing that Xu Qing was about to work on his cultivation, she said, "You're going to do great, big bro Xu Qing. My innate ability is starting to work now, so I'll help you keep an eye out for any bad guys in the area." Xu Qing grinned. Here he was in strange, grim lands, but with Linger to keep him company, he didn't feel lonely at all. Nodding, he made some final preparations. Then, eyes shining with anticipation, he headed directly toward the sea below. I doubt hordes of readers are hungering for the South Phoenix cannibalism link, pun intended haha, but it was discussed and even depicted in Chapter 100. Chapter 552, When Striving Against Heaven. The Days Do Not Pass, Part 2. As he dropped down and the fire raged, the violet crystal immediately sprang into action. Xu Qing inhaled, and fire swept into him. After a moment of thought, he reached out and touched some of the lava. It was very hot, but his hand wasn't injured. My body is strong enough to sustain this. With that thought in mind, he dropped down into the lava. When he had sunk down to his waist, he inhaled and could sense the intense heat wrapping him up. It was starting to sting. I can't go any deeper. After looking around vigilantly, he inhaled again, bringing masses of fire inside of him. As the violet crystal rapidly absorbed the fire, it sent out 6 streams of violet light that thoroughly illuminated his sea of consciousness. Because of that light, the life mist didn't obscure things as much as before, and the 5 life lamps within it became bright. Xu Qing's heart filled with anticipation. Although he couldn't control the light emanating from the violet crystal, as it shone through the life mist, it first landed on the black umbrella life lamp. That was the life lamp he'd acquired in that temple in the Merfolk Isles. As the 6 beams of light landed on it, it once again showed signs of melting. One of the umbrella spindles no longer looked as sharp. It gradually began to bend, until it ultimately turned into liquid that flowed downward. A drop of liquid landed in his sea of consciousness, causing thunderous rumbling to fill Xu Qing's mind. A tremor passed through him as the fantastic elements that made up the life lamp flowed into his blood. Things were going exactly as they had in his previous experiments. Eyes shining, Xu Qing took another deep breath, and more fire raged into him. Another 6 beams of violet light formed, and the melting continued. 2 hours later, the second drop of liquid fell from the black umbrella life lamp. At the same time, the nascent soul that had formed from that lamp began to blur. Xu Qing stopped to assess the situation. What he confirmed was that the nascent soul wasn't being harmed. Instead, some of the melting parts of the lamp were fusing into it. Breathing a sigh of relief, he continued. 3 days passed. Because of the unending access to the flames, Xu Qing was able to constantly work at melting the black umbrella life lamp. By now, it was 30% melted. It no longer resembled a life lamp, but rather a broken umbrella. Meanwhile, the life lamp elements in his blood were growing stronger. Xu Qing got the strong feeling that, once those elements reached a certain level of strength, then it was highly likely he would be able to form his own personal life lamp. With such thoughts on his mind, he steadied his breathing, and instead of continuing to absorb the fire, flew back up into the air. He flew for about a day, found a new spot, checked carefully to make sure it was safe, then dropped back down into the lava and started again. Given how unfamiliar he was with the environment and his vigilant and cautious nature, he was acting very similar to the way he had back when he first arrived in 7 Blood Eyes. He knew that it was too dangerous to stay in one spot for long. 1. It's too bad this sea of flames isn't a suitable space to set up spell formations. That would make things much simpler. After some thought, he used his Gruglum abilities to become semi-transparent. That method made him much more difficult to spot. Only then did he start absorbing the fire again. With the light of the violet crystal shining, the black umbrella life lamp, which no longer looked like either a black umbrella or a life lamp, continued to melt. It was now down to the base of the lamp. 3 days later, Xu Qing switched spots again. The lamp was now melted by 50%. It's fine, I have plenty of time. Xu Qing wasn't in a hurry, so he continued at this pace. He would never stay in one place for more than 3 days. He was constantly switching locations. The black umbrella life lamp went from 50% to 60%, then 70%, 80%. During that time, red crystals continued to form, each of which he would instantly put away. He still wasn't sure exactly what they were, but he still didn't think it was a good idea to keep them out in the open. As it turned out, being cautious in that way had its benefits. High-grade heavenfire crystals. A small team of mirrorling cultivators was flying along over the heavenfire sea. They were different from the mirrorlings that Xu Qing had encountered previously. They didn't have mirror bodies. Instead, they had fleshly bodies. However, those bodies were actually those of other species. In the forehead position of each of them was a diamond-shaped mirror shard, blood red, without any cracks on its surface. The mirrors were not dirty in the least bit. In contrast, they were as clear as glass. These were members of the mirrorling nobility, with bloodlines that far surpassed ordinary members of their species. All of them had enslaved members of other species and used their bodies like puppets. The leader of the group was a cultivator with 3 pairs of wings on his back and a body covered in black scales. He had a geomantic compass in his hand, which glittered with red light as it led him in a certain direction. The mirrorling cultivators spoke in hushed, excited tones as they sped along. Our luck is good today. We actually found a high-grade heavenfire crystal. High-grade heavenfire crystals are usually hidden deep at the bottom of the sea, but occasionally the lava flows dislodge them and they rise toward the surface. That doesn't happen often, though. Let's hurry. If we get there too late, someone else might get it, and then we'll have to kill them. A moment later, their expressions flickered as the red light on the geomantic compass suddenly went out. Damn it, someone took it. Let's keep going in this direction and see if we can find whoever stole our crystal. This scene wasn't just playing out with the mirrorlings. There were other cultivators in the area who had noticed the high-grade heavenfire crystal, and it had happened several times. It happens every 3 days, but it vanishes almost as soon as it appears. How could there be someone getting the heavenfire crystals so quickly? Not far away in a different direction was a group of skyface cultivators who were having a similar situation with their geomantic compass. Outsiders might not be familiar with high-grade heavenfire crystals, but these people knew exactly how valuable they were. There's got to be a reason why these sacrificial items are appearing with such regularity. We should ask the royal preceptor to come help. His geomantic compass is extremely accurate. It can even lock onto things hidden in firebrain boxes. As dramatic developments were brewing in the area, Xu Qing was focused on melting his life lamp. The black umbrella life lamp was now 90% melted. I only need 1 more day. Eyes glittering, he looked around. Although he had no idea that there was increased cultivator activity in the area, his blue-green dragon had been sending him warning signals, and he felt the need to be more on guard than ever. Looking at the lava, which was at his chest level, he gritted his teeth, sent Linger into his blue-green dragon heavenly palace, then sank deeper. In the blink of an eye, the lava covered him. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Xu Qing's aura was completely masked by the lava. That said, he couldn't go very deep. At the most, he could go down a bit more than a meter. Gritting his teeth, he started moving. Thanks to the lava, he left no trace of his passage. When he was a good distance away from his previous location, he once again settled into a cross-legged position and started absorbing fire. Instantly, huge waves of fire entered him, the violet crystals stirred, and light shone out again. In that matter, time slipped by slowly but surely. 20 hours passed. At that point, a loud crack rang out from the black umbrella as the last bits of it melted into liquid and fell into Xu Qing's sea of consciousness. A boom followed. It had taken a month, but the black umbrella finally melted. The sound swept like wind over the water, causing ripples to spread. It reached the dome of heaven, and rumbling like thunder echoed out. Xu Qing shivered uncontrollably in the lava. Unafraid of the heat, his eyes opened. Within them, something like a swirling mist converged, pulsating, preventing the lava from harming him. Meanwhile, the life lamp elements in his blood had reached the requisite level. As the thunderous rumbling continued, and as the lava seethed around him, something like a vortex appeared in the sea of flames, with him at the center. It spun rapidly and visibly. However, beyond the 3,000-meter area of the vortex, everything seemed completely normal. Only within that area did everything look different. Xu Qing remained cross-legged in the middle of the vortex, flickering with light that pulsed between bright and dark. At the same time, an aura erupted from him that contained the advancement of life force. Inside of Xu Qing's sea of consciousness, a tempest raged in the spot where the black umbrella life lamp had once sat. Throughout Xu Qing's body, violet threads appeared and gathered there. As they did, a new life lamp began to take shape. This life lamp was actually made from Xu Qing's blood, making it one of a kind in heaven and earth. Whether it was the ancient emperors or the imperial sovereigns, when they created life lamps, they were just like this. After the arrival of the broken face of the god, people who could attain imperial sovereign personhood, even when taking in the entire revered ancient mainland as a whole, were rarer than phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. Thus, it was the same with new life lamps. Yet right now, a life lamp that had never been seen before in the world was now being born. What appeared first was a circular plate of violet jade, tilted at an angle. The disc had 24 marked sections, each of which contained masses of magical symbols. All in all, the violet jade plate looked complicated and somehow full of holiness. Right in the middle of the plate was the spot where the violet threads were gathering. They slowly took the shape of something that resembled an upright needle. It was a gnomon. There was also a ball of light that slowly rotated around the gnomon. When looking closely at that ball of light, it was possible to see that, seated cross-legged inside, was one of Xu Qing's nascent souls. The light shining from the nascent soul landed on the gnomon, casting a shadow onto the plate. And that shadow was constantly rotating as the nascent soul rotated. It was a sundial. This was Xu Qing's life lamp. Violet jade formed the plate. Greenish gold made the needle. A ball of light floated around it, creating an image of ancient time. It was, the sundial moves, the timescape is eternal. When striving against heaven, the days do not pass. In thinking back to the 7 Blood Eyes days, I feel like the reference here is to when he was opening Dharma apertures by provoking attacks by sea creatures. He went from island to island doing this, similar to what he's doing here. That was described in chapter 142. If you can think of something else from the 7 Blood Eyes days that this could be referencing, please feel free to mention it in the comments. Chapter 553, Kids Nowadays Are So Unethical. Part 1. Replacing the black umbrella within the life mist was a sundial life lamp, which glittered radiantly. Though the dial plate was jade, the ball of light made it seem like it was made of crystal, resplendent and dazzling. To Xu Qing, it seemed to be formed from a similar material to the violet crystal. In fact, the sundial was like an extension of the violet crystal. Lending weight to that observation was that both the shadow and the god's finger sleeping in his D-132 heavenly palace were trembling. What was more, the violet crystal seemed to have changed with the addition of the sundial, although Xu Qing wasn't certain of exactly how. However, he did know that the gnomon which grew out of the sundial like a bone spur pulsed with fluctuations that were unique to himself. It was formed from his own blood. At first glance, the gnomon looked like a needle, but close examination would reveal that there was something carved on its tip. By zooming in very closely onto that spot, it was possible to see an ordinary-looking violet-colored chair. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. As for the ball of light that rotated around the gnomon, it resembled a sun, and it cast a shadow of the gnomon onto the dial plate. Meanwhile, the complicated designs on the dial plate were not only clearly visible, they were in constant motion. Xu Qing was reeling mentally. He actually had no idea why the life lamp he had made would look like this. It seemed to have something to do with the violet crystal. Is it because the violet crystal has fused with my blood? And then there's that aura. As the shadow moved around Xu Qing's life lamp, it emanated an aura that was similar to a timescape bottle. It was the aura of time. However, that time wasn't in sync with the time of the outside world. It caused a sense of boundless majesty to rise in Xu Qing, causing his sea of consciousness to seethe. It affected his fleshly body as well. He started trembling. Furthermore, it affected the outside world, spreading into the 3,000-meter vortex, cutting it off from the surroundings, and forcing the time within the vortex to sync with Xu Qing. As a result, everything beyond that 3,000-meter area seemed like a different world, and the border between them was a mass of rippling undulations. When a new life lamp was created and made contact with the magical laws of the revered ancient mainland, it led to supernatural phenomena. Each life lamp was different, so the supernatural phenomena would also be different. Regardless, such phenomena were indications of the approval of revered ancient. Few people know about this, mostly because from ancient times until modern, very few people had been present to witness such things. Within that 3,000-meter area, Xu Qing sat cross-legged, his entire person shining with violet light and a mysterious will. Meanwhile, his heart was pounding so hard it was hard to remain calm. Looking at the sundial that had formed in his sea of consciousness, he stopped thinking about whether the life lamp really was a fusion of the violet crystal and his blood, and instead focused on how he now seemed to have the same origin as the life lamp. This was, without any shadow of a doubt, his life lamp. It felt completely different from any of the other lamps he had acquired. Though he had integrated the other life lamps into himself, in the final analysis, they were not connected to his blood. As far as Xu Qing was concerned, they were essentially dead. Therefore, he could use them and borrow their power, but they weren't truly his. That was why, to the cultivators of revered ancient, though life lamps were definitely precious treasures, they were only useful for cultivation levels beneath Spirit Trove. After Spirit Trove, they became useless, and you actually needed to get rid of them to avoid the negative effects of karma. That was the experience of all cultivators who used life lamps made with the blood of other cultivators. But starting now, Xu Qing was different. Because this life lamp had been made with his own blood, it could be used like an enormous furnace in Spirit Trove, and would allow him to create a foundation similar to the Imperial Sovereigns. By entering Spirit Trove with that furnace, he could refine anything to put into his secret trove, thus strengthening that secret trove and putting him on the path to great strength. It was an advantage that, normally speaking, only the descendants of ancient emperors and imperial sovereigns could benefit from. In fact, Xu Qing had pushed it a bit further. He wasn't benefiting the way that such descendants did. He was creating his own good fortune. Because of that, he would have to figure out what other mysterious abilities his new life lamp had. For now, all he could sense was that the powers of his life lamp were related to time. In terms of how strong it was, he would have to do some tests to find out. Based on what he was feeling, his new life lamp was roughly as strong as his other life lamps. It wasn't a situation of suddenly having immense strength and being able to crush all enemies regardless of their cultivation base. That left Xu Qing feeling slightly disappointed. That said, it was a bit unrealistic to expect such dramatic benefits. The biggest difference between a personal life lamp and a life lamp belonging to someone else is the difference between life and death. The life lamps of others are dead as far as I'm concerned. There's no long-term potential for them. They're basically on loan. However, my personal life lamp is linked to my own life force. It contains unbounded potential, and it can grow with me. As for its powers of time, I bet they come from the violet crystal. In any case, Xu Qing knew that now wasn't the best time to experiment with the new lamp. After all, the gigantic vortex was bound to draw attention eventually. Around then, Linger urgently said, "Run, big bro Xu Qing. Bad guys are coming. A lot of bad guys." She sounded anxious. Though his heavenly Tao had been sending him urgent warnings, they hadn't changed much in recent days. It went to show that Linger's senses were very refined. Without any hesitation, Xu Qing settled his thoughts, sank down into the lava, and sped away. He also put away the red crystals that had formed on the life lamp. This time, quite a large group of crystals had formed, more than 20. About 6 hours after he left, the 3,000-meter vortex gradually faded into nothing. Not long after that, a group of mirroring cultivators flew toward that spot. When they arrived, the vortex was already gone. However, there were traces of its power remaining, and as the mirroring cultivators neared, they cried out in shock. "Something's strange about this spot," one of them shouted. Then he backed up at top speed. As he did, his parasitized body began withering rapidly. It wasn't a case of its life force being taken away, but rather its life being run in reverse. His face fell. The other mirroring cultivators all gasped in shock. Either there's some powerful expert here, or there's some mysterious magical treasure beneath the heavenfire sea here that's connected to time itself. This is a big deal. Based on the reaction from the geomantic compass, more than 20 high-grade heavenfire crystals just appeared now. That's enough to cause a war. The group exchanged glances that combined fear with greed. "The royal preceptor is on the way. Let's see what we can find out before he gets here. Notify all mirrorlings in the area to join us." The mirrorlings started sending voice messages while simultaneously searching the area. Before long, a lot of mirrorling cultivators had gathered. Not far off, there were cultivators from other species whose geomantic compasses had brought them in this direction. Some were on their own, others were in groups, and a rather large group of skyfaces were approaching from one area. For 5,000 kilometers in all directions, hordes of cultivators were on the move, making what seemed like a gigantic vortex. Meanwhile, the warning from Xu Qing's heavenly Tao was getting more intense. Linger, her voice trembling, said, "Big bro Xu Qing, there are too many people coming, and I can sense 2 really powerful auras on the way." Xu Qing frowned. He had originally assumed the vortex that formed when making his life lamp had been attracting attention, but that didn't explain the repeated warnings from his heavenly Tao. "Don't tell me it's because of those red crystals." All of a sudden, he stopped in place and shoved his hand upward through the lava. As he did that, a massive force weighed down from above. It turned into a giant mask that sank into the lava and slammed into Xu Qing's hand. In an area of about 300 meters, all of the lava sank down by almost 10 meters. As sparks exploded everywhere, Xu Qing was revealed. Thanks to the attack from above, the pressure of the sea of flames became like a balloon on the verge of popping. Xu Qing shot up into the air just as the lava below him exploded in something like a flower of sparks. As the sparks fell like rain, Xu Qing looked up to see who had attacked him. It was a skyface cultivator, fully 21 meters tall, pulsing with formidable might. He wore a golden suit of armor that reflected the light of the fire and made him glitter blindingly. His cultivation base was also extraordinary. He had 7 nascent souls, which took the form of 7 huge masks that circled around him, their eyes closed. He appeared to have passed 2 nascent soul tribulations and wasn't far from his 3rd. He was one of the people who had just attacked Xu Qing. "So, you've been sneaking around in the lava. You thought you could evade notice that way, you filthy human." The skyface cultivator looked coldly at Xu Qing, the many complex designs on his mask flowing and writhing to make 2 vortexes, one on top of each other like an eye. That eye had unusual powers, and it was how he had been able to spot Xu Qing underneath the lava. "The mirrorlings are locking down this area. Don't tell me they're looking for you." The skyface cultivator started walking toward Xu Qing. "The logical conclusion is that you must have all those heavenfire crystals. I only want 5. Give them to me, and I'll pretend I never saw you. Think about it, but don't take too long. There are a lot of cultivators searching this area." Given the surroundings, any cultivator who didn't have a very high cultivation base would definitely pause for thought upon hearing those words. And that was why the skyface immediately burst into motion after he finished speaking. He moved with shocking speed right toward Xu Qing. Chapter 553, Kids Nowadays Are So Unethical. Part 2. Sadly, the Skyface's clever plan didn't amount to much. Xu Qing didn't need to think anything over and immediately launched his own attack. As far as Xu Qing was concerned, this Skyface's offer wasn't even worth thinking about. It was obvious what the Skyface was really up to. A moment later, a massive boom rang out, and the Skyface shot backward, eyes shining. 13 nascent souls and 5 life lamps? No wonder something seemed strange. You're not from the Moonlight region. The Skyface cultivator excitedly licked his lips. Life lamps are precious treasures. I can't believe you have 5 of them. You must be some human chosen from a neighboring region. I wonder what you'll taste like when I eat you. The Skyface cultivator's hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, and his 7 nascent soul masks all opened their eyes, stared at Xu Qing, and let loose piercing cries. The sound pierced through the air, creating a rippling with astonishing force behind it. Xu Qing, meanwhile, shot backward just as the Skyface had done. Secretly releasing his shadow, he pulled out the spike of misfortune, and his eyes shone with killing intent. He knew that he had to finish this fight quickly, otherwise more enemies would show up, and then getting away would become a lot harder. 2 wings suddenly appeared behind him, and he raced with incredible speed toward the Skyface. The Skyface laughed mockingly and similarly advanced. Letter 1d6 to letter 1d4 4e. Letter 1d6 to 4 letter 1d4 5c letter 1d6 2e. However, before they could reach each other, Xu Qing's pupils constricted as he realized a shadowy figure had appeared behind the Skyface cultivator. It happened without any warning or obvious indication, and the Skyface clearly didn't realize it. The shadowy figure extended its left hand, lifted its index finger, and put that finger to its lips, signaling for Xu Qing to be quiet. Then it reached out and put its right hand on the Skyface's head. A cultivation base power very close to Spirit Trove flared. The Skyface couldn't resist, and before he could even react to what was happening, the images on his mask stopped moving for all eternity. A thump rang out as the Skyface's huge body exploded. His 7 nascent souls collapsed, and everything about him crumbled with the exception of his mask. Chunks of flesh and blood, along with fragments of spirit flesh from the nascent souls, rushed toward the mask, turning it the color of blood. Then, the figure that had smashed the Skyface out of existence reached out and took the mask. I got lucky, the figure said in a raspy voice. This Skyface punk really was nobility. Thanks to him, I get another Heaven Eye. Meanwhile, Xu Qing backed up as surely as if he were facing a deadly enemy. At that point, the figure began to turn clear. It was an old man who was so scrawny he almost looked skeletal. His eyes were cold and sinister, and he pulsed with a malicious will. However, based on his physical appearance, he was human. He looked Xu Qing up and down. Out-of-region human. Xu Qing continued to keep his guard up as he backed away. He kept the power of his taboo poison swirling and made sure the spike of misfortune was ready to use. His shadow remained hidden in the firelight. Xu Qing felt massive pressure weighing down from this old man. His cultivation base seemed like it was in Spirit Trove, but at the same time, seemed like it was. He was keeping the truth hidden. At the very least, he was in the nascent soul level with 5 tribulations under his belt, putting him in the Great Circle. Based on what he had said so far, Xu Qing had no way to know if he had good intentions or not, so he decided not to answer. He refused to believe that this person would just sit around randomly after killing that Skyface. Xu Qing was right. The old man scanned the area, then looked back at Xu Qing. He didn't seem troubled by Xu Qing's silence. He then performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, causing the fluctuations unique to human blood to pulse out of both of them. Seeing that, the old man's expression softened. All right, boy, since you're human, I'll give a little bit of advice. You need to take those heaven fire crystals in your bag of holding and put them in a secure box. Otherwise, people will never stop chasing you down to get them. The man produced a black box made of jade, which he tossed out. It landed on the lava. It was obviously made in a very special way, as the lava didn't affect it at all. Glaring, the man said, "The charge for that box, plus the information I just gave you, is 10,000 spirit stones." Meanwhile, powerful auras were approaching in the distance. Without saying a word, Xu Qing threw out a bag of holding, turned, and vanished. "You don't want the box," the old man called out. But then the box suddenly disappeared from its spot on the lava. The old man's eyebrows shot up. "He's got some skills." The old man turned and shot off into the distance, leaving no trace of himself behind. It was very rare for people to be charitable in this world, so the fact that the man wanted spirit stones in exchange for his help was actually a relief to Xu Qing. That said, he wasn't going to let his guard down. After leaving, he masked his aura and fluctuations, then looked around to make sure he wasn't being followed. Then he laced the area with poison. He'd had his shadow take the box. Now, the shadow was sending out emotional fluctuations to indicate that there was nothing hidden inside. It was just a unique box designed to store things securely. Xu Qing took it, inspected it to be safe, then scattered poison on it. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. After sinking down into the lava, he took out the more than 30 red crystals he'd collected and put them into the box. Based on my previous speculations, coupled with what that Skyface cultivator said, I guess these must be heaven fire crystals. And they must be produced when you use the fire from here to melt a life lamp. I suppose this box will mask their presence. I need to confirm that. With that, he flew out of the lava. If the Skyfaces could see him in the lava, then hiding there seemed pointless. Eyes glittering, he flew off into the distance. 4 days passed. During that time, it was perhaps because of the box that, whenever Xu Qing ran into other cultivators, they ignored him. Occasionally, someone would block his path, and he would kill them. That was how he managed to eventually get one of the geomantic compasses, as well as a few more of the black boxes. They seemed to be common items that most cultivators here possessed. The majority were either empty or contained white crystals. At one point when he was alone, he did some tests with the boxes and the geomantic compass. Sure enough, the geomantic compass would reveal the location of the red crystals, but not when they were in the box. It does work. Seeing that, Xu Qing decided to discard the box the old man had given him. Although he couldn't find anything to indicate there was anything suspicious about it, he also couldn't guarantee that there was just something built into the box that he couldn't detect. Before discarding it, he put some poison in it. After switching the red crystals into one of the boxes he'd taken as plunder, he continued moving. The next day, the mysterious old man from earlier showed up at the spot where Xu Qing had discarded the box. The moment he picked up the box, his face fell, and he threw the box away, took out some antidote pills and consumed them. What the hell? I had no idea those out-of region kids are so treacherous. Not only do they throw their trash around, but they also lace it with poison. So unethical. The old man turned to leave, but then looked down and realized his hand was slowly decomposing. His antidote pills didn't seem to be doing anything. He inhaled sharply. What damn poison is this? The old man's heart started pounding. Xu Qing was currently hovering over the Heavenfire Sea, looking at a trembling, mirrorling cultivator. Previously, the mirrorling had 3 companions, who had locked down the area and were forcing passers-by to submit to searches. Upon seeing him, they had quickly surrounded him and demanded he let them look through his bag of holding. Xu Qing had encountered similar situations over the past few days. They weren't just searching the bags of humans. They were searching the bags of all species other than Skyfaces. Xu Qing had attacked, killing everyone but leaving this one alive to have a friendly conversation with. What are high-grade Heavenfire crystals good for? The mirrorling said in a trembling voice. They can be given as offerings to the Red Moon Cathedral. The Red Moon Cathedral comes here to the Heavenfire Sea every 100 years or so. They wait at the big rift in the middle of the sea, and all the surrounding species come and give offerings. Heavenfire crystals are just one thing that can be given. They'll also state other requirements that have to be met. They're different every time. This mirrorling was covered with wounds, and the mirror on his forehead had a dozen or more cracks in it. The spike of misfortune currently hovered right in front of his forehead. Xu Qing's eyes hardened. This was the 4th mirrorling he had interrogated so far, and they all gave the same answer. They had also all mentioned the pending arrival of their royal preceptor. The royal preceptor was in the spirit trove level. Apparently, the mirrorling species only had 3 spirit trove experts, although no one he had interrogated knew how many secret troves any of them had. He got the feeling the Skyfaces were similar. No void-returning experts? Xu Qing thought, surprised. He refused to believe that. Regardless, even spirit trove experts could be very dangerous to him. Therefore, he kept his guard up and looked at the spike of misfortune. Inside the spike of misfortune, Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior got the message. He sent the fish bone spike flying forward and into the mirror, which let loose a loud cracking sound. The mirrorling was thus destroyed in body and soul. Xu Qing had already extracted the mirrorling's nascent souls. With that, Xu Qing turned to leave. Surrounding him were roughly a dozen Heaven Fiend clones. They looked like specters that emanated sinister coldness and surrounded Xu Qing with a nefarious will. Regardless, I need to get out of here. He began flying at top speed over the lava. The reality was that he couldn't stay in the Heavenfire Sea for long periods of time. The heat was never-ending, and the exploding lava bubbles would release even greater blasts of heat. Xu Qing could sense that he was reaching his limit. His plan was to go back on the shore for a time, recuperate, then go back in to melt another life lamp. Right now, there were simply too many cultivators from the twofold alliance present. What was more, he wanted to find a safe place where he could study his sundial life lamp and hopefully find out what it was capable of. Although he had done a bit of study, the situation was too dangerous to allow him to concentrate fully on that. I wonder who that old man was. Xu Qing had asked the mirrorling cultivators about that as well. However, none of them recognized the old man based on his description. That led him to wonder if he was even an old man at all, or if that was a disguise. All of it made Xu Qing feel more than ever that he needed to stay vigilant. Days passed as Xu Qing cautiously made his way out of the Heavenfire Sea. Eventually, he found a barren mountain where he dug out a mansion grotto, set up some spell formations, and prepared to spend some time holed up. After making sure the area was safe, he settled down cross-legged and took a deep breath. Forcing himself to accept the situation as relatively safe, he unhesitatingly focused his attention on the sundial life lamp. By using its connection with his blood, he began to study it closely. 7 days passed in a flash. At a certain point, Xu Qing's eyes opened within the darkness of his makeshift mansion grotto. An excited look appeared on his face. So that's how it is. The source of this content is Chapter 554, Freezing Time, Part 1. The light of the violet crystal had fused with his blood to form a life lamp. After doing some study, Xu Qing was convinced the life lamp's ability had something to do with time itself. However, he still wasn't absolutely certain of the details. The soul-protecting properties of the black umbrella had not gone away just because he melted that life lamp. They still existed. As a matter of fact, those properties had improved compared to before. And the time indicated on the sundial seemed to be 14 hours off real-world time. Xu Qing didn't know what mystery was contained in that difference, not even after putting a lot of thought into it. Over the 7 days he had spent studying the new life lamp, he'd attempted to speed up the sundial. But it was impossible to get the ball of light, which of course contained a nascent soul, to either speed up, slow down, or stop. The sundial was obviously part of him, but at the same time, acted independently. In fact, even when Xu Qing took control of the nascent soul, for instance by taking it away from the sundial, the ball of light would stay behind and continue its prescribed movement. In that manner, it was very much like the violet crystal. Eventually, Xu Qing came up with an idea. He couldn't alter the movement of the ball of light, nor could he rotate the plate, but he could manipulate the gnomon. After all, fundamentally speaking, the gnomon was made from his blood. With some experimentation, he realized that he could detach the gnomon from the dial plate and send it flying around. When he did that, the dial plate then lost its guiding element, and the ball of light stopped moving. That, in turn, removed the sensation of time from the sundial. The ball of light still shone, but it didn't cast any shadow. In fact, it was possible to see faint signs of degradation on the dial plate. Xu Qing quickly put the gnomon back. The dial plate returned to normal, and the ball of light continued orbiting. The shadow of the gnomon went back to normal. As for the time notation, it began to move from the exact spot where it had stopped. To some extent, it was as if the time that had passed between removing the gnomon and replacing it had disappeared. I guess it makes sense to say that time stopped. Xu Qing's eyes gleamed as he came to the conclusion that his assessment wasn't entirely correct. Regardless, he had at least unlocked the first function of the life lamp. When he had removed the gnomon, stopping time, Linger had been climbing out of his sleeve to whisper something in his ear. He had looked down at her, and then she had stopped moving. She just remained in place completely motionless. It was almost as if time had ceased flowing for her. She had existed in that state for only a brief moment. Once Xu Qing saw the degradation of the disc place, he'd returned the gnomon, sending everything back to normal. That discovery caused his heart to leap in his chest. When I take out the gnomon, time stops moving for whatever I look at. Xu Qing did a few more tests. The entire time, Linger had no concept of the fact that she was remaining in place, motionless. It was as if she was working very hard to reach his ear, but kept stopping along the way. Eventually, she reached his ear and looked at him bashfully. "What are you looking at little old me like that for, big bro Xu Qing?" Those words seemed somehow familiar to Xu Qing, but his mind was reeling so dramatically that he didn't put any thought into it. 1. Nodding, he said, "Linger, did you notice anything unusual just now?" Surprised, Linger shook her head. Xu Qing continued doing some more experiments. Linger was curious about what was going on, but could tell that her big bro Xu Qing was busy, so she settled down in a comfortable position and then rocked back and forth as if playing. Meanwhile, Xu Qing's mind was racing. Linger didn't sense that time stopped for her. I can think of a lot of applications for this function. Stepping out of the mansion grotto, he looked up at the evening sky and the lands surrounding him. Sensing the heat on the breeze, he looked in the direction of the Heavenfire Sea. After some thought, he decided not to do any larger experiments. Given the low level of his cultivation base, and the fact that he'd only just created the sundial, he had the feeling that if he tried to use the time-stopping function on a large scale, for instance to stop the starry sky from moving, or cease the flow of the wind or orbital track of the world itself, he would probably end up killing himself in body and soul. If the movement of revered ancient was likened to that of a massive running animal, then one of the magical laws governing it would be akin to the energy in that animal. Given his current state, he was like a flimsy rope. It was easy to imagine what would happen to a flimsy rope if you tried to use it to restrain a huge animal. Might as well forget it for now. However, Xu Qing could imagine how useful and shocking this ability would be if he used it in the middle of a fight. I'm going to call this ability time lag. Xu Qing had the feeling the sundial life lamp had more functions which would be revealed over time with further study. There's no rush. The most important thing now is that I have 4 more life lamps to melt. In the 7 days that had passed, he had fully recovered and was back in his peak state, leaving him ready to go back to the Heavenfire Sea to further his cultivation. What was more, he had improved his resistance to the Heavenfire. Not wanting to waste any time, he sped through the night, toward the glow of the Sea of Flames. This time, Xu Qing adjusted his tactics based on his previous experience. He picked a very remote area and made sure to immediately put away any of the red crystals that formed. That would ensure this session of cultivation was much safer. He had no idea if another 3,000-meter vortex would form. Since there was nothing he could do to hide the vortex if it appeared, he picked the remotest location he could find. 12 days passed. Perhaps because of the sundial, or perhaps because of other reasons, the 7-colored wind-chanting lamp melted a lot faster than the black umbrella. As it dripped into his blood, and the life lamp elements gathered, he could sense that another personal life lamp was about to form. Eventually, in the evening of the 23rd day, Xu Qing opened his eyes in the depths of the lava. A 3,000-meter vortex swirled around him as the 7-colored wind-chanting lamp completely vanished, and a second sundial life lamp formed in the life mist of his sea of consciousness. It looked exactly the same as the first sundial. This was what lamps looked like that were formed from his blood. That was what always happened with imperial sovereigns and their descendants. For other people to later acquire a full set of the same type of life lamp was incredibly difficult. When the new life lamp formed and the gnomon shadow started moving, it was exactly 14 hours behind that time indicated on the first sundial life lamp. Both sundials moved in unison, causing the vortex to spin even faster. It was even possible to see spatial rifts forming. As Xu Qing took in the astonishing sight, he could sense that this second life lamp's powers still contained the fleshly body protection from the seven-colored wind-chanting lamp. What was more, the augmentations of the two lamps were astonishingly beyond anything from before. After some study, he realized that the strength of time lag was double that of before. Meanwhile, he had long since stowed all of the red crystals that formed, cutting off their aura using the same box from before. It seemed reasonable to conclude that this session of cultivation had remained completely undetected by anyone. Although the vortex could theoretically attract attention, given his remote location, it wouldn't be easy for people to detect it the way they could lock onto the heavenfire crystals with a geomantic compass. Xu Qing had planned things out in this way, thinking it was the best way to keep a low profile. But sometimes, fate can operate in mysterious ways. For example, as the 3,000-meter vortex spun, 3 red crystals suddenly emerged from the lava and flew into the vortex. Xu Qing's expression flickered and he reached out as if to grab them. But then, he reconsidered and pulled his hand back. At this point, they were already out in the open and flying around, so it was a bit too late to think about preventing people from noticing them. Gritting his teeth, he turned and flew away. He didn't need heavenfire crystals, and besides, if they drew people to that spot, it would make it easier for him to stay out of sight by moving in a different direction. Although the incident the month before didn't amount to much, the Mirrorlings and Skyfaces hadn't given up. After all, both groups had already calculated that dozens of heavenfire crystals had appeared recently. Although some of the readouts might have been duplicates, they knew for sure that there was one instance of more than 20 appearing at once. Considering that they viewed those crystals as precious treasures, it was no wonder the royal preceptor had personally come to take charge. When the heavenfire crystals appeared in that vortex, they quickly locked onto that location, assuming that the crystals would disappear quickly like they had in the past. But when they didn't, it quickly became very clear where they needed to head to. Meanwhile, Xu Qing was already a good distance away from the vortex, traveling at top speed. But soon, he realized that something was going on. There was a group of mirrorling cultivators who seemed to have locked onto his position and were moving to intercept him. The group had 4 gold core cultivators and 2 that emanated the fluctuations of nascent soul. Of the latter 2, one had passed a single tribulation, the other had passed 2. Upon catching sight of Xu Qing, their faces lit up. The gold core experts fell back to notify other members of their species, while the 2 nascent soul cultivators shot toward Xu Qing. They still found me? Xu Qing frowned. He was really coming to understand how frustrating it was to be in a strange location with no background information or intelligence reports. Don't tell me they can sense the heavenfire crystals even inside the box. Xu Qing's eyes glittered with killing intent. After all the running and fleeing he had been doing, his killing intent had been building up to a very high level. Since I don't have any intelligence reports, then I'll kill some of them and see if I can figure out what's going on. Xu Qing released the power of his taboo poison, let the shadow free, released the strength of the spike of misfortune, and let loose the fluctuations of all his nascent souls. 1. Linger's words are the exact same words spoken by Ding Zhu in Chapter 542.1. Chapter 554, Freezing Time, Part 2. Xu Qing was about to launch an attack when a familiar shadowy form suddenly appeared behind the 2 attacking mirrorlings. The figure raised both hands and slapped each of the mirrorlings. When facing deadly power like this, The mirroring cultivators weren't even able to dodge the blow. They screamed and then exploded, their flesh, blood, and nascent souls converging together just like the last time this old human man had launched an attack. But this time, masks didn't form. Instead, they turned into two mirrors that the old man took. Then he blurred into motion toward the gold core mirrorlings. They were even less qualified to fight back and died screaming. The old man collected the resulting mirrors. Having accomplished these things, the old man turned and glared angrily at Xu Qing. Xu Qing frowned as he looked back, taking note that the man was now wearing a reflective glove so his skin didn't touch the items. "Why are you so careless, boy?" he snapped. "If it weren't for the fact you're human, I wouldn't bother wasting time on you. You're obviously an out-of-region human. Did you come here from the human imperial region? Are you royalty or something? You obviously have talent, plus you have a full set of life lamps. So what, you think you can just screw around however you like? Let me tell you, this is the Moonlight region. Around here, humans are a lesser species that count as nothing more than food. The living beings in Moonlight region all know the fate that ultimately awaits them, so they're brutal and vicious. It's an instinct to them. Whether you believe me or not, I can tell you that if you keep acting like this, then within 2 months you'll be in Holy City, where the mirrorlings and skyfaces will delight in sampling your flesh." The old man had certainly unleashed a torrent of reprimands. In response, Xu Qing simply backed up a few steps. "What are you trying to say?" "What am I trying to say? You little punk. Why did you throw away the box I gave you? Don't you know that the mirrorling royal preceptor has a special ability to see through all sorts of concealments? But I personally modified that box to give it extra layers of screening. I was doing you a favor. But then, not only did you throw it away, but also you laced it with poison. Now hand over the antidote." It took a while, but the old man finally got around to making his point. Face expressionless, Xu Qing decided not to drag things out any further, so he took out a medicinal pill bottle and threw it over. "My poison is a mix of a lot of different things. Take that medicine for 7 days. At dawn, when the sun first rises, take 3 pills and perform 7 full cultivation base cycles. Considering there's no sun here, you'll need to calculate the time carefully on your own and double the dosage." Xu Qing tossed him a second bottle. "Don't skip any doses. Since the poison has already started to take effect, you can't afford any delays, otherwise you won't be able to purge the poison. Don't blame me if you don't do everything as I've said." With that, Xu Qing backed up rapidly and kept his guard up in case the old man launched an attack. The old man took the pill bottles and was about to say something when something locked onto their location. Glaring at Xu Qing, he turned to leave. However, after a moment of hesitation, he sighed and tossed a box to Xu Qing. "Your antidote better work. Take this to keep yourself off the geomantic compasses." The old man sped off into the distance. After considering the situation, Xu Qing took the box and left. As he moved along, he thought about the conversation. Eventually, his eyes shone with determination as he put the heaven fire crystals into the newly acquired box. Then, just to be safe, he sent the box into D-132 to experience the pressure of a god. After, he covered it with taboo poison, and then purified it with his violet moon nascent soul. When that was done, he sped on his way. 5 days passed in a flash. During that time, Xu Qing encountered some mirrorlings, but it was obvious that none of them had known his position. Most of them were oblivious to him and just randomly went on their way. Wait, was the old man actually telling the truth? Xu Qing hesitated for a moment. The antidote he'd given the old man was fake. The reality was that there was no antidote for his taboo poison. The only way to dispel it was for Xu Qing to personally extract it. After some thought, Xu Qing was still hesitant and a bit suspicious about the old man. But there wasn't anything he could do about it, so he found another remote place to melt his third life lamp. This time it was the Hellspirit Bloodwing lamp, specifically the left wing. All my other life lamps are singular. It's only the Hellspirit Bloodwing lamps that have a left and a right version. Xu Qing's gaze sharpened as certain possibilities occurred to him. Then he started the melting process. 17 days later, in the east part of the Heavenfire Sea, another 3,000-meter vortex appeared over the lava. This time, nothing unusual happened. No heavenfire crystals appeared, and because the vortex was in a remote area, nobody noticed it. Several hours later, the vortex vanished, and Xu Qing was speeding off in another direction. He looked exhausted. He was reaching his limit of endurance with the heavenfire and knew he would need to leave to rest and recuperate before continuing with the process. Despite the exhaustion on his face, his eyes glittered with excitement. I have 3 sundials. Xu Qing's third personal life lamp again took the shape of a sundial. Just like before, it provided augmentations to everything from strength to speed. From what he could tell, it added an additional 70% to his previous foundation. By now, he could move so fast that ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to see him move with their naked eye. They would only be able to catch some fatting afterimages. I wonder what will happen when I have a full set of 5. Anticipation filled Xu Qing at the thought. He could already sense that once he had a full set of sundial life lamps made from his own blood, some mysterious and amazing transformations would occur. With that thought on his mind, he sped on. A few days later, as he continued over the lava, he suddenly stopped in place and looked off into the distance. He could just barely detect some rumbling sounds in that direction, as well as the fluctuations of a magical technique. From what he could tell, someone was refining something in that area. What was especially noteworthy was that he could sense his taboo poison. Although the old man he'd met had been poisoned, he obviously hadn't been hit with a very strong dosage. What was more, he had that special mirror-like glove, which helped reduce the level of the poisoning by reducing the level of contact. But even after the time that had passed, the poison was still there, which was why Xu Qing could sense it. It's still pretty strong. Xu Qing knew how terrifying his poison was, and after some consideration, came to the conclusion that the old man hadn't tricked him. Ecom. Might as well check it out. He shot in the direction where he sensed his poison. His goal was to see how the old man was doing and possibly extract the poison from him. As he got closer, his expression turned serious. Then, without any hesitation, he sank down into the lava. He had spotted a group of mirroring cultivators. There were dozens of them, including a lot of gold core experts, plus 8 or 9 nascent soul cultivators, who ranged from the 1 tribulation to the 3 tribulation level. What put Xu Qing on guard even more was the fact that he'd spotted a spell formation. Because of the unique characteristics of the Heavenfire Sea, making spell formations there was very difficult. That had been very frustrating for Xu Qing. And yet, there was actually a spell formation here. It would obviously take someone extraordinarily powerful to set up a spell formation here. It was a strange formation that resembled a huge mirror. It was about 300 meters across, and as it floated in the air, the surrounding mirroring cultivators were powering it. The mirror was pointed at the lava below, and the reflection of the sea of flames below was thus trapped inside it. Also trapped inside it was a person who had been standing in that same area. The trapped person was that old man. His entire body was greenish-black, and parts of him were decomposing, revealing bones beneath. And thanks to the immense pressure of the spell formation, he was trembling violently. His disguise was being wiped away. Although he still resembled an old man, he wasn't scrawny anymore. Instead, he was burly, and he looked unusually dignified as he stared at the mirror. In addition to the sea of flames and the trapped figure, the mirror also contained a bulging face that was coldly eyeing the trapped figure. "Wenmu Zhang," the face said in a rumbling voice, "you're always sneaking around killing chosen cultivators of my species. Now look at the state you're in. If you get on your knees and surrender, then I'll consider letting you become a mirrorling. You can shed your despicable human blood, and I'll help you once again reach Spirit Trove. Although it's virtually impossible to avoid death, at least you can be a bit happier in what life you have. And you won't have to go skulking around all the time. Consider carefully. If I come here in my true form, and you insist on being stubborn, then you won't have any options to pick from. 1. The old man laughed harshly. That's complete nonsense. Human blood is incomparably noble, you fool. You think you can compare your low-down species to me? How much history do you mirrorlings have? We humans have a history that goes back as long as revered Ancient does. When Ancient Emperor Dark Serenity was in charge, he conquered revered Ancient. Back then, you mere Orlings were nothing but farts that hadn't been farted out yet. So, you refuse to come to your senses, the voice said coldly from the mirror. The surrounding mirrorlings unleashed the power of their cultivation bases. As a result, immense pressure weighed down from the mirror, causing rumbling sounds to echo out from the old man. However, he still held strong. Unfortunately, his heart was full of despair thanks to the poison in him. It was a terrifying poison that he had initially ignored. But as time went on, it got worse and worse. And now it was too late. Everything about him, including his body and soul, were decaying. It had also dispelled his concealment magics, which was how the mirrorlings had tracked him down. And now he was trapped. It's all that little punk's fault, that no-good schmuck. In the very beginning, Duanmu Zhang didn't have good intentions. However, after realizing Xu Qing was human, he decided not to kill him, but instead to mark him and come back later to rob him. But what really ended up happening was that he ended up infected with a terrifying poison. That antidote was fake. As Duanmu Zhang cursed in his heart, Xu Qing was hiding some distance away in the lava, watching. Because the mirrorlings were focused on their spell formation, they hadn't noticed him. Besides, none of them believed that there were people of any species in this area who would dare to provoke them. That was especially true since their royal preceptor had unleashed the power of this formation treasure. Xu Qing mulled the situation over and came to the conclusion that the box the old man had given him really did turn out to be useful. Therefore, he made his decision. I'll save him, this one time. With that, he unleashed his taboo poison core, causing the poison to spread out. Then he waved his hand to produce the spike of misfortune. And finally, he sent his shadow out. Eyes glittering coldly, he shot out from the lava. 13 nascent souls erupted with heaven-shaking, earth-shattering force. And the gnomons on his 3 sundials quivered. At any moment, they could be plucked out to unleash time lag. Die. 1. Duanmu Zhang. Duanmu is a compound surname that doesn't have any special meaning. Many dictionaries point out that it's the surname of Duanmu Ci, one of Confucius' famous disciples. As I've mentioned before, these compound surnames generally give a sense of old-timiness to the name. Zhang means conceal, hide away, storehouse, treasury. It's the same character that makes up the Spirit Trove cultivation level. Madame Deathblade says this name sounds very royal, old school, and mysterious. Chapter 555. If you're so strong, why didn't you say so earlier? Part 1. There could be incredible differences between cultivators in the nascent soul level, based on what reserve powers they had, how they had prepared for their breakthrough, and many other small factors. 2 cultivators could be on completely different power levels. For one thing, the number of tribulations had a huge influence on how strong a cultivator was. Different species had different traits, and personal experience also played into it. It was not as simple as things had been in Gold Core, where everything came down to heavenly palaces. If 2 nascent soul cultivators were dramatically different, then their auras would feel different. Otherwise, careful examination would be required to see the differences. However, there was a rough standard that most species applied. The first tribulation propelled one from pseudo-nascent soul into the real nascent soul level. That was when a cultivator acquired a Dao soul and true nascent soul battle prowess. The second heaven fate tribulation would double one's power. In other words, every nascent soul would be twice as strong. With the third tribulation, it became triple. The Skyface cultivator Xu Qing had fought previously was considered a chosen in his species. Although he had no life lamps, he did have 7 nascent souls and had experienced 2 heaven fate tribulations. Because of that, he could be considered to have 14 soul battle prowess. It was for that reason that, after detecting Xu Qing's 13 nascent souls, he had chosen to attack. Based on that, it was possible to deduce that when he was in Gold Core, he had 7 heavenly palaces. And when in Foundation establishment, he'd possessed 4 life flames. That, in turn, meant he had 120 Dharma apertures. He had never reached the ultimate limit of 121. but Xu Qing's path had involved reaching 121 Dharma apertures. Other than Master Shengyun and Kong Xianglong, he had never met anyone else who accomplished that. Or if he had, that person hadn't revealed their true strength, ensuring that Xu Qing had no way of knowing. However, that was just the foundational aspect. Heavenly palaces were the easiest way to classify gold core cultivators, but when it came to fights between nascent soul cultivators, things changed. Measuring nascent soul cultivators of a similar level also involved their treasures, their techniques, the innate abilities of their species, and their adaptability in combat. All of those things played vital roles in determining victory or defeat. In other words, nascent soul strength wasn't the only thing that could be relied upon. It was more like a general reference. Sometimes, the only way to find out who was stronger was to fight. That was how things worked with Xu Qing. His 13 Dao souls had experienced a single heaven fate tribulation, so theoretically speaking, he had 13 soul battle prowess. But his Dao souls were extremely unique. The factors included his imperial class techniques, his connection to gods, his heavenly Dao, the timescape bottle, the daybreak light, and his sundial life lamps. Because of all those reasons, Xu Qing's battle prowess in the nascent soul level was far beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. In essence, his Dao souls were already as strong as if they had experienced 2 heaven fate tribulations. And that meant that he basically had 24 soul battle prowess. The only reason it wasn't 26 was that he still had 2 life lamps that he hadn't melted and turned into an additional 2 sundials. When he did that, he would have 26 soul battle prowess. That said, Xu Qing was always cautious. If he could push his Dao souls to that level, then other people could do the same. And that wasn't to mention that enemies would have treasures and techniques at their disposal. That was why things got so tricky in nascent soul. Even as such thoughts swirled in his mind, he shot out from the lava, unleashing all the might of his 13 Dao souls, which turned into the terrifying battle prowess of 24 souls. A moment later, he appeared in front of one of the One Tribulation nascent soul mirrorlings. The mirrorling cultivator reacted with shock. Though all of his energy was being poured into the spell formation, he had ample fighting experience and good reflexes. As a result, he instantly shifted his attention and unleashed the power of 6 of his nascent souls. He also spat out a flying sword. At the same time, the mirror on his forehead glittered, casting light onto Xu Qing, which caused the mirrorling's face to suddenly resemble Xu Qing. This was one of their species' innate abilities, and it instantly boosted the mirrorling's battle prowess to the level of 8 souls. That innate ability was nothing short of amazing, and when used on ordinary One Tribulation cultivators, would almost always result in the victim being slaughtered. However, when the absolute level of power was too disparate, there would be too many factors at play that couldn't be controlled. And thus, the moment Xu Qing arrived, cold light flared, and the mirrorling cultivator's head flew off his shoulders. Blood sprayed and a scream rang out, but Xu Qing was already gone, rushing toward one of the nascent soul mirrorlings. He also sent his taboo poison raging out, not to target the nascent soul experts, but rather the gold core cultivators. Xu Qing's recent upgrade resulted in his taboo poison core becoming even more ruthless and terrifying. As it spread out, around 7 gold core cultivators cried out in alarm. Before they could do anything in response, their bodies turned purple and they started rotting. Terrified screams rang out everywhere. Meanwhile, other gold core cultivators shivered, and then their eyes turned pitch black. Erupting with fiendish laughter, they rushed toward the giant spell formation mirror and then self-detonated. As booms rang out, a streak of red lightning followed the spike of misfortune as it zipped back and forth with deadly accuracy. The other mirrorling cultivators in the area were visibly stunned. Chaos ensued almost immediately. Duanmu Zhang, who was still dealing with the pressure of the mirror, was also astonished. But when he saw that the mirrorling cultivators had been poisoned, his pupils constricted. He knew exactly what was going on. "It's that treacherous punk." With that, he called out in a loud voice, "Stop wasting time. Finish the fight and kill those nascent soul cultivators. Without them powering the spell formation, I'll be free. Hurry, the mirroring royal preceptor is on the way. The face in the mirror spun to look at Xu Qing. However, that was when Duanmu Zhang laughed heartily, and ignoring the fact that it could exacerbate his injuries, tapped into the power of his cultivation base. 8 nascent souls rose up, all of them pulsing with the shocking power of 5 tribulations. Even more astonishing than the 8 nascent souls was an illusory secret trove. However, the secret trove had collapsed and was withering, which was the evidence of a previous breakthrough failure. Even still, it was an impressive level of battle prowess. And the addition of the secret trove forced the face in the mirror to look away from Xu Qing and focus all its efforts on suppressing Duanmu Zhang. Rumbling booms echoed out as Xu Qing attacked with greater speed. He needed no advice from Duanmu Zhang. From the moment he'd launched his attack, he'd known that it needed to be ended quickly and that he couldn't afford any delays. At the moment, he had unleashed his taboo poison, let the shadow wreak havoc, and sent the spike of misfortune flying around. While all that played out, Xu Qing closed in on another nascent soul mirrorling. Unfortunately, the mirrorlings were finally reacting to the sudden development. With angry shouts, 2 of the 2 tribulation nascent soul experts and 1 3 tribulation cultivator all shot toward Xu Qing. As they neared, Xu Qing's daybreak light flashed. All the light in the area was replaced by a 7-colored glow, forcing the enemies to stop and back up. Meanwhile, Xu Qing entered his Grugloom state, blurring into motion and speeding right through one of the mirrorlings. When he came out the other side, he had 2 nascent souls in his hands, which he instantly crushed. Dozens of snarling heaven-fiend clones pounced on the mirrorling behind him. Shrill, despairing screams erupted from the mirrorling's mouth as his body trembled and withered. Xu Qing lunged backward, and as he did, the spot he had previously occupied collapsed into a huge vortex sent by the 3 tribulation cultivator. "Have a death wish, you despicable human," the mirrorling shouted. 7 nascent souls appeared within him, 5 of which had 3 tribulation power, with the remaining 2 having 2 tribulation power. Overall, that caused him to thrum with close to 20 soul battle prowess. What was more, an illusory black mirror appeared behind him, which boosted him further. Inside the mirror was a huge black bat, bound in place and releasing powerful sound waves in all directions. He also had a long spear in his hand, which was surrounded by countless resentful souls howling in grief. And yet, there was more. There were 2 of the 3 tribulation mirrorlings, and the other was closing in from the opposite direction. This one wore a black suit of armor and had 7 balls of ghost fire floating around its head. Each was the manifestation of a nascent soul. In addition, he had a cape attached to his suit of armor that was made of countless eyes, all of them glaring angrily at Xu Qing. If that wasn't enough, there were still 4 of the 2 tribulation mirrorlings approaching Xu Qing from all directions. Duanmu Zhang was paying close attention to what was happening. If he wasn't trapped, killing those mirrorlings would have been as simple as turning over his hand. And yet, there was something about Xu Qing's battle prowess that seemed odd to him. The little punk's nascent souls seem unusually gruish. As Xu Qing's poison spread, agonized shrieks could be heard everywhere. But the 6 nascent soul mirrorlings were still closing in. That was when Xu Qing's eyes turned as cold as ice. Inside of him, the gnomon on one of his sundials rose up, and he turned to look at the nearest 3 tribulation mirrorling. Instantly, his first sundial stopped moving. That power of stoppage then traveled through his gaze to affect the mirrorling he was looking at. The 3 tribulation mirrorling stopped in place, his expression vicious. It was as if time had slowed to a standstill for him specifically. It only lasted a moment before he recovered, but for cultivators in the nascent soul level, a moment can mean the difference between life and death. Just as he recovered, Xu Qing's knife slashed into his throat, and his head tumbled off his shoulders in a spray of blood. Xu Qing didn't have time to do anything other than grab the nascent souls and crush them. When he put the gnomon back in place, the sundial looked extremely withered. It was in far worse shape than when he'd tested it on Linger. Thankfully, it was already starting to slowly repair itself. Now wasn't the time to study what was happening, though. Xu Qing quickly looked at the other three tribulation mirrorling and removed the gnomon from his second sundial. That other mirrorling was completely astonished by what he'd just seen. For some inexplicable reason, his fellow mirrorling had just stopped moving moments ago. He didn't fight back or resist in any way. He seemed almost like a puppet as this human cultivator beheaded him. Before the mirrorling could process what was happening, Xu Qing's gaze landed on him. Chapter 555. If you're so strong, why didn't you say so earlier? Part 2. The three tribulation mirrorlings stopped moving. He couldn't sense anything or move. And when he recovered, Xu Qing was right in front of him. Another head flew through the air, and more nascent souls were destroyed. All of that happened in only 2 breaths of time. The other 2 tribulation experts let loose cries of alarm. Scalps tingling, they spun to flee. Xu Qing ignored them and focused on the giant mirror spell formation. Temporarily pushing aside his astonishment at Xu Qing's abilities, Duanmu Zhang shouted, "This thing is a precious treasure belonging to the mirrorling royal preceptor. It's not going to be easy to destroy, but without anyone powering it, there's a possibility. Back up. I'll detonate one of my nascent souls. That should damage it." With that, he prepared to detonate one of his nascent souls. But then Xu Qing waved his right index finger, and Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior became a red lightning bolt that shot forth. He moved with incredible speed, guiding the spike of misfortune directly into the mirror. The vicious face in the mirror looked at Xu Qing and was about to speak. But then its expression flickered. Rumbling echoed out as the spike of misfortune completely ignored the mirror's defenses and stabbed into its surface like a hot knife through butter. A loud crack could be heard as the mirror shattered. Not even looking at Duanmu Zhang, Xu Qing turned around and waved his hand. His taboo poison rushed back toward him, as did the shadow. The spike of misfortune was a red glow that sped back into his hand. Then Xu Qing blasted away at the highest speed possible. During the entire time, he didn't say a single thing. He struck like a metric ton of lightning, then left without even the hint of a sound. The mirror trembled as more cracks spread out over its surface. The face distorted in anxiety as it glared at Xu Qing fleeing off into the distance. As for Duanmu Zhang, he inhaled deeply and ceased the nascent soul detonation process. Racing toward the hole that had been punched in the mirror, he waved his sleeve, sending his collapsed secret trove shooting out in front of him. Boom! More cracks covered the mirror's surface as it dropped out of the sky and slammed into the lava. The face seemed like it wanted to speak, but had suffered such a grievous injury that it couldn't send out any divine will. Snorting coldly, Duanmu Zhang hawked a loogie and spat onto the mirror. The force of the spitting caused the mirror to sink further into the lava. With that done, Duanmu Zhang turned and fled off into the distance. About 6 hours later, a tempest raged on the horizon as a huge figure approached. The figure wore a golden robe and had no face, only a mirror. After arriving, he stopped and looked down at the lava. His face reflected the images in the area. A moment passed, and he extended his right hand. The mirror slowly emerged from the lava. After he had it in his hand, a cold voice emanated from his mirror face. "Humans, letter 1D456, letter 1D626, letter 1D450, letter 2134, letter 1D628. 3 days later, some 5,000 kilometers away on the Heavenfire Sea, Xu Qing finally slowed down. He'd been moving non-stop that entire time, staying concealed and moving toward the shore. During those 3 days, the sky had become brighter, as if the fires of the sea had begun burning more strongly. The popping bubbles of lava had become more common. As a result, the heat had been rising, to the point where his soul was hurting. "I need to get to the shore, otherwise I'm not going to be able to hold on, and my soul's going to melt." Xu Qing even felt like his hair was starting to dry up. He was just about to speed up, but then he coolly said, "Senior, do you really need to follow me secretly for so long?" A moment later, he continued on his way. He'd been doing this roughly every 2 hours for the past 3 days. Though Xu Qing had the ability to sense the aura of his taboo poison, he knew that complacency could easily lead to slip-ups. And in a chaotic world like this one, slip-ups could lead to very tragic outcomes. Therefore, even though he hadn't sensed any taboo poison aura, he still made a point of speaking out loud like he just had. Another day went by. At that point, Xu Qing stopped and said, "Senior, you really do love staying invisible, don't you?" This time, he got a response. Ahem. A bit more than 30 meters to his right, the air rippled, and Duanmu Zhang appeared. He was surrounded by a bubble that completely isolated his aura. What was more, he had a cloth wrapped around his right hand, which masked the taboo poison aura. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed, as he realized this actually seemed very familiar. How'd the little punk detect me? Duanmu Zhang wasn't sure, but considering what he'd seen Xu Qing doing, it seemed most likely that some unusual technique was responsible. Or maybe he's just stopping every so often and saying something like that. How treacherous. Duanmu Zhang noticed Xu Qing looking at the strip of cloth around his hand. He offered no explanation. Glaring angrily, he said, "You have no conscience, boy. I didn't do a single thing to harm you. I even gave you a box to keep those heaven fire stones secret. But the antidote you gave me was fake." Xu Qing frowned. Seeing that frown, Duanmu Zhang quickly changed to a more agreeable tone. "However, since you did help me escape back there, I guess there's no need to bicker about the past." Waving his hand dismissively, he cleared his throat. "We're both human, so why not give me that antidote?" Face completely expressionless, Xu Qing coolly said, 10,000 spirit stones." Duanmu Zhang inhaled sharply and glared at Xu Qing. Then he smiled wryly, shook his head, and took out the very same bag of holding Xu Qing had given him earlier. Xu Qing took it and checked it. There was nothing unusual about it. Seeing Xu Qing meticulously check the bag of holding caused Duanmu Zhang's temper to heat up, but he forced himself to remain calm. "Good enough, IRCU." Xu Qing nodded and waved his hand. A tremor passed through Duanmu Zhang, and then all the poison power in him stirred. An expression of pain appeared on his face as the poison then burrowed out into the open. Once outside of him, it turned into a black mist that swept back toward Xu Qing and vanished inside of him. When the taboo poison vanished, Duanmu Zhang immediately felt a wave of relief. His cultivation base power surged, and his body returned to normal. Heaving a sigh, he looked at Xu Qing. Xu Qing backed up a few steps, looking supremely vigilant. Duanmu Zhang's eyes narrowed. "After seeing how formidable you are, boy, why did you need my help those other 2 times?" "I didn't have time to do anything," Xu Qing replied calmly and honestly. Hearing that, Duanmu Zhang confirmed that this kid really didn't talk much. He turned to leave. However, after only taking a couple steps, he looked over his shoulder at Xu Qing. "The Heaven Fire sky crossing is starting. You'd better find a place to hole up." He tossed Xu Qing an umbrella. "The umbrella will keep you safe for short periods of time, but it won't last long. You're on your own now." With that, he turned to leave. Xu Qing inspected the umbrella to make sure it was safe. That was when something occurred to him, and he called out, "Wait a moment." Duanmu Zhang stopped in place and looked back at him curiously. Xu Qing reached out and extracted one last bit of poison from Duanmu Zhang. He'd left it there as insurance just in case the old man suddenly attacked him. When the poison appeared in the open, Duanmu Zhang's expression flickered. Glaring at Xu Qing, he breathed in and out heavily a few times, then suddenly burst out laughing. Completely unethical. Xu Qing betrayed no facial expression in response. Given everything he had experienced from a young age, he had been forced to develop caution. And that was more appropriate than ever considering he was in this unfamiliar region. From beginning to end, he'd harbored no harmful intentions. Duanmu Zhang eyed Xu Qing, then nodded. "Whatever, it's normal to be so vigilant." With that, he tossed a jade slip to Xu Qing. "If you can't find any good place of refuge from the fire, you can go there." This time, Duanmu Zhang really did disappear. Xu Qing scanned the jade slip and then put it away. He knew what the Heaven Fire sky crossing was that Duanmu Zhang had referred to. It was a special weather pattern in the Moonlight region in which the sky turned very bright. Presumably, it has something to do with the Heaven-Fire Sea. Xu Qing hadn't been aware of the details before, but he'd had his speculations, especially considering how things had been heating up recently. He started moving again. A few days later, he was back on shore. He didn't return to the same mansion grotto he'd hollowed out earlier. He didn't like the idea of using the same place twice. Looking up into the sky, he could see that it really was a lot brighter than 2 months ago. The Heaven-Fire Sea also seemed to be in a much greater state of agitation. From where he was standing, the rumbling sounds coming from the Heaven-Fire Sea sounded like thunder. And there were hardly any cultivators out and about like there had been before. The ground trembled occasionally, as if there were some enormous creature preparing to rise up from the depths of the Heaven-Fire Sea. It made Xu Qing think back to how the mirroring guards had sunk down into the ground. Is that the way to avoid the Heaven-Fire skycrossing? After some thought, he found a suitable location to carve out a cave. Covering the entrance, he settled down cross-legged to focus on recovery. Although he had a god body, the Heaven-Fire Sea was a mysterious place, and the lava there was terrifyingly hot. At the most, Xu Qing could sink down about 3 meters into it. He wouldn't dare to go any further lest his soul be damaged. Not even the violet crystal would be able to keep up with the effects. Days passed. Eventually, Xu Qing had fully recovered. During that time, he did some further study into his sundial life lamps. Occasionally, he would chat with Linger. Because of that, he still didn't feel lonely. 7 days later, he was back at a new peak, and that was when he noticed what was happening outside. The temperature during the last week had soared. Even being deep underground, he could see the soil around him starting to turn red. Eventually, he heard a distant rumbling like the crack of thunder. Then, using divine sense, he caught sight of something that struck him with waves of astonishment. Something like a tsunami was rolling across the Heaven-Fire Sea. The lava exploded with massive waves. As they slammed into the shore, a pair of 300,000-meter-long severed arms rose from inside the Heaven-Fire Sea. The severed arms ended in huge, cancerous growths that had countless tentacles growing out of it, and the palm prints on the palm of the hands were like the canopy of heaven. As the two hands floated into midair, they slowly performed an incantation gesture. Massive amounts of lava began to rise into the air, creating rivulets and streams that spread out in all directions. The sky was turning very bright. Endless fire began to fall from the sky, immolating the lands below. That was why this area was full of barren landscape and low-lying mountains, and also why it had no vegetation. The effects stretched out, covering the lands of the Twofold Alliance, going from east to west until it covered the entire Moonlight region. Seeing it, Xu Qing murmured, "Heaven-Fire Skycrossing." Chapter 556, A Lie Called Hope, Part 1. The Heaven-Fire Skycrossing was a unique weather pattern in the Moonlight region. Opinions differed about why it occurred. Some people said it was akin to a tide flow caused by the pull of the red moon. The reason for that theory was that Heaven-Fire skycrossing occurred more frequently when the red moon was nigh. Other people claimed that the red moon, which had been subdued by an imperial sovereign long ago, would soon make a comeback. Whenever the Heaven-Fire skycrossing appeared, all of the Moonlight region would be lit up brightly. A sea of flames would roll across the dome of heaven, starting in the east. The further east you got, the brighter and hotter it became. At the same time, rains of fire would appear, sometimes heavier and sometimes lighter, depending on the specific location. It would last for a few months, and then the sea of flames would retreat to the Heaven-Fire Sea in the east. That was considered a full cycle. During that time period, all locations in the east, other than locations like Lesser Shrine, would be set aflame by the fiery rains. Everything turned to ashes, from cities to vegetation. That was why the cities of the Twofold Alliance were mostly constructed from clay bricks. Only their jointly owned holy city was strong enough and bolstered with enough special magics to endure. But even then, it would sustain damage. After every instance of Heaven-Fire skycrossing, the effects of the fires would be purged, and the mud brick cities would quickly be rebuilt. Crop cycles were also planned around the event. Thankfully, Heaven-Fire skycrossing didn't happen very often, only once every few decades. The destruction was mostly limited to the east, with other areas being mostly spared. What was more, thanks to the magical technique employed by cultivators, reconstruction wasn't very difficult. Ordinary people just needed to get to Holy City to find refuge, which was usually very expensive. If they didn't have some way to stay safe, then they would hide themselves under the ground. Over the generations, their natural constitutions made them much more capable of avoiding the destructive nature of the fire. That was why the guards who had stopped Xu Qing sank down into the ground. In the days preceding Heaven Fire Skycrossing, they needed to break down their bodies and become one with the soil. The Skyfaces had similar methods to deal with the situation. Unfortunately, the evolutionary traits of those two species were assets Xu Qing didn't possess. As the soil around him heated up to the point of crystallizing, the temperature soared, and Xu Qing started feeling more and more uncomfortable. It's already nearly as hot as the surface-level lava, and the event has just started. Beads of sweat had popped out on Xu Qing's forehead, and he felt clammy all over. His garments were getting soaked, and his discomfort was increasing. He started burrowing deeper. At a certain depth, he started to get some relief. However, he was still receiving a sensation of warning from his blue-green dragon, and it was getting stronger. Instead of retracting his divine sense, he kept it outside to see what was happening. The sky was blindingly bright. It was as if lava were soaring through the canopy of heaven. Those two severed arms continued to perform incantation gestures that seemed to send the lava spreading out constantly. Meanwhile, fire rained down, causing mountain peaks to melt and dramatically transforming the landscape. Heaven above and earth below were full of roiling flames. The terrifying level of the heat reminded Xu Qing of what he had felt when going down 3 meters into the lava. This isn't going to work. As the sensation of crisis grew stronger in Xu Qing, he looked outside thoughtfully. Staying in place clearly wasn't an option. After all, he had limitations. There was inherent pressure in the revered ancient mainland, and the further down you went, the stronger that pressure got. At a certain point, he wouldn't be able to go down any further. What's worse is that I don't know how far down the heat will go. If it goes down farther than I can go down, then I'll end up dead. He weighed the matter over, taking into consideration that this was only the first day, and the effects would most definitely grow increasingly terrifying. Eventually, he took out the jade slip Duanmu Zhang had given him, inside of which was a simple map. Duanmu Zhang had told Xu Qing that if he didn't have a suitable place to weather the Heaven Fire Skycrossing, he should follow this map. After mulling the matter over, Xu Qing decided to check out the location in the map. If it wasn't suitable, then he would have to just burrow down as far as he could go in the ground and gamble that it would be sufficient. Either that or try to flee the territory of the twofold alliance. Having made his decision, he burst out of the ground. Although subterranean travel was possible, it would have been a lot slower. As soon as he was out in the open, he felt the terrifying heat weighing down on him. Almost immediately, his flesh suffered deep burns, and he felt pain filling him. The surface temperature was now greater than the 3-meter lava temperature. Even Xu Qing's extraordinary fleshly body and healing powers weren't enough to stave off the pain. Most importantly, the heaven fire reached all the way to his soul. Thankfully, he had his sundial life lamps to offer additional protection, but even with that, he wouldn't be able to last very long in these conditions. It was for the same reason that he hadn't been able to stay in the Heaven Fire Sea for very long during his cultivation sessions. The fleshly body was one aspect. The soul was the other aspect. That was especially true considering that his soul was actually a lot weaker when compared to his fleshly body. I can't stay out here long. When he inhaled, the scorching air made him feel like he was burning from the inside out. Without the slightest hesitation, he pulled out the umbrella Duanmu Zhang had given him and opened it. That cut him off slightly from the heat. Relaxing slightly, he sped up, becoming like a storm wind screaming through the fire at top speed. In that manner, he traveled for 2 days. The temperature around him continued to rise, causing everything around him to ripple. His divine sense was being limited, and the umbrella was on the point of crumbling. Thankfully, he was getting very close to the spot indicated on the map. There didn't seem to be anything special about that area. It appeared to be an old abandoned mine, and now that it was surrounded by a sea of flames, it had melted so badly it was almost unrecognizable. Xu Qing arrived on the scene and looked around, a frown on his face. It didn't seem at all like a place of refuge. What was more, through some of the cracks in the ground, he was able to see the interior of the mine, and the place seemed full of intense heat. Too bad my divine sense is limited, otherwise I might be able to detect more. RCO. He looked at the crumbling umbrella, and then the mine. That said, given what Duanmu Zhang was like in the Heavenfire Sea, it actually makes sense that he would hide in a place like this. Somewhere that looks like a place of refuge obviously wouldn't make a very good hiding spot. After some thought, he bent his legs and then sprang into motion, heading right toward one of the crevices leading into the mine. He stayed quiet and kept his guard up as he prepared to go deeper into the mine to assess the situation. About 2 hours later, he still hadn't reached the bottom of the mine. At the same time, it was no less hot. At a certain point, Xu Qing stopped. Frowning, he looked ahead, where he had just spotted a figure laying on the ground, unmoving. It wasn't possible to tell if it was a man or a woman. However, the figure was wearing thick armor. Discarded on the ground nearby was a heat-blocking umbrella. This was the first person Xu Qing had seen since Heavenfire Skycrossing began. Narrowing his eyes, he sent his shadow out to scout the situation. When he got word back from the shadow in the form of emotional fluctuations, Xu Qing looked surprised. He hurried toward the figure. It took only a moment to reach it. He stopped a short distance away, which was still close enough to inspect it. It was a young human cultivator with a 3-flame foundation establishment cultivation base. He was obviously hovering on the verge of death. He was covered from head to toe in pitch-black armor that was made from a special heat-resistant material. His umbrella was especially noteworthy. It looked exactly like the umbrella Duanmu Zhang had given to Xu Qing. Xu Qing looked deeper into the mine. Then he picked up the armored figure and continued on. Another hour passed. That was when Xu Qing finally reached the bottom of the mine. He saw nothing special there. The soil was crystallizing, and the temperature was extremely high. After looking around, Xu Qing suddenly said, "Senior, I found this person along the way. Was he looking for you, sir?" The answer was provided by a cold voice that echoed out from the surrounding walls. "I have no use for people who don't follow my rules." The wall rippled, becoming a vortex, out of which stepped Duanmu Zhang. He extended his arms to take the armored figure from Xu Qing. Xu Qing handed the young man over, whereupon Duanmu Zhang tossed him into the vortex. Then he looked at Xu Qing. "What are you doing here, boy?" Given their handful of interactions, Xu Qing had a general idea of how Duanmu Zhang operated. Instead of wasting time talking about the jade slip, he skipped directly to the important part. 100 spirit stones a day, he offered. Duanmu Zhang snorted coldly. 1,000 a day. Xu Qing nodded. Deal. Duanmu Zhang eyed him briefly, then stepped back through the vortex. Eyes narrowing, Xu Qing kept his taboo poison swirling around him just in case he was walking into an ambush. Then he stepped into the vortex. After he was inside, the vortex faded into nothing, and everything returned to normal. Xu Qing stepped out of the vortex into a cave temple filled with crumbling statues. Some were missing heads, others limbs. Other than the statues, the place was relatively barren. There was no sign of the young man in the armor. Duanmu Zhang, meanwhile, was seated cross-legged on a headless statue. He was looking at Xu Qing. Xu Qing studied his surroundings, and when he looked over his shoulder, his eyes narrowed. There was a huge wall there covered with thousands of masks and a similar number of mirrors. The masks were obviously the remains of skyfaces that had been specially refined after their death. The mirrors were similar. Xu Qing even spotted the mask left behind by the skyface that had attacked him originally. Sounding very proud of himself, Duanmu Zhang said, "Those two species have worked hard over the generations to adapt to this place. I used their strength, coupled with some special magics, to create this safe haven from the Heavenfire Skycrossing. The event usually lasts for about 100 days. At 1,000 a day, that will be a total of 200,000 spirit stones. Hand them over. Xu Qing's eyebrows shot up, and he glared at Duanmu Zhang. 100 days would be 100,000. Duanmu Zhang glared right back at Xu Qing. Per person. Considering you have that snake with you, it'll be 200,000, right? I don't have that many spirit stones on me. Xu Qing was telling the truth. He actually had a lot of spirit notes, but not many spirit stones. He took out a magical device and put it off to the side. How about I use this for payment? Duanmu Zhang waved his hand to collect the magical device. He studied it, then nodded. All right. With that, his eyes glowed with cold light, and his tone became very somber and desolate. Considering you're human, I'll help you out this one time. But listen well. Everything beyond this cave temple is off limits. If you go poking around, then don't blame me for forgetting all about us being fellow humans. Xu Qing nodded in response. Duanmu Zhang gave him a deep look, then turned and disappeared into the depths of the cave temple. Xu Qing's expression didn't change at all as he looked around again to make sure the area was safe. The statues looked very old, and none of them depicted humans. All of them had snakes and dragons wrapped around them, making them look very dangerous. Although the statues were all in bad shape, it was possible to tell that, back when they were whole, they had been in worshipful poses. Coupled with the sinister atmosphere, it made the place seem like a tomb. Was this place some sort of burial ground? Chapter 556, A Lie Called Hope, Part 2. Xu Qing found an appropriate statue that he could sit cross-legged atop. That was when Linger poked her head out of his sleeve, looked around, and quietly said, Big bro Xu Qing, this place looks like it might be connected to my own species, the ancient spirits. Xu Qing's heart flip-flopped. He looked down at Linger. She was still studying the place. Big bro Xu Qing, these statues are all ancient spirit divine likenesses. My people look like snakes when we're young, but we can take human form when we grow up. If we have a strong bloodline, then when we break the shackles of our cultivation base, we'll gain heavenly dragons as lifelong companions. From that point on, we'll be forever guarded by dragons and snakes. Given this place's layout, I'd say it must be the tomb of an important member of my species. Usually my people will make tombs with multiple levels. Big bro Xu Qing, my guess is that the main tomb chamber is probably below us. This is just the first level. I can sense the warding spells down below. Big bro Xu Qing, I could probably open an entrance to the level below. Linger was feeling really excited at the prospect of finally being able to really help her big bro Xu Qing. After hearing Linger's explanation, he studied the area again. Then he stroked Linger's head and said, Don't open it. The person in charge of this place now asked us not to disturb anything. Let's wait until the Heavenfire sky crossing is over, and then we'll leave. Xu Qing was generally a polite person, and since he had entered into agreement, he wouldn't break the terms of the deal unless it was absolutely necessary. Linger thought about it and came to the conclusion that her big bro Xu Qing did things very differently than her papa. Going forward, she would remember that and try to do things more like big bro Xu Qing. Half a month flew by in the briefest of moments. The Heavenfire sky crossing grew more terrifying. Heaven and earth were scorched, countless living beings were destroyed, and those who survived trembled in fear. From a distance, it almost looked like the fury of a god. It was completely appalling. Rumbling like thunder echoed out. The sea level of the Heavenfire sea grew lower and lower as the lava inside was sucked up into the canopy of heaven by the severed arms. Deep in the mine, in the ancient spirit tomb, Xu Qing kept his promise. He didn't take a single step outside of the cave temple. Instead, he stayed in place and worked on cultivation. Duanmu Zhang didn't come back. Everything was peaceful and quiet. Linger was on her best behavior. She didn't try to sneak down into the deeper parts of the tomb. As far as she was concerned, she was more than happy to just be able to keep her big bro Xu Qing company. The only downside was that she occasionally felt useless. I really need to hurry up and absorb all the power of that ancestral emperor destiny aura. Then I can improve the level of my bloodline. With that thought in mind, Linger got to work. On Xu Qing's 17th day of cultivation, he was interrupted by a visitor. Some distance away, the ground of the cave temple started glowing as a teleportation activated. A figure solemnly stepped out of the light. It was Duanmu Zhang. Instead, it was a young human man wearing a green jerkin. Xu Qing opened his eyes. This was the very same person he had saved half a month before. He still looked weak, but had clearly recovered from his injuries. Apparently that armor had really proved useful. Duanmu Zhang must have intervened to save his life. However, the effects of the fire still lingered. He had many burn patches and even parts of his skin that had melted away and not grown back. As a result, he looked quite ferocious. As Xu Qing looked over, the young man looked back nervously. Then he hurried over and knelt in front of Xu Qing. "Senior, I am Xipangui. Many thanks to you, Senior, for the kindness of saving my life." 1. Xu Qing looked the young man up and down. He had a rather strange name, but Xu Qing didn't inquire about it. "It was nothing. If I hadn't done something, Senior Duanmu would have saved you." Nevertheless, Xipangui kowtowed 3 times, then looked up and nervously said, "Either way, Senior, you're the one who saved me. I'll never forget that kindness." With that, he took a meal box out and placed it off to the side. 2. "I know you have a very high cultivation base, Senior, and I have nothing of value to offer you. This is some food my missus made. Many thanks, Senior." With that, Xipangui stood, bowed to Xu Qing, then respectfully backed up to the teleportation portal. A moment later, he disappeared. Xu Qing looked at the meal box. It was filled with aromatic pastries that someone had clearly taken much effort to prepare. Given Xu Qing's skill in the Tao of poison, all it took was a single whiff for him to check for poison in food. He didn't detect any such poison, so he picked one up. Seeing Linger salivating off to the side, he took a bite to make sure they were safe. Then he gave a piece to Linger. When she took a bite, her eyes narrowed with pleasure. "Coo, coo." The flavor was so wonderful that Linger couldn't help but speak in the way she had as a child. Seeing how happy Linger was caused Xu Qing to smile. He ended up giving her all the pastries. Later, he closed his eyes and went back to meditation. More days passed. Xipangui came back to visit a few times, and each time he brought delicious food with him. He always seemed to have something on his mind, but was always hesitating to give voice to it. Eventually, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Eyes brimming with hope, he said, "Senior, the Chancellor said that you're from another region. So, how are we humans doing out there?" Xipangui was obviously nervous, but his hopefulness seemed to surpass that nervousness. He had lived his entire life in Moonlight region, unable to leave, and doomed to a fate he couldn't escape. That said, even in childhood, he had heard people talking about the glory of humankind and about how powerful humans were. But all he saw was how weak and feeble humans were, to the point where they were little more than food to the non-humans. He had seen misery and grief that left him shaken and dazed. And the reality was that it didn't matter what Xu Qing told him. It wouldn't change his situation. But he still wanted to get an answer to his question. He wanted to know if what the older humans said was true, that human society outside the Moonlight region was glorious and beautiful. That alone would give him pride and strength. Xu Qing looked at Xipangui for a few breaths of time. As the moments ticked by, the light in Xipangui's eyes faded. Xu Qing smiled and softly said, "Humans on the outside live in peace and work happily. They have good lives. There's little fighting and everyone gets along. Our reigning emperor has outstanding ability and grand vision. We recently fought a war with the Nightshades and came out victorious. Non-humans bow their heads in our presence. Either they choose to join us or we destroy them. What's more, our emperor firmly believes that one day he will be able to change things here in the Moonlight region." His words and his smile caused Xipangui's eyes to light up and his heart to race. "I knew it. Me and Zhou Wangbei got into a big argument last night. She said that humans on the outside are the lowest of the low. I told her that's impossible. We humans have noble blood. Maybe we're weak and powerless in Moonlight region, but in the past, we conquered revered ancient, and that means we're definitely glorious on the outside. Many thanks, Senior." Xipangui excitedly bowed to Xu Qing, then hurried away to tell his wife, friends, and family what he'd found out. Xu Qing watched him leave. He sighed. Now he understood the meaning behind Shi Pangui's name. Pangui referred to a return to glory for all humankind. 3. The other name, Wangbei, came from the fact that humankind's imperial region lay to the north. 4. Over the past few days, Xu Qing had begun to speculate what was happening in the lower levels of this tomb. It seemed likely there was a colony of humans who lived there. And the chancellor Shi Pangui had mentioned was none other than Duanmu Zhang. Humans took shelter here to avoid the bitter life they would otherwise live outside. And that was why Duanmu Zhang had told him not to leave the cave temple. Feeling a sudden swell of respect in his heart, Xu Qing stood, clasped hands, and bowed at the waist. As he did that, Duanmu Zhang materialized on one of the other statues. Looking at the spot where Shi Pangui had disappeared, he turned to Xu Qing. When he spoke, his voice was a bit hoarse. "Thank you. Did humans on the outside actually win a big victory?" Xu Qing nodded solemnly. "The Holotide region belongs to humankind now, and we have a domain treasure." Duanmu Zhang hopped off the statue and strode over to Xu Qing. This was the closest they had ever been to each other. In the past, they had always interacted at a distance. Duanmu Zhang sat down, took out a jug of alcohol, and tossed it to Xu Qing. "Explain everything," he said. Xu Qing took a long drink, frowned, and then took out a jug of alcohol from his bag of holding, which he handed to Duanmu Zhang. Duanmu Zhang's eyes lit up, and he took it. And thus, the two of them drank together as Xu Qing gave Duanmu Zhang a general overview of recent events. Of course, he didn't reveal his true identity. He told everything from the perspective of an observer. Duanmu Zhang didn't say anything the entire time. He just listened intently. Xu Qing finished the story right about the time they finished the alcohol. Eyes narrowing, Duanmu Zhang said, "What you saw was this seventh prince's actions, and you heard the emperor's orders, but you overlooked something, seventh prince's mother and her people." Xu Qing's gaze hardened. "As an imperial prince," Duanmu Zhang continued, "it makes sense that he's daring and reckless. But given the bigger picture, it's clear he has deeper reasons for being so confident. The way he handles complicated matters with such ease leads me to believe that his mother might not be human. And even if she is, well, she's definitely not from ordinary stock. As for the emperor, I find his actions very thought-provoking. Everything he does seems to be handled perfectly. But the reason for that is that you're looking at the outcome, and it seems like the outcome of everything is completely under his control. But it seems to me that there's some other bigger force behind the scenes, carefully manipulating everything." Duanmu Zhang looked up at Xu Qing. "Everything you've described so far, it's just the beginning. If I was the emperor, I would have long since put someone in Sealing County that I trusted, to be my eyes there and keep watch over everything. Whoever this person is, they wouldn't have a very high cultivation base, otherwise they would draw too much attention." Xu Qing didn't react visibly, but inside he was shaken. Duanmu Zhang didn't say anything beyond that. Floating up into the air, he looked off into the distance for a long moment, then turned back to Xu Qing. "Would you like to see my home?" 1. Shi Pangui. She is listed 61 on the list of 100 common surnames. It means stone. Pan means hope for, long for, expect. Gui means return, go back to. Madame Deathblade says that because the name has a fairly literal meaning, longing for something to return, it's a very sad and melancholy name, which is somewhat unusual. Generally speaking, it's not very common in Chinese culture to give children sad, melancholic names. 2. Most dictionaries will translate meal box as lunch box. However, considering what the word lunchbox conjures in the minds of most readers, and how many people don't read the footnotes, I went with something slightly different. Boxes like this were common in ancient times and nowadays as well. Here is a small gallery of some of the more ancient-looking varieties. 3. If you look at the footnote explaining Shi Pangui's name, you can see the meaning of the individual characters. In this paragraph, it adds an additional character to each of those characters, creating a total of 2 words with 4 characters each to explain the full meaning. Packing deep meaning into names is fairly common in Chinese. The individual characters can be references to other words or idioms that aren't immediately apparent. Without further information or context, you might never unlock the true meaning of the name. 4. Wangbei. Wang means hope, expect, gaze into the distance, look towards. Bei means north. In the passage in which Shi Pengui talks about Zhou Wangbei, he does not use any pronouns at all, so it's impossible to tell if he's talking about a wife or a friend. Given the context, it seems to me it's supposed to be his wife, thus my interpretation of the passage. Added later, in retrospect, I realize that this name has some vague foreshadowing in it. Chapter 557, Fireflies in the Night, Part 1. Duanmu Zhang hovered in the darkness of the cave temple and looked at Xu Qing, his words still echoing back and forth. Xu Qing stood, clasped hands and bowed. Thank you. Earlier, Duanmu Zhang had thanked Xu Qing for making the outside world seem beautiful, and in turn, giving hope to the people here. Now, Xu Qing thanked Duanmu Zhang for trusting him. Duanmu Zhang waved his hand, and a vortex appeared in front of him. He stepped inside. Xu Qing followed. Since he had come here nearly a month ago, he had never gone below the first level of the tomb. After stepping through the vortex, he found himself in a world of mortals. He was still underground, but the open area was massive, enough that it created an entire subterranean city. It was a bustling place. Chatting and laughter drifted through the air to Xu Qing's ears. Linger stuck her head out and looked at the city. All residents of the city were human, and the population was well over 100,000. This was the first human city Xu Qing had seen in Moonlight region, and also the most humans he had seen gathered in one place. Though he had been prepared to see something like this, it was still an astonishing sight. What was even more surprising was that the ceiling overhead was covered with a blue canopy. That canopy was massive, and it almost looked like a blue sky. There were even beautiful white clouds. As for the ground, though there was a city, there were also trees, vegetation, and even fields of crops off in the distance. A glowing ball of light hung above everything. It was actually a bottle in which some heaven fire had been sealed using a special magic, making it like a sun. As that glowing light filled the cave, it was possible to hear children reading out loud in their classes. In Xu Qing's travels in the Moonlight region, all the humans he'd seen had looked numb and lowly, like food waiting to be eaten. Because of that, Xu Qing knew that only a very courageous and broad-minded person could create a city like this and offer safety and refuge to so many other humans. Not all powerful experts cared about taking care of mortals. To many such people, survival was more important than anything else. "This is my home," Duanmu Zhang said softly. Heart swelling with respect, Xu Qing once again bowed. As time passed, his opinion of Duanmu Zhang had been slowly changing. That was especially true right now. In fact, because of what he was seeing, his impression had completely changed. When Duanmu Zhang looked at the city, his gaze was gentle and kind. The light of the heaven fire sun glittered in his eyes. He smiled. He looked like an elderly person gazing at all of his descendants. History hasn't treated humans well in the Moonlight region. Life is hard and full of bitterness. It was like that even when I was a child. Most of the people you see here once lived terrible lives in the territory of the Twofold Alliance. Right now, Duanmu Zhang seemed like a completely different person than the one who had been fighting with the non-humans outside. When he returned here, his devious, treacherous, and ruthless nature vanished, and the only thing left behind was warmth and kindness. "There's only so much I can do. I can't save all of them, but I can help some. I can save a few. Over time, that number adds up to what you see here." Xu Qing felt deeply moved by Duanmu Zhang's words. What was more, it was obvious that it must have been hard to carve out a safe refuge for humans here. To many top experts, something like this would be a hindrance. Emotions swirled in Xu Qing as he followed Duanmu Zhang into the city. The buildings were simple, and the people wore plain clothing. Xu Qing saw no signs of luxury. There were no businesses on the street. Instead, everyone helped each other. He saw smiles everywhere. As he walked along, he realized that there were middle-aged people present, as well as youngsters and children. But there were no old people. "The elderly prefer death," Duanmu Zhang explained simply. "They don't want to waste food." There was grief in his eyes. But that grief disappeared when excited voices reached his ears. It's the Chancellor. Greetings, Chancellor. Letter 1d6 to letter 1d4 4e. Letter 1d6 to 4 letter 1d4 5c letter 1d6 2e. It's Grandpa Chancellor. Hi, Grandpa. Grandpa Chancellor, I've been looking at those clouds in the sky for so long now. How come they don't move? 1. A crowd was building. The middle-aged people had respectful looks on their faces. The youths seemed excited, and the children treated Duanmu Zhang like he was family as they raced over and started running playful circles around him. Kneeling down, Duanmu Zhang smiled and took a small boy into his arms. The clouds in the sky can definitely move, but they're sleeping right now. Once they wake up, then they'll start moving. Laughter and chatting ensued. Some people looked at Xu Qing leerily, but most seemed friendly. Apparently, anyone that was with Duanmu Zhang was a person they trusted, like family. Xu Qing followed as Duanmu Zhang led the way through the city. He saw many scenes play out just like before. At one point, they passed a school. Looking at the school, Duanmu Zhang sighed and said, "History is about legacy. Civilization has to continue. We humans live bitter lives here in the Moonlight region, but I really hope that more people can understand how glorious humankind was in the past. We must never forget that." Xu Qing looked at the school and listened to the sound of the children reading out loud from their textbooks. They were studying about human history. There were many inaccurate parts that actually sounded wonderful. There were some places in the city that taught about cultivation or plants and vegetation. By studying there, the mortals would have a chance to rise to a higher level of existence. There were a lot of children around. At one point, they stopped at an alchemy school, where Xu Qing heard the voice of a young girl. "Teacher, I know about that 7-leaf clover you just mentioned. A while back I searched everywhere for it but couldn't find any. I couldn't find any of that soaring ox sapling either, too." Hearing that, Duanmu Zhang quietly said, "The cultivation methods taught here, and the information about plants and vegetation are partly from me. But I've also compiled a lot of information that I either won in fights or traded for. Most are from ancient records, so they're not exactly very meaningful. The majority of the plants and vegetation they learn about don't even grow in Moonlight region. But knowledge is knowledge. Who knows, maybe it'll be useful in the future." Xu Qing nodded quietly. Strolling through the city, he saw a lot of low-level cultivators similar to Xipangui. They were members of the city militia who, during times when the Heavenfire skycrossing wasn't an issue, would go out and trade with other cities for living essentials. Time slipped by slowly but surely. Eventually, the Heavenfire sun in the sky dimmed, bringing night. At that point, glittering lights like stars appeared overhead. They were actually the refined remains of mirrorlings. By this point, Xu Qing had been through the entire city. Beneath the darkness of the night, Duanmu Zhang stopped outside of an abandoned house. He looked at Xu Qing for a long moment. "What do you think of my home?" he asked in a hoarse voice. "You are the pinnacle of virtue, senior," Xu Qing said solemnly. "I can't claim that," Duanmu Zhang said, shaking his head. "What you see is me protecting them, but the reality is that they're here to keep me company. That's why I call this place my home." Duanmu Zhang turned to leave, and Xu Qing made to follow. But then Duanmu Zhang said, "Heavenfire skycrossing will last 2 more months. You can stay here for now." Xu Qing stopped in place. He knew the significance of those words. Duanmu Zhang was inviting him to stay in his own home. Looking very solemn, Xu Qing clasped hands and bowed. After Duanmu Zhang left for his own residence in the city, Xu Qing turned and looked at the house. It was a simple structure, but to Xu Qing, it was full of the warmth and comfort that had been lacking during his travels in the Moonlight region. And so, he moved in. Linger chose to temporarily take human form. Smiling broadly, she started organizing things and working hard to prove to Xu Qing that she knew how to do housework. Seeing Linger scurrying around busily brought a smile to Xu Qing's face. Gradually, he relaxed and settled into life in the city. It actually wasn't very hard. The people here were friendly and approachable. Xu Qing's mood became increasingly stable. The sky overhead alternated between black and blue. and as the Heaven-Fire skycrossing continued outside, half a month passed. During that time, Xu Pengui came to visit at least 7 or 8 times. He always brought delicious food with him. His wife clearly had culinary talent, and the food she made delighted Linger. At first, Linger didn't reveal her human form to anyone, but after she got used to Xu Pengui, she eventually stopped hiding when he came around. When Xu Pengui saw her for the first time, his jaw nearly dropped. However, the next time he came to visit, he brought a young woman who looked to be around the same age as Linger, as well as a young girl. "Senior," Xu Pengui said respectfully, "allow me to introduce my wife and my younger sister." The woman and girl seemed very nervous as they offered curtsying bows to Xu Qing. Xu Qing smiled warmly. He had previously asked Xu Pengui about how he ended up unconscious in the mine during Heaven-Fire skycrossing. Xu Pengui had explained that he'd been out trying to get medicine for his wife. She was very weak and got sick a lot. 2 months ago, her illness had become more serious. Although Xu Pengui knew the Heaven-Fire skycrossing was coming, he'd been too anxious and had thus taken the risk to visit one of the allied species cities to buy medicine. It had been a dangerous risk, but he felt he had no choice. The Chancellor is responsible for 100,000 people. It's not as if every person can go asking him for help with every single thing. That was how Xu Pengui had explained it when Xu Qing asked. Everyone in the city felt gratitude and deep respect for Duanmu Zhang, and thus didn't want to burden him with too many things. They tended to care for their own situations. Xu Qing had not encountered many places in his life where people behaved with such virtue. After a quick visual examination of Xu Pengui's wife, Xu Qing took some medicinal pills out of his bag of holding. "Your Taoist partner is suffering from yin poisoning from living in this cave environment, plus an overabundance of yang pathogens from the heaven fire. They don't mix together any more than water and fire. These medicinal pills should neutralize those things to an extent. They can't completely extrude them, but they'll help a lot." Xu Pengui gratefully accepted the medicinal pills. His wife was equally grateful, and the two of them even tried to get on their knees to kowtow. Xu Qing reached out to prevent them from doing so. "There's no need for you to kowtow. Think of the pills as a thank you for all the wonderful pastries." Xu Pengui and his wife seemed even more grateful. Meanwhile, the little girl was surreptitiously eyeing the medicinal pill bottle with great curiosity. Eventually, they had to leave to take the girl to class. After they were gone, Linger started eating the pastries they'd brought. Looking at Xu Qing, she smiled, her eyes turning into crescent moons. She was really proud. "My big bro Xu Qing is such a good guy. Even if the person he's dealing with has a low cultivation base, he won't be all high and mighty. He's so kind and gentle." Xu Qing was surprised to see Linger staring at him. "What's wrong, Linger?" Oh, nothing." Flushing a bit, she hurried over and grabbed his forearm. "Why don't we go for a walk, big bro Xu Qing?" 1. In the case of this dialogue, the use of grandpa is not familial. They're using it as a respectful form of address for an elderly person. 2. 7-leaf clover is one of the key ingredients in the white bolus. It was mentioned a lot in the early chapters. The first time it came up was in Chapter 5, and the last time it was mentioned was Chapter 58. Chapter 557, Fireflies in the Night, Part 2. Xu Qing looked at the sky and saw that it was roughly noon. He nodded. Together with Linger, he left the house and started strolling through the city. Linger was in very high spirits and couldn't hold back from hopping and skipping almost like a child. She was so cute that many city residents noticed her and smiled. Some families brought out food as gifts. Linger would offer spirited greetings and scarf the food down happily. Linger's childlike innocence made Xu Qing smile. They walked around corners and down streets until eventually they passed a school. The class topic was plants and vegetation, which caused Xu Qing to stop and look over. It was an open-air classroom that all children in the city could attend. The lecturer was a middle-aged woman. She had no legs and sat in a wheelchair as she gave a very serious lecture about plants and vegetation. She was surrounded by children between the ages of about 7 and 13, and all of them were paying very close attention. There was one young girl who seemed completely absorbed in the information as she listened and took notes. That young girl was none other than Xi Pengui's sister. Seeing her reminded Xu Qing of his days back in the scavenger base camp. After Grandmaster Bai had invited him in to attend lectures, he had paid attention as raptly as this young girl was paying attention. After watching for a short time, he turned and left. Another half a month passed. Heavenfire Skycrossing was to last for 3 months. Xu Qing had spent the first month in the cave temple above. He had spent the second month in the city. He was not the type of person who liked a lot of hustle and bustle, so he spent most of his time in his room meditating. Linger, in contrast, got bored easily. At first, she kept asking Xu Qing to go out with her, but eventually, when she got familiar with the city, she didn't hesitate to go out on her own. Although Xu Qing doubted she would run into any trouble, he arranged for Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior to go along with her and keep her safe. It didn't take long for Linger to become a lot more popular than Xu Qing in the city. And thanks to Xi Pengui's wife, she got to know a lot of the other women in the city, both those her age and also the older ones. All of them seemed to really like her, and of course, everyone was curious about her relationship with Xu Qing. Whenever that got brought up, Linger would blush shyly. Before long, the women of the city had taken it upon themselves to teach her how to cook. As they said, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Linger excitedly devoted herself fully to mastering cooking. There were other women who emphasized how important it was for her to learn how to sew. After all, a woman couldn't let her man go around in clothes some other woman had fixed. After that, Linger was even more excited to learn sewing. She was determined that, going forward, she would be the one to mend all of her big bro Xu Qing's clothing. 5 days after Linger had started to learn how to cook, Xu Qing ate one of her meals for the first time. She bustled around the kitchen for 2 hours before presenting him with several dishes. Xu Qing looked down at the blackened vegetables, then up at Linger's expectant and also slightly nervous expression. He took a bite. It took him a while to chew it up and swallow it down. "What's wrong, big bro Xu Qing?" she asked nervously. "Is it good?" A long moment passed, and then Xu Qing smiled. "It's delicious." Linger burst with joy. "Then eat some more, big bro Xu Qing." Xu Qing hesitated, then went ahead and finished all the food. After, he prepared to go back to meditation. "Don't worry, big bro Xu Qing," Linger said exuberantly. "I'll cook again tomorrow." Xu Qing was quiet for several breaths of time, then he nodded. Linger wasn't the only one getting popular in the city. Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior also took human form and quickly started becoming very well known. In fact, he soon became more popular than Linger, despite getting a later start than her. The reason was that, while accompanying Linger around the city, he'd found a place where storytellers would ply their trade. After listening to one of the storytellers, and being far from impressed, he'd taken the stage and told the story of one of the books he'd read. To people living in the Moonlight region, it was a very fresh and innovative tale. What was more, Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior also sprinkled in a few things from Xu Qing's real-life story. Because of the vivid, lifelike nature of the narrative, he earned quite a bit of cheering and applause at the end. At first, only a few people listened to his story, but the crowds grew every day. Given how many years the Patriarch had spent trembling in fear at Xu Qing's side, it had obviously been a very long time since he enjoyed any public praise. It was so enticing that he started taking advantage of the moments when Linger was studying cooking and sewing to sneak off and tell stories. At the moment, he was sitting in a small roadside pavilion surrounded by a crowd of several hundred listeners. Looking out at the crowd, the Patriarch cleared his throat and then calmly said, "Last we left off, 7 Blood Eyes sent tens of thousands of Dharma boats to surround the Merfolk Isles. The Merfolk Patriarch was no hero. The truth is that." The audience listened, entranced. As the Patriarch told the story with great gusto, his voice rising and falling during all the right parts. Everyone felt like they were right there, watching the events play out. Duanmu Zhang was up in midair, invisible, listening along and nodding occasionally. That evening, when the blue of the sky was starting to turn dark, Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior stopped talking and cleared his throat. If you want to know what happens next, please come back tomorrow at the same time. The story will continue then. Letter 1D456, letter 1D626, letter 1D44E, letter 1D5C7T. When the audience realized the story was over for the day, they seemed to get very anxious and started crying out. Hey, at least finish this part of the story. This installment was short. Too short, way too short. What even happened in the story this afternoon? I hardly remember. No, you have to at least tell the next part. How could you stop right here? Hearing that, Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior smiled. I've read tens of thousands of stories, and I can tell you that, although this part might have seemed boring, the reality is that there was a lot of important information hidden in the narrative. You can't just gobble down the story. Savor what's happening. Enjoy it. As the crowd hooted and guffawed, the patriarch hummed a little tune, clasped his hands behind his back, and slowly walked off to find Linger. The shadow was very envious of how much Linger and the patriarch were shining. It also wanted to go out and have some fun. However, it didn't dare. All it could do was lay on the ground and stare impatiently at Xu Qing as he sat there like a block of wood, meditating. That said, Xu Qing did have visitors. Shi Pengui would come to visit, as did his little sister. She was only about 11 or 12 years old. Every time she came to visit, she would bring some type of simple food, like a roasted sweet potato, and would set it off to the side as a gift. Then she would stare at him nervously for a while as if she wasn't sure what to say. After a few visits, she finally got impatient enough that she blurted, "Big bro, can you concoct pills?" She hadn't forgot how Xu Qing gave her sister-in-law some medicinal pills. Xu Qing nodded. The girl immediately got excited. Taking out a little notebook, she asked him a simple question about plants and vegetation. Letter 1D456, letter 1D626, letter 1D4B8, letter 1D630, letter 1D45A. He gently explained. 7-leaf clover, also known as mutagen-expelling grass, is a spirit plant with a single long blade similar to wood rices. It's a perennial grass that grows in the shade in humid, wide-open areas. It will not grow in areas that the broken face of the god has looked at directly. The girl wrote down everything that Xu Qing said. Then she quickly asked a second question about something she'd learned previously. Both of these questions were things her teacher hadn't been able to explain. Xu Qing patiently offered a detailed explanation. The girl kept asking questions, one after another. As he provided the answers, he could see how determined this girl was to learn about plants and vegetation, also how outstanding her memory was. The latter was one of the foundational elements in learning about plants and vegetation. The question and answer session lasted for about 4 hours. After that, the girl came over every few days. On one particular day, she came with even more sweet potatoes than before, which she carefully placed off to the side before starting up with more questions. Xu Qing eyed the sweet potatoes, smiled, and then launched into his explanations. When evening came, the girl sighed contentedly and left with a smile on her face. However, later that night, her brother Shi Pengui brought her back to apologize and promise she wouldn't bother him again. Xu Qing looked at how nervous both of them looked and was about to speak when he noticed the obstinate look in the girl's eyes. After some thought, he just nodded. He was curious to see if the girl would come back to ask more questions. A few days later, she came back. This time, she changed tactics. She timidly took some medicinal plants out and asked, "Teacher, is this the golden twistgrass you mentioned?" 1. Xu Qing looked at the little plant with an odd expression on his face. Then he looked back at the girl. Eyes shining with a profound look, he went on to explain how to tell golden twistgrass apart from plants that looked somewhat like it. The girl apparently believed her tactic to be very effective, because in the following days, she kept bringing random plants to ask similar questions. Xu Qing always went into a very detailed explanation. Time passed. Before long, the Heaven-Fire Skycrossing was coming to an end. Calculations indicated that there were only 10 more days. At that point, the Sea of Flames would retreat, and the heaven fire skycrossing wouldn't come again for a few more decades. It's almost time to leave, Xu Qing thought. With that, he cast his senses out until he located Linger, who was practicing sewing with some of the older women in the city. And then he found Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior, who was prattling on to a large crowd. Xu Qing looked out at all the people in the city, and in the end, all he could do was sigh. "You're leaving?" Duan Muzang asked. He had just appeared out of nowhere in the room. Xu Qing nodded. Duan Muzang sat down. "You have nice alcohol." Xu Qing grinned. He transferred about half of the alcohol he'd brought along into a separate bag of holding and handed it to Duan Muzang. Duan Muzang accepted it, looked inside, and then broke out into a smile. He looked up at Xu Qing. "I'm not just going to take your alcohol without compensation. I noticed how you were zipping around up at the Heavenfire Sea. My guess is that you need the Heavenfire from there to cultivate some sort of magical technique. I can lend you a secret treasure that will give you extra protection against the fire. It'll allow you to sink much deeper into the lava. That way, you won't attract attention as easily, and you should be much safer." As the words left his mouth, he reached out his hand and opened his palm. Resting, there was a greenish-brown eyeball covered with blood-red veins, looking right at Xu Qing. 1. Golden twistgrass was previously mentioned in chapters 21, 207, and 351. Chapter 558, The Sorrow of Parting, Disappearing Over the Horizon, Part 1. The moment Xu Qing saw the eyeball, his gaze hardened. Off to the side, Linger blinked a few times and quietly edged closer to Xu Qing. Duan Muzang glanced at Linger, then back at Xu Qing. The brown eye was covered with blood-red veins, and it emanated a faint sensation of decay. A caustic aroma pulsed off it, quickly filling the small room. The faint sound of screaming could be heard. "What is it?" Xu Qing asked, looking up at Duan Muzang. "It's a gruish item I picked up when I first discovered this place," Duan Muzang said, looking very serious. "It has spectacular fire resistance qualities. However, you first have to subjugate it. I doubt that will pose a challenge for you. It's timid. Just frighten it a few times and it won't dare to cause any problems. I used its power to explore some of the deep areas in the lava. The depths of the Heavenfire Sea are full of profound mysteries, so I recommend not going lower than 3,000 meters. Past that, you'll run into warding spells set up by the Red Moon Cathedral. Few people can get past such things. I've even seen a few mutant beasts swim down past 3,000 meters and end up shredded to pieces." With that, he tossed the eyeball to Xu Qing. After Xu Qing caught the eyeball, he found it was still staring at him, all while emanating a vile, malicious sensation. Xu Qing's expression didn't change. Rolling the eyeball in his hand, he said, "Senior, has the Red Moon Cathedral set up other warding spells in the Moonlight region, similar to the ones in the Heavenfire Sea?" Duan Muzang sat down, hefted one of the alcohol jugs Xu Qing had given him, and took a drink. He nodded, a complex expression on his face. "Quite a few, actually. In the Moonlight region, there is no higher authority than the Red Moon Cathedral. Their whims determine life or death for all living beings. Any who lack respect, even by the tiniest of margins, will end up suffering a tragic fate." Xu Qing digested that and then said, "Senior, I'm interested in knowing more about the Red Moon Cathedral. Do you mind telling me a bit more?" Duan Muzang peered at Xu Qing. "Boy, in the Moonlight region, the Red Moon Cathedral is like a god. You absolutely cannot blaspheme it. In other words, be cautious about provoking them. Otherwise, they won't just kill you. They have ways to turn you into an offering, to curse you. And if that happens, you'll never leave this place." Duan Muzang's face was cold, but his heart burned. Given his interactions with Xu Qing and his life experience, he had come to understand Xu Qing a lot more. And his impression of him had changed a lot. Although his expression seemed solemn, his words were obviously a reminder and a bit of a warning. Xu Qing nodded. He was no fool. Though he had his violet moon, he obviously couldn't afford to underestimate anyone or anything related to the Red Moon. What was more, he also knew that there were some things that would be difficult to avoid in the Moonlight region. The more he knew about the Red Moon Cathedral, the better chance he would have to avoid some of those things. Therefore, he asked for some more details. Duanmu Zhang considered his request, then said, "The more you know, the better. It'll help you understand how truly terrifying the Red Moon Cathedral is around here. Members of the Red Moon Cathedral are like herdsmen for Crimson Mother. Every so often, the various species here have to voluntarily bring sacrifices to them. The Red Moon Cathedral doesn't care the least bit about the lives of the species here. Every time Crimson Mother comes, the majority of the living beings in Moonlight region end up being devoured. Therefore, the mission of the Red Moon Cathedral is to gather food and put it into storage before Crimson Mother arrives. After Crimson Mother leaves, the species need to proliferate again. They're almost like crops, constantly being harvested and regrown." Duanmu Zhang spoke as calmly as if he were recounting a story that didn't affect him at all, as opposed to explaining his own doom. Xu Qing listened carefully. Linger watched them drink for a bit, then after some thought, she hurried to the kitchen, rolled up her sleeves, and started preparing a meal. That was what the other women had taught her. When the men drank, then she, as a good wife, should prepare a few dishes to make it obvious how able and virtuous she was. Xu Qing looked over at her and seemed like he wanted to say something. In the end, he didn't. When he saw how excited she seemed, he just couldn't say anything. Duanmu Zhang also noticed what was going on, but didn't take it to heart. He just continued drinking and explaining the Red Moon Cathedral to Xu Qing. As a local, his understanding of the Red Moon Cathedral would obviously surpass anything that might show up in an intelligence report. Xu Qing listened attentively. Eventually, Duanmu Zhang reached the end of his explanation. "Based on my calculations, the Red Moon Cathedral will be coming soon. After you leave this place, if you ever see them, keep your distance and stay out of sight. They're easy to spot, considering they dress in all red. Normally speaking, as long as you don't provoke them, they won't bother you. They don't care about random rogue cultivators, any more than an elephant cares about ants." Duanmu Zhang laughed self-deprecatingly. What they do care about are the species that don't have enough offerings prepared. Any species that isn't sufficiently prepared has to make up for the difference. For example, over 40 years ago, the whitelaw species in the north didn't meet the demands of the cathedral. Therefore, a god herald came with some god servants and ended up harvesting 70% of their species to make up the difference. "What kind of cultivation base do the god heralds have?" Xu Qing asked. "No one knows exactly how many god heralds the Red Moon Cathedral has. They come from all species. All are void returning experts. The god servants are in spirit trove. Anyone lower than spirit trove are god slaves." Xu Qing thought about everything he had learned so far. Are there god children? "Yes," Duanmu Zhang said, his eyes flickering with fear. "There's one godchild in the Red Moon Cathedral. Supposedly, he's an actual blood relative of the Red Moon. No one knows his cultivation base, but in reality, cultivation base is irrelevant to him. What's important is that he commands the power of a god. Therefore, he can exempt anyone from the fate of becoming food and allow them to survive the coming of Crimson Mother." Duanmu Zhang sighed. Because of that, countless powerful experts go crazy trying to impress him. Given they have the chance of earning exemption, they'll do anything he asks them to. Hearing that caused an imperceptible glimmer to pass through Xu Qing's eyes. After that, he didn't ask any more questions about the Red Moon Cathedral. Instead, he asked about the Twofold Alliance. After all, that was the most pressing issue he had to deal with. The Twofold Alliance has a total of 6 Spirit Trove experts, 2 of which are patriarchs. As for Void Returning, Duanmu Zhang shook his head. They have none. Void Returning experts are the most flavorful, so when one appears, they'll be marked by the Red Moon Cathedral. Think of them as ripe fruit. Although nothing happens to them immediately, they're most definitely put onto the menu. Because of that, most cultivators in the Moonlight region stop at the Great Circle of Spirit Trove. If they can avoid breaking through, they do. Once you're on the menu, your fate is sealed. You'll die eventually. In contrast, if you stay off the menu, then you have a chance of surviving. Although that chance is small, it still exists, and most people would rather have a shot at staying alive. Xu Qing had previously suspected the Twofold Alliance didn't avoid returning experts, and now he had confirmation. Duanmu Zhang continued speaking. The Mirrorlings and Skyfaces are really just minor species. Of their 6 spirit trove experts, only the 2 patriarchs have complete secret troves. The others, including that royal preceptor, are in the process of growing heavenly Daos for their secret troves. They're still in Dao begetting and Dawnstar raising. Xu Qing didn't know very much about spirit trove. Considering how far away it was, he hadn't bothered asking his master any questions. So this was his first time hearing a description of it. Dao begetting and Dawnstar raising, Xu Qing asked. Those words had stuck out to him. Duanmu Zhang nodded. To truly unlock the power of magical laws within your secret trove, you have to generate a heavenly Dao and also cause a Dawnstar to rise. Only then will your secret trove be considered complete, making you a true spirit trove expert. 1. It's an extremely difficult stage. Having the proper cultivation base and lots of resources are only one element of success. You also need enlightenment of the power of magical laws to be able to generate a heavenly Dao. That's the most critical aspect. In reality, most spirit trove cultivators don't proceed past the stage called Dao begetting and Dawnstar raising. To nascent soul cultivators, spirit trove cultivators in that Dao begetting phase are actually extremely strong. But to someone in the true first stage of spirit trove, Dao begetting cultivators have not achieved their Dao and are thus unworthy. It's similar to the before and after difference of life flames in foundation establishment. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. I'm not sure how it is in other regions, Duanmu Zhang went on, but here in the Moonlight region, for every 1,000 spirit trove cultivators, there are only 1 or 2 who generate a heavenly Dao and actually complete their first secret trove. The rest stay in the Dao begetting phase. Many of them ultimately suffer severe injuries, the reason being that if your secret trove collapses before being completed, your cultivation base drops significantly. Xu Qing looked at Duanmu Zhang and thought back to what he had seen back at the Heavenfire Sea. He had personally laid eyes on Duanmu Zhang's collapsed spirit trove. Noticing the look in Xu Qing's eyes, Duanmu Zhang coolly continued. That's what happened to me, so I can tell you firsthand how dramatic the difference is between a spirit trove cultivator in Dao begetting and Dawnstar raising, and one who has passed that phase. Xu Qing nodded and was about to continue with more questions when Linger bustled out with 2 plates of blackened food. She put them down on the table, one in front of each of them, then stared at them expectantly. Xu Qing smiled, picked up some chopsticks and started slowly eating. A moment later, a look of praise appeared on his face, and he took a drink. Stunned, Duanmu Zhang looked at the blackened food, then the approving look on Xu Qing's face, and finally Linger, who was looking at him with hopeful expectation. Duanmu Zhang also took a bite. His expression did not change. After slowly chewing and swallowing, he took a drink and looked at Xu Qing. Xu Qing looked back at him. Duanmu Zhang's expression became one of admiration. Turning to Linger, he said, "Excellent." Linger burst with joy. Xu Qing smiled and continued eating. Seeing that, Duanmu Zhang cleared his throat. "I have a batch of medicinal pills I need to check on. See you later." With that he stood, blurred, and disappeared from sight. "Is it that good?" Linger said. "Now I want to try." Linger went to take some of the food, but Xu Qing quickly put the last bit into his mouth. Linger looked very pleased. Seeing that Xu Qing was going to start meditating again, she hurried over, picked up the set of clothes she was working on, and started sewing again. "I definitely have to get big bro Xu Qing to wear the clothes I'm making for him." Ecom. Thinking of that future scene, and how wonderful it would be, Linger focused completely on her work. In that manner, the final 10 days passed. The Dawnstar, mentioned here, is the classical Chinese word for Venus. This name obviously comes from the time before the understanding of planets, when all the planets were believed to be stars. Venus has other names in Chinese. The common modern name is different, and there's another name for Venus as a mythological part of Chinese cosmology. In my dictionaries, I found at least 8 different words for Venus. There are different names for Venus both as a morning star and an evening star. and there are different names for Venus as a being from Western mythology. In any case, in this usage, the meaning of the word is obviously that of a morning star. Chapter 558, The Sorrow of Parting, Disappearing Over the Horizon, Part 2. As the day of departure neared, Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior stopped cutting off the story in the middle of the good parts. He also sped up the plot a bit. On the day before Heavenfire Skycrossing ended, he reached the end of the tale. Linger's mood became a bit more reserved as she realized they would be leaving soon. Deep in her heart, she wished she could stay. In the 2 months that had passed, she had made friends. She had also given out a lot of medicinal pills as gifts. Xu Qing wasn't looking forward to parting ways with the little girl who loved alchemy. She had come to visit many, many times. 3 days before it was time to leave, he decided to personally tell her that he was leaving. "Panyan, take a seat in front of me," he said softly. The girl's name was Xianxia. 1. "Yes, teacher." Xianxia had full confidence in Xu Qing, and thus immediately sat down in front of him. Xu Qing reached up and put his hand on her forehead. "Don't resist." Hearing that, Xianxia closed her eyes. A moment later, Xu Qing shook his head and sighed inwardly. He had done a quick test in the hopes that he could somehow undo the Red Moon curse in her. At the very least, he had hoped to find out the basic principles that made the curse work. Unfortunately, given his current level of power, there was no way he could do anything about the curse in her blood, and he would need to do a lot more research, study, and experimentation. Unfortunately, such tests would require large amounts of blood and meticulous vivisection. Xu Qing couldn't bring himself to do tests like that on humans. "Panyan," Xu Qing whispered. She quickly opened her eyes. "I'm leaving in a few days." Panyan's eyes turned red and she bowed her head. She didn't say anything. She had come to realize a few days ago that this was coming and had tried to prepare herself mentally. But when she heard the words coming from Xu Qing's mouth, her heart hurt. Xu Qing thought back to her earnest hard work over the past month and how she thirsted for knowledge. It was something Xu Qing was very familiar with. After a lot of thought, he'd made a decision. Taking a medicinal codex out of his bag of holding, he rubbed the cover and thought about Grandmaster Bai. Then he handed the book to Xianxia. "My teacher gave this to me, and now I'm giving it to you." Xianxia's little hands trembled as she reached out and took the book. She looked at it, then clasped it against her chest and gazed up at Xu Qing. Her eyes seemed sad and reluctant. She obviously wanted to say something, but didn't know how to form the words. In the end, though, she knew that she and her teacher were from different worlds. Therefore, all the words she wanted to say transformed into one thing. Xianxia kowtowed 9 times to Xu Qing. He accepted her kowtows and then said, "If you carefully study this medicinal codex, you won't need any more help from me. Now go." Xianxia got to her feet. She walked to the door and stood there, her skinny little frame looking unusually lonely and desolate. She looked over her shoulder. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she said, "Teacher, will I ever see you again?" He looked up at her. She was only 11 or 12, and he knew what kind of thoughts were in her heart and mind. Something very similar had happened to him once, too. He smiled warmly and nodded. The world is a tavern for living beings, and the timescape is an old guest. As long as we don't die, we'll meet again. I hope that when we do, you'll have made something of yourself. Xianxia committed the words to memory. Taking a deep breath, she bowed to Xu Qing, then left. As she walked through the night feeling very down, she clutched the medicinal codex against her chest, as if it was the embodiment of hope to her. "As long as we don't die," she murmured, "we'll meet again." Xu Qing watched her go, thinking about Grandmaster Bai, as well as himself back at that time. "Teacher, I accepted an apprentice. Her name is Xianxia. She's very studious." Xu Qing closed his eyes. There was no farewell banquet. After the Heavenfire Skycrossing ended, the time came to leave the city. To Xu Qing, the people in that city were like fireflies in a world of darkness and gloom. Before leaving, Linger embraced all of her friends, young and old. She cried a lot. Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior said farewell to the people who had come to listen to his stories. He was clearly loath to part with them. Duanmu Zhang stood next to Xu Qing, looking on and sighing inwardly. Xu Qing also studied the crowd. He saw Shi Pengui off in the distance with his wife and sister. He clasped hands and bowed in farewell. Shi Panyan kept her head bowed as she stood there trembling slightly. She didn't want her teacher to see her crying. After taking it all in, Xu Qing quietly said, "Senior, do you mind seeing me out?" He turned and started walking away. He left the city. He left the tomb. Linger went back to her snake form and nestled in Xu Qing's sleeve. Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior went back into the spike of misfortune, feeling very melancholy. Once outside the abandoned mine, Xu Qing gave Duanmu Zhang some more jugs of alcohol. He also gave him some spirit stones, medicinal pills, and magical devices. In fact, he gave most of his collection. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. Both wished each other well. After that, one of them walked back into the mine, and the other flew up into the sky. There were no flames above. It was dark again. However, there was a bit of the glow of fire coming from the direction of the Heavenfire Sea. The lands were all scorched and blackened. The mountain peaks looked crumpled, and there wasn't any sign of plants or vegetation. The world looked withered and dry. There was still some lingering heat. As Xu Qing flew along, he tried to stop thinking about departures. He was used to such things. It had always been like this, from the time he was young. That said, even things that you think you're used to can still be difficult. The only difference as you get older is that it's easier to hide it inside. A few days later, Xu Qing caught sight of the Heavenfire Sea. It looked the same as before. The lava still bubbled, and rumbling sounds still echoed out. As he flew out over the sea, he didn't see anyone else. Because the Heavenfire skycrossing had just ended, local cultivators would be most concerned with the rebuilding efforts. Few of them would do as Xu Qing was doing and immediately go to the Heavenfire Sea. He felt like he was the only person in the world. That said, he was no less cautious than before. He wanted to find a distant and remote location to start melting the next life lamp. 7 more days passed. He was now in the very depths of the Heavenfire Sea. That evening, he noticed a red glow. The source was an incomparably massive heart. As the heart beat, it sent out shocking thumping sounds into heaven and earth. Atop the massive heart was a red church temple. The construction was crude, and everything was as red as blood. It also pulsed with the god power of Crimson Mother. The most eye-catching thing about it was the statue that rose up above it. It was a kneeling statue, with its hands covering its eyes. Blood oozed out of the statue's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Rotating around the heart were several dozen asteroids of varying sizes. They were pitch black, but they oozed with blood, making them look magenta. Atop each asteroid sat a cross-legged cultivator. They were all from different species, and none of them were moving. All had their eyes covered with their hands. And blood dripped from them down onto the asteroids. Not one of them spoke. The only sound to be heard was the beating of the heart. These people were obviously from the Red Moon Cathedral. The moment Xu Qing spotted it, he dropped down into the lava. Once there, he continued to observe through narrowed eyes. The huge heart was floating through the canopy of heaven, the asteroids orbiting around it. It seemed to be completely oblivious to everything around it as it flew toward some unknown destination. In the Moonlight region, they were gods. Any species who encountered them would either bow in obeisance or flee. No one would dare block their path. Eventually, after they were far in the distance, Xu Qing emerged from the lava. After ensuring they were really gone, he continued on his way. 3 days later, he found a suitable location. There, he took out the eyeball Duanmu Zhang had given him. The eyeball was still staring at him. Thinking back to what Duanmu Zhang had said about subjugating the eyeball, he summoned his shadow. The shadow manifested around him in a canopy of darkness. Its eyes glittered like countless stars, and all of them focused on the eyeball. The eyeball shivered. Expression cold, Xu Qing tossed the eyeball into the black canopy. "Have a chat with it." The eyes in the dark canopy blinked, and malicious fluctuations of divine will spread out. The canopy wrapped around the eyeball. Sometime later, the canopy spat the eyeball back out. The eyeball looked listless and terrified. It was trembling. Xu Qing examined it, then called out Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior and told him to use the eyeball to polish the spike of misfortune. The Patriarch complied with a vicious grin, and the eyeball trembled even more. Finally, Xu Qing gripped the eyeball in his hand and dropped into the lava. The brown eyeball obediently sent out a defensive shield. Although it looked timid and weak when dealing with Patriarch Golden Vajra Warrior and the shadow, once in the lava, it really did a fantastic job of helping Xu Qing deal with the heat. This eyeball was a perfect example of the principles of mutual augmentation and suppression that exist in all living things. With the help of the eyeball's power, Xu Qing sank down further. The shadow seemed concerned the eyeball might try something, so it stayed out in the open. In that manner, Xu Qing sank down about 300 meters before settling cross-legged. Then he sucked in some of the flames from outside. It was only a bit, yet it instantly filled him with a sense of deadly crisis. The violet crystal immediately gobbled it up. A light that was far more intense than before filled Xu Qing's sea of consciousness, shining right onto the immortal shredding god-devouring lamp. The lamp started melting. The process went much more quickly than before. Xu Qing watched excitedly. Meanwhile, the shadow was going all out to supervise the eyeball and was continuously emanating a sensation of profound hunger. The terrified eyeball did everything possible to reduce the heat from the lava. 7 days later, Xu Qing had completely melted the immortal shredding god-devouring lamp. His sea of consciousness vibrated as a 3,000-meter vortex appeared beneath the surface of the lava. Then, a fourth sundial life lamp appeared. The gnomon shadow moved to a different time as its effects spread to the outside world. Being 300 meters below the surface of the lava, the effects, though dramatic, weren't as noticeable. Coupled with his remote location, they didn't attract any attention. 7 more days passed, and Xu Qing opened his eyes. Another 3,000-meter vortex appeared as a fifth sundial appeared in his sea of consciousness. Terrifying fluctuations rose up from him the moment that fifth sundial formed. The gnomon shadows spun, all of them 14 hours apart from each other at different times. Xu Qing studied them thoughtfully. Several hours later, the first sundial's gnomon shadow stopped at noon. The ball of light also stopped moving. A sensation of enlightenment filled Xu Qing's mind. Next, the other 4 sundials will stop at noon. When they're all at the same time, some special ability will manifest. Xu Qing had no idea what it would be, but based on what he could sense, it was going to be the first time the true power of the sundials were revealed. One Shipanian. As you can tell, her name is very similar to her brother's name, which is Shipangui. She is listed 61 on the list of 100 common surnames. It means stone. Pan means hope for, long for, expect. Yan means goose. Madame Deathblade says that, culturally speaking, the reference to the goose makes her think of family and family reunions. The goose migrates to a distant location, then eventually returns. Similar to the father's name, this is a somewhat sad and melancholic name, although maybe it's slightly more hopeful than his. 2 chapter reference, 29. Chapter 559, A Bronze Coffin Under the Heavenfire Sea, Part 1. The other 4 sundials will come to a stop soon. Because each sundial was 14 hours behind the dial in front of it, they stopped moving in a specific order. Anticipation filled Xu Qing's heart. As he waited, he rose through the lava until he was only 3 meters below the surface. There, his eyes glittered. The lava was turning out to be very beneficial. Not only did it allow the violet crystal to melt the life lamps, it also upgraded his golden crow assimilates myriad spirits. At least, that was what it seemed like to Xu Qing. He had yet to confirm it. But considering his golden crow assimilates myriad spirits could assimilate the remains of a fallen sun, then fundamentally speaking, this sea of flames should be beneficial to it. After Golden Crow assimilates myriad spirits became a nascent soul, it reached the 3rd stage of development. After some thought, he sent the Golden Crow nascent soul flying out of his forehead, surrounded by dazzling light. It started out as an ordinary nascent soul, but it took only a moment for it to transform into a golden crow. As it circled around Xu Qing, its cries echoed out in his mind. Then the golden crow inhaled deeply, causing the power of fire to sweep into its mouth. A tremor passed through it, and its eyes narrowed. At the same time, the fire surrounding it grew more intense. After fully digesting the fire, the golden crow shivered and let loose an even more piercing cry. Then it circled around Xu Qing again before diving directly into the lava. Stunned, Xu Qing looked to see what would happen after that. A moment later, he breathed a sigh of relief. The golden crow was a spirit, and its spirit qualities grew stronger after turning into a nascent soul. And considering its connection to Xu Qing's mind and heart, he could sense everything about it. The golden crow remained at the 3-meter mark, devouring the fire. As it did, its aura grew more intense, and it grew even more tails. 2 hours later, Xu Qing's second sundial stopped. By then, the golden crow's number of tails had gone from 100 to 130. Excited, Xu Qing had the golden crow continue its devouring. Time slipped by slowly but surely. Soon, 3 of the sundial life lamps had stopped at the noon position. It took a few more hours for the others to stop. When that happened, the lava around Xu Qing pulsated. For a moment, he looked dazed. But then that dazed look vanished from his eyes, to be replaced with astonishment. He could now sense that the 5 sundials contained an ability that he could activate with a mere thought. As for what that ability was, he couldn't tell by merely sensing it. I guess I'll test it out. Eyes narrowing, he settled down and sent a thought out. Inside his sea of consciousness, the 5 sundials thrummed as they appeared around him as projections. The 5 sundials slowly rotated around him, looking almost like the petals of a huge violet flower. Dazzling light shone out as 5 balls of light like suns appeared above his head, arrayed in a pentagonal shape. The sundials complemented him. The balls of light were like stars, and they made Xu Qing absolutely resplendent. What was more, the 5 sundials emanated the power of time, which poured into Xu Qing, filling him with a mysterious sensation. It almost made it seem like he himself had come from within time. The entire process lasted for only a moment before the feeling vanished. The sundials went dark and flew back inside of him along with the suns. The first sundial immediately began moving again, tracking time, but the others remained still. Stunned, Xu Qing looked around, then cast his senses inside of himself. He didn't detect anything unusual. What's going on? Frowning, he thought back to everything that just happened, and couldn't determine what the ability was that came with the sundial's eruption of power. Confused and curious, he kept waiting. 14 hours later. The second sundial life lamp started tracking time again. The others did the same, all of them in 14-hour intervals. After the 5th sundial started moving, the first one eventually stopped at the noon position. Xu Qing did some calculations. It's been 70 hours. That's about 3 days. 24 hours passed. During that time, as the sundial life lamps remained in a stopped position, that explosive aura once again built up. 4 days. That's a complete cycle. Could it be that the effect wasn't very obvious because I'm in this lava? Xu Qing looked at the golden crow off in the distance, which now had over 200 tails. Looking away, he flew up out of the lava. Once he was hovering midair, he unhesitatingly activated all 5 of the sundials. 5 sundials and 5 suns rotated around him, and the sundial's power erupted. Xu Qing immediately felt heat everywhere. He was surrounded by lava. He had returned to the exact spot he had occupied before in the lava. The realization struck him, and his eyes filled with disbelief. Looking around, he confirmed that he had returned to the same spot. I was definitely midair a moment ago. As waves of incredulity assailed him, he realized there was one obvious possibility. Could this be some sort of time reversal? The speculation caused his heart to pound. After doing some basic calculations based on the height to which he'd flown and the time it took, he realized that 7 breaths of time had passed during the whole process. I went back 7 breaths of time. The first time I tried it, I was just sitting there cross-legged, so it wasn't obvious what happened. 1. Eyes glittering, Xu Qing decided that he needed to do some more tests to come to a firm conclusion. As the golden crow continued its devouring, Xu Qing remained in the lava for 8 days. During that time, he used the power of the sundials twice. He varied his testing methodology. The first time, he burst into motion and went as far as possible before unleashing the sundial's power. What he found was that he went back 7 breaths of time. The second time, he broke some magical devices and threw them off to the side, then injured himself intentionally. Then he used the sundial's ability. What he found was that the sundials didn't affect other objects, only himself. The things he'd broken remained broken and in the same place, but his body returned to the state before it had been injured, and he looked exactly like he did 7 breaths of time earlier. Those tests gave him a much deeper understanding of the sundial's ability. It returns my body to the state it was in 7 breaths of time previous. Using this ability at the right time would be like having a spare life. I could also use it as a deadly weapon. After some thought, he quelled his shock. At the same time, he realized that all of this seemed to be because of the violet crystal. Just what is the violet crystal? It can seal the shadow, seal gods, gives me shocking regenerative capabilities, and contains some sort of time magic. After a while, he stowed the questions to consider later and turned his attention to the golden crow. The golden crow now had 280 tails, which was its limit at this level. It would need to absorb lava from a deeper level to progress any further. Paradoxically, the golden crow couldn't go any further down than 3 meters. That said, the increase from 100 tails to 280 was a huge boost to the golden crow. It now pulsed with a sensation that seemed to indicate it was on the verge of provoking a second heaven fate tribulation. Xu Qing's session of cultivation in the lava had reached its conclusion. There was no reason to stick around any longer. I'll return this eyeball, then leave the east and go meet eldest brother at Mount Heavenly Ox. He had already been in the eastern part of the Moonlight region for almost half a year and was wondering how the captain was doing. He actually missed him. Before leaving the Heavenfire Sea, he turned and looked into its depths. I'm really curious to see the Red Moon Cathedral's warding spells that Senior Duanmu mentioned. For one thing, he was curious why the Red Moon Cathedral felt they needed to set up warding spells there. Now that he had the power of the sundials, he felt that as long as he was careful, he shouldn't run into any trouble. With that, he tightened his grip on the eyeball. The eyeball trembled and released more of its protective power. Satisfied, Xu Qing retracted the golden crow, then held the eyeball tightly as he dropped down deeper into the lava. Soon, he reached a depth of 300 meters. He kept going until he reached 600 meters, 900 meters. The further down he got, the hotter it became. Thankfully, the eyeball's protective power kept the heat mostly at bay. Xu Qing eventually passed a depth of 2,700 meters. There wasn't just intense heat down here, there was also immense pressure. More veins than ever could be seen on the brown eyeball. The deeper Xu Qing got, the more he realized he was sensing a familiar aura. It was the god power of Crimson Mother. That realization caused him to put up his guard even further. As he carefully descended, he felt a sensation of crisis building within him. Without any hesitation, he unleashed the power of his Violet Moon nascent soul. Violet Moon power spread all around him. As a result, that sensation of crisis faded away. It was also by means of the Violet Moon's power that he was able to determine the source of the Red Moon power that he sensed. After a moment of hesitation, he continued downward. 1. Up to this point, units of time have not been super important, but here they do matter. The common unit of time that I translate as hour is actually a specific unit of time common in ancient China. In that system of time measurement, the day is broken up into 12 two-hour periods called shichen when transliterated. To make things simple, I convert those units into hours. In other words, when I say the clocks are 14 hours apart, in Chinese they are actually 7 shichen apart. So the 7 shichen seems to correlate to the 7 breaths of time. Chapter 559, A Bronze Coffin Under the Heavenfire Sea. Part 2. Not too far away, in the sky above the Heavenfire Sea, the Red Moon Cathedral's massive heart floated along. The figures on the dozens of asteroids that rotated around it remained completely unmoving. The only movement visible was when someone walked out of the temple atop the heart. It was a human woman wearing a long red robe. Her facial expression was icy cold, and she had impatient eyes. Walking out of the temple and to the edge of the heart, she looked down at the sea of flames below. Her brow was furrowed. She knew what she had to do next, but didn't really want to. It wasn't that she couldn't handle the brutality of it. Rather, it would mark her, and that would affect her future. However, as a godservant, she didn't qualify to refuse. All I can do is try to use a dispersal magic later to get rid of the mark. The woman sighed. Stepping forward, she dropped toward the lava below. As she fell, she waved her hand to produce a red pearl. She put the pearl into her mouth and entered the lava. The pearl was obviously a unique treasure of the Red Moon Cathedral. After swallowing it, it allowed her to move about freely in the lava without being harmed. Thus, she sank down at top speed, releasing the power of her cultivation base, which was in the spirit trove level. However, she didn't have a heavenly Tao or magical laws. She was not a cultivator with a true secret trove, but instead was in the Tao begetting and Dawnstar raising phase. That said, as a godservant who had the blessing of Crimson Mother, she was the kind of person no one in the Moonlight region would dare to provoke, assuming she was outside of the cathedral. There was no species in the Moonlight region who could afford to harm a godservant. In fact, her godservant authority gave her the right to sentence minor species to death. Having grown up in the Red Moon Cathedral as part of a clan that had produced Goldenvoys, she was almost like royalty in the Moonlight region. Right now, she was speeding down through the lava toward a specific destination. Xu Qing was at around 3,000 meters down, relying on his instincts to proceed. He was much closer to that specific area than the woman in red. However, she was moving far, far faster than him, so she actually arrived first. Because of the limitations imposed by the lava, neither of them were able to detect each other with divine sense. Furthermore, because of the different environments in which the two of them had been raised, the woman wasn't as vigilant as Xu Qing. The result was that, in his overabundance of caution, and his senses being augmented by the violet moon, he actually noticed her before she noticed him. He instantly shrank in on himself, hopping to make himself smaller and less noticeable. Meanwhile, further down at a depth of 3,000 meters, there was what initially looked like a strange, enormous mountain. In reality, it wasn't a mountain at all. Instead, it was a gigantic coffin. It seemed as big as a city to Xu Qing. Made entirely of bronze, it was covered with corrosion, making it a mixture of black, green, and blue. As a result, the coffin abounded with a sensation of ancientness. It was as if it had been laying there for countless years of time. The exact size of the coffin was difficult to determine, but Xu Qing could see that it had 4 chains attached to its 4 corners, which stretched down into the depths below. The coffin's lid wasn't sealed. It was slightly open. That said, the coffin was so enormous that even the slight crack was actually massive, like a huge abyss. The woman in red neared that door, eventually floating to a stop about 300 meters above it. There, she performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing pulses of Red Moon God power to flow out. The power of the hand sign entered the nearby warding spells, causing a glowing red net to appear. That red net was the manifestation of the warding spell. Close examination revealed that the net was full of magical symbols, and it pulsed with godly might. As Xu Qing continued to observe, he came to realize that the woman was apparently bolstering the warding spell. That said, the paltry level of god power involved was minuscule at best. Next, Xu Qing's eyes narrowed as the woman in red pulled out a head-sized crimson crystal. The crystal caused the surrounding lava to roil, and it emitted an aura that left Xu Qing feeling shaken. Others might not recognize that aura, but given the sense he had thanks to the violet moon, he could tell that the crystal was actually a drop of blood that had been diluted countless times. Is that Crimson Mother's blood? His heart was already racing. Even if the blood was diluted, the aura of the red moon it had was very strong. And to Xu Qing, it could be considered incredibly nourishing. As Xu Qing secretly looked on, the woman in red gazed at the crystal with longing. However, she kept her feelings in check. She knew that this object was not meant for her benefit. When the High God comes and finishes harvesting the region, all members of my clan will get a drop of God blood like this. And then I'll have a chance to do some absorbing. With that, she threw the crystal down into the crack in the coffin. As it drifted down, it crumbled, causing terrifying fluctuations to sweep into the huge red net created by the warding spells. This was a true reinforcement of that huge net. The net glowed with blinding light, and its godly might surged. Meanwhile, the aura from the coffin grew more incisive. The ground quaked, and a bitter howl of rage echoed out. Crimson Mother. As the voice rang out, the coffin trembled violently. Xu Qing's mind spun, and he kept his guard up more than ever. At the same time, the woman in red looked down into the abyss of the coffin and spoke with divine will. "Shut up." Labored breathing could be heard in the coffin. Clearly, whatever entity was in that coffin felt completely humiliated at being insulted by a low-level cultivator like this woman, yet was powerless to do anything in response. The woman's eyes gleamed with derision. To her, it was an absolute delight to be able to humiliate an ancient, terrifying entity such as this. With the wave of a hand, she produced numerous chunks of meat from her bag of holding. There were over 100 of them, each about 30 meters in size. Extending her finger, she sent one of the chunks of meat flying into the abyss. "Eat, it's food from the High God to you. It's made from the people of Moonright region. Your brothers and sisters all think it's delicious, and to aid in your digestion, we made sure to remove all the bones. Now enjoy." As the meat fell into the abyss, a bitter howl emerged. It was as if the entity in the abyss wanted to reject that meat, yet for some unknown reason was being forced to swallow it. As it bitterly whimpered on the verge of weeping, chewing sounds emerged, creating a mixed sound that couldn't have been more miserable. At the same time, bitter resentment floated out of the coffin, turning into a mark that settled onto the woman in red, branding itself into her. The woman seemed to enjoy the sounds she was hearing. Ignoring the mark that had settled on her, she started throwing down the rest of the meat. Xu Qing noted the way the woman held herself and listened to the painful sounds coming from inside the coffin. He already had an idea what kind of person this woman was. After a moment passed, he began slowly backing up with the intention of leaving. He had no desire to get into friction with the Red Moon Cathedral right here and now. Yet before he could get very far, the woman suddenly laughed. "Considering how long you've been watching, why leave now?" Eyes narrowing, Xu Qing sped up. At the same time, the woman in red raised her right hand and pointed in Xu Qing's direction. Calling on her powers as a godservant, she tapped into the warding spells. "Come here," she said. The manifestation of the warding spells, which contained the power of the red moon, immediately rippled, turning into a huge crimson hand that shot toward Xu Qing. Xu Qing knew that, relying only on his own power, he couldn't possibly deal with this giant hand formed by the red moon warding spells. The only other option was to reveal the authority he carried. But if he did that, he would blow his cover. It only took a moment for him to make his decision. Eyes flickering with cold light, he said, "What nerve you have." The moment the words left his mouth, the huge red hand stopped, turned around, and shot toward the woman in red. The woman in red was visibly shocked. She quickly performed an incantation gesture, yet couldn't avoid the hand, and was sent tumbling backward, blood spraying out of her mouth. It was only by pulling out a blood-red command medallion that she managed to dispel the attack power. Expression flickering dramatically, she gasped, "God Herald." She immediately locked her fingers into a very peculiar configuration, bowed respectfully at the waist, then looked at Xu Qing. Xu Qing frowned. This was obviously a ceremonial way of offering greetings to a superior, but he wasn't sure of the proper way to return the greetings. All he could do was calmly nod. When that happened, the woman's pupils constricted. Again, she locked her fingers together, bowed, and looked at him. After that, her expression flickered. "You're no god herald. Who are you? And how can you command the power of a high god? The woman was suspicious, but not exactly sure of what was happening, and her heart was racing. It was the first time anything like this had happened to her before. Truth be told, it wasn't just her. No one in the entire Red Moon Cathedral had ever experienced anything like this. She almost couldn't believe it was happening. Xu Qing showed no reaction via facial expression. However, inside, he had come to the conclusion that the woman realized the truth about him, not because of him flubbing the etiquette, but rather some other reason. Given the level of her cultivation base, she obviously wasn't an idiot. She must have picked up on other clues. He had been planning to just leave, but since she attacked him, it didn't matter how much he feared her cultivation base. He would just have to figure out a way to kill her. Killing intent swirling, he coolly said, "You're overstepping your authority." He waved his finger, and the surrounding red moon warding spells rumbled with unprecedented loudness. Ripples spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Xu Qing took control of them and sent crushing power right toward the woman. The woman's countenance fell, and shock ran rampant through her. He's not from the cathedral, I'm certain of that. So how does he have god power? He also commands authority, and with such strength, what's going on here? Trembling, the woman launched an attack. Her secret trove appeared behind her, and though she had no heavenly Tao, her battle prowess was still beyond compare. Combined with the blood-red command medallion she had, it was virtually unstoppable. This level of control, and the fact the warding spells are cooperating, it means his level of authority surpasses that of a god herald. The woman couldn't have been more shocked. For years, she had attended her clan's patriarch, and she had witnessed god heralds utilizing the warding spells. What she was seeing now definitely surpassed that. Impossible. As her mind spun, a new thought suddenly occurred to her. This is big. If I report this to the cathedral, I'll definitely get rewarded. With such thoughts in mind, the woman held nothing back. Her spirit trove ignited. And she unleashed all the power of the command medallion, not to attack Xu Qing, but rather to flee. 3,000 meters up above was the cathedral's church temple atop the heart. If she could just fly out of the lava and send a message, then she could notify the cathedral's leadership. Of course, how could Xu Qing let her do something like that? He waved his hand, causing more fluctuations to sweep out from the warding spells. Instantly, 8 blood-colored hands appeared, which smacked viciously toward the woman. Xu Qing knew that if she left the vicinity of the red moon warding spells, then he wouldn't be a match for her. It didn't matter that she was only in the Tao begetting and Dawnstar raising phase, she was still a spirit trove expert. And if she escaped, he would be in incredible danger. She's got to die. Chapter 560, Senior, I Don't Taste Good, Really, Part 1. The Red Moon Cathedral's church temple hovered above the Heavenfire Sea, emanating a boundless red glow like that of fresh blood. The thumping of the heart echoed out far and wide. Any cultivator who laid eyes on it would feel mentally shaken and wouldn't even dare gaze upon it. They would just drop to their knees and kowtow from a distance until it passed. The Red Moon Cathedral didn't care one way or another. To the cathedral, they were livestock, free-range animals. In fact, the more active they were, the better, as it meant their energy and blood would be full of life. The cathedral cultivators on the asteroids still had their eyes closed. Meanwhile, inside the cathedral itself were 7 figures in red robes, all seated cross-legged. Each one was a different species, with one of them in the seat of honor and the other 6 seated in the lower-ranking positions. In the seat of honor was a wingflyer whose feathered face didn't reveal any distinct facial expression. The fluctuations of void returning could just barely be detected in him. As for the other 6 people present, they were all similar to the woman in red, as they had spirit trove cultivation bases. All of them were waiting for their compatriot to return. The job of doling out food and augmenting the warding spells would result in a marking, which was tricky to deal with. That was why, normally speaking, less important people were sent to handle it. The lava made it impossible to check the situation with divine sense. And though the process seemed to be taking a bit longer than usual, considering their status and mental capacities, none of them were very worried that anything would happen. That was why they just sat there meditating and waiting. Little did they know that, 3,000 meters beneath the surface of the lava, their compatriot, the woman in red, was visibly astonished. Xu Qing, driven by the killing intent in his heart, used all of the power of his violet moon nascent soul, allowing him to take control of the red moon cathedral's warding spells and transforming their power into 8 massive red hands that shot toward the woman in red. In that critical moment, the woman shivered down to her core. She could tell that her level of authority didn't surpass this enemy. If she didn't have the command medallion from her patriarch, she wouldn't even qualify to defend herself. Her only advantage at the moment was her cultivation base. Though she was only in Dao begetting and Dawnstar raising, she was just on the verge of forming her heavenly Dao. With battle prowess that strong, she was strong enough to crush any nascent soul cultivator she encountered. Damn it, if we were in any other location, I could kill him as easily as turning over my hand. Eyes bloodshot, she quickly performed a double-handed incantation gesture and shoved her hands out in either direction. Instantly, an illusory secret trove formed behind her, which belched out fire and lightning toward her enemy. Then the 8 blood-red hands slammed into their target. A muffled boom spread out beneath the lava. Blood sprayed out of the woman's mouth as the force delivered by the blood-red hands was dispersed by her command medallion and her various defensive powers. Blood dribbling down her chin, she said, "It doesn't matter where you're from or how you have that godly authority. In the end, your cultivation base is too weak." Eyes flashing, she ceased her retreat and prepared to lunge out and catch this enemy alive. It seemed a given that taking this person a prisoner would cause a big stir in the Red Moon Cathedral. It would count as a meritorious service that would earn her some big rewards. With that thought on her mind, her eyes flashed with determination, and she waved her hand, causing her secret trove projection to howl as if it were a gigantic beast. Terrifying strength swept right toward Xu Qing. Xu Qing frowned and sighed inwardly. The Red Moon warding spells here were incomparably strong. It was only because of the godly authority Xu Qing could wield that he was able to do anything with them. And if someone came along with a slightly more authoritative command medallion, then he wouldn't be able to do even that. And even then, he could only unleash so much of its potential. As his opponent's secret trove closed in, bringing along astonishing pressure, he felt fine in terms of his physical body. But his soul was trembling and letting off an intense sensation of deadly crisis. Eyes gleaming with unwavering determination, he swept both hands out in front of him, causing his entire person to glow with violet light. His violet moon nascent soul manifested above his head, turning into a visible violet moon. As soon as that moon was out in the open, the surrounding lava also turned violet. The power of more warding spells swept toward him, creating a defensive barrier that blocked the path of the woman's secret trove. Letter 1D456, letter 1D626, letter 1D4B8, letter 1D630, letter 1D62E. A boom rang out and shock waves swept in every direction. The woman staggered backward. Veins bulged all over her, like wriggling earthworms beneath her skin. She was now even more shocked than she had been before. "Just who exactly are you?" she blurted hoarsely. That violet moon gave her the same sensation as the cathedral itself, and she felt the strong instinct to drop to her knees and kowtow. If it weren't for the fact that her cultivation base provided an anchor that stabilized her willpower, she would have already been kowtowing. The feeling caused her scalp to tingle, as if her mind were being struck by 100,000 lightning bolts. Xu Qing wasn't in much better of a situation. He managed to use the red moon warding spells to block the attack, but his cultivation base was so much lower than hers that he was having a hard time staying conscious. The difficulty was particularly pronounced with his soul. It felt like it was about to be ripped to shreds, and as his mind trembled, he felt his vision turning dark. It was like a blade had been stabbed into his brain and was being swished back and forth. That said, Xu Qing knew how critical of a moment this was, and that he couldn't afford to be lax in any way. Fighting back against the crippling pain, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture. The violet moon nascent soul also performed an incantation gesture. Then, violet moon power swept out, becoming a large violet net that activated the blood-red net and sent it rumbling toward the woman. Enraged, she gritted her teeth and caused her blood vessels to ignite. She held her command medallion high. It was also in flames. God summoning, she howled shrilly. Blood oozed out of her eyes and her expression was vicious. Cracks spread out over her, causing more blood to run down her. Except for the fact that she wasn't covering her eyes with her hands, she looked exactly like a statue of Crimson Mother. Then, all of a sudden, her eyes exploded. Xu Qing had seen something like that before. The same thing happened with Xianxia. 1. Even as her words continued to echo about, a surging power rose within the woman. Crimson Mother was asleep and couldn't actually be summoned. But with the power of the command medallion, and by igniting herself, the woman was able to unleash an aura that caused the red moon warding spells to suddenly lurch. Xu Qing immediately lost some of his control. The woman took advantage of that moment to burst into motion, shooting toward the surface of the lava. She had finally chosen to flee. Xu Qing's violet moon was simply too fear-inspiring. All she had to do was get to the surface, and her compatriots would notice what was happening. They would definitely make a move. Though that meant the meritorious service would have to be split up between all of them, the woman had no other options now. She was too worried that if she kept the fight going, that gruish violet moon might drive her crazy. When Xu Qing saw that she was about to escape, a crazy look appeared in his eyes. There was no way he could let her get away. He burst into motion after her. As he did, the golden threads within him proliferated until he was 9 meters tall. In that form, he raced toward the woman. Meanwhile, her eyes flashed with freakish light as she waved both of her hands, causing black flames to erupt from her secret trove and form into a vicious ghost face. The ghost face lunged toward Xu Qing, jaws snapping. A tremor passed through him as his body collapsed from its height of 9 meters down to that of an ordinary person. All of his nascent souls were trembling, and his ordinary soul looked like it might collapse at any moment. Thankfully, he had the blessing and protection of his life lamps, and thus managed to hold on. Xu Qing could tell that one more blow like that would be too much for his soul to take. That said, there was a good reason why he had chosen to meet the blow head-on. It stopped the woman's momentum. Before, she had been fleeing at top speed, but now she had slowed down for a moment. Meanwhile, her god-summoning technique was being affected by the warding spells and was weakening. Simultaneously, Xu Qing's level of control was increasing again. Once again, the warding spells formed a huge blood-colored hand that moved rapidly toward the woman. It moved at top speed, but before it could reach her, she accelerated rapidly. It seemed likely she would completely avoid the incoming hand. However, at exactly the right moment, Xu Qing's eyes glittered as he looked right at her. Right then, he removed the gnomons from all 5 of his sundial life lamps. Time lag. Without any warning whatsoever, the woman sensed time around her forcibly being paused. She stopped moving and couldn't react or even sense anything. That cessation of movement was going to be deadly. The woman recovered only a moment later, but not before the gigantic warding spell hand slammed into her and gripped her tight. More hands appeared, wrapping around her and dragging her back. To stop time for a spirit trove expert was something that Xu Qing had to pay a heavy price for. His sundial life lamps instantly started corroding, and deep cracks spread out over their surfaces. However, they didn't collapse, and Xu Qing could already feel them repairing themselves. Of course, he didn't have time to study the details. He still felt ripping pain in his soul, so he quickly performed a double-handed incantation gesture to tap into the surrounding warding spells. They erupted with power, dragging the woman in red down toward the abyssal opening of the coffin below. Ever since Xu Qing showed his face, any sounds from within the coffin had ceased. But now, the sounds of swallowing could be heard from within. It was a sound full of longing and madness. As the numerous hands latched onto the woman and started dragging her down, her face fell, and her heart pounded with a sensation of deadly crisis. She was shaking from head to toe, and her eyes gleamed with madness. She knew what her fate would be if she got thrown into that coffin, so she fought back wildly. Unfortunately for her, that just slowed things down slightly. She kept getting closer and closer to the coffin. Despair lit up in her eyes, and she screamed shrilly for help. Flames sprang up on her as she burned her cultivation base and life force with abandon. Because of all that, her voice became a sound wave that could pierce through rock. The lava in the area collapsed. The sound wave caused blood to spray from Xu Qing's mouth. Seeing that the woman had a chance at breaking free, he did a quick time calculation, then lunged forward. 2 breaths of time later, he was closing in on the woman. Throwing both of his hands out in front of him, he became the weapon that slammed into the woman. He used his own momentum to shove her toward the abyss. Getting that close caused his soul to start crumbling into pieces. But by sheer force of willpower, he held on for a total of 6 breaths of time. That was how much time it took to use the warding spell hand to shove her into the abyss. 1 Xianxia's eye exploded in chapter 524.1.